Hi there, my name is Kenny Wynn, or also known as Kenny Boulder, and this is my recap and story about going through the entire Democratic Convention in 2024 in Chicago. I am honored and blessed to be a Colorado delegate, and we're going to go through every day, delegation party, day 1, 2, 3, 4, all the highlights, all the lowlights, my entire experience in this video. And the amount of upliftedness, positivity, the good vibes overall. I'm going to cover all of this in this video. And first, I want to talk about how I got here. So, my name is Kenny Wynn again, and if you're watching this, basically it's a process. To become a delegate for the National Convention, you don't become a delegate overnight. It takes time. It actually takes campaigning, and it takes a lot of being involved in the party. So I encourage you first and foremost to join your local party, to become a member of the Democratic Party, and to get involved as soon as possible. It starts today. So, a little bit about me. Obviously, if you haven't been watching my videos, I've been making content for some time. I really got actually involved as a party member not that long ago. I think it was after I graduated college. I wanted to work with the Democrats because I was looking for work, to be honest. And so I was an intern for the Boulder Democrats for some time. And after that, I became an AmeriCorps service member. So I was actually able to serve my country in a way with working with kids in low-income areas, basically as an AmeriCorps service member. So I did that for a year. And then I decided that I was going to jump on the Jared Polis campaign. So, Jared Polis campaign, I was a field organizer. It was one of the most incredible moments of being a member of his staff member. So for a year, 11 months, which is like dog years if you're a field organizer, I basically knocked on doors, talked to voters, talked to volunteers, and got people to go do that. And it was an incredible experience because we elected Colorado's first gay governor, and it was magical. So, and then obviously, I think that's just important, is just get that background. Like, I've been involved for a long time. And so, long time for me, not long time for most folks. But yes, that happened. And so you're probably wondering, how did I become a delegate? So I'm going to go over an overview right now. Basically, I basically ran to be a delegate. Colorado is very unique where we have caucuses, county assemblies, and basically it starts very, very early. It's like March, April, June, usually during election years. And yes, we do have a primary for the presidential, election cycle. Colorado's primary is very big, very important. But you have to go through a lot of steps to become a delegate, though. So I'm just going to briefly go over this. This is the convention results here. I was a Congressional District 7 national delegate. So I was one of 8 of the only 8 of people in my congressional district got nominated, go through the process, and became delegates. That's how I became a delegate. I'm a Congressional District 7 delegate. Huge shout out to my Congresswoman, Brittany Peterson. She's an amazing, incredible woman, and I'm really happy and proud to be in her district. So that's how I became a delegate. I became a delegate back in April. And you're wondering now, what did I do in the meantime? Well, kind of nothing. I want to remind folks, when we became delegates, we were Biden delegates. So Joe Biden, President of the United States, we were his delegates. And basically, we pledged that when we were going to be his delegate, we were going to pledge to vote for him at the convention. So that's also important as well. Next, I had the fundraise. So I'm not going to lie. This entire convention, this whole process is not paid for. You have to fundraise and pay either out of your own pocket or get people to pay it for you. And I don't have the means to pay it for myself. I obviously, like most millennials, don't have that much income to pay for this. And it's very expensive. You have to pay for the hotel, for the flights, for the food, for transportation, everything you have to pay out of your own pocket. And so I started, like most millennials, a GoFundMe page. So I made a GoFundMe page, and again, my name is Kenny Wynn, and on April 11th, 2024, I became a delegate for the great state of Colorado for the convention. And so I began to fundraise and to basically try to be like, hey folks, I really desperately need funds to get to this convention because I don't have the means to pay for it myself. And so I started doing that. I talked to a lot of my friends, family. I posted it on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, you name it. I was trying to get the word out. And luckily, I raised a decent amount of money. And I want to thank the people who helped me get here. So I want to thank all the folks who donated to my GoFundMe page. All the folks who basically helped out, chipped in. Because it really means a lot. I want to give a huge shout out to y'all. And especially to the Colorado Democratic Party. The Colorado Democratic Party they basically also gave me some money as well to help alleviate some of the costs. Basically some money to basically, offset some of the costs I was going to have to spend at the convention. So the journey started pretty early. I actually want to get there, before the convention started, and it was highly recommended. Basically, the DNC and the state party said that you should get there by Sunday, latest. I know folks who got there 2 or 3 days earlier. I know folks who got there 5 days earlier. I decided I was going to get there on Sunday, so I took a pretty early bird flight. My flight from Denver was at, I want to say, 5 in the morning. So I got to the airport at 3 a.m. and it was pretty quiet. There wasn't that many folks there, and some things I want to share right now is some memes I usually make. So every time when I'm on the airport, I like to, go through like the informational stuff before the flight starts, and I always post a couple memes here and there. So, I want to go to bed. Me looking for President Obama in Chicago this week. When the party starts in Chicago. Reading my 400k novels be like, that's me. I'm always reading 440k. And then this is how we're going to disembark from flights when we land in Chicago. So I always kind of make these memes just because I think it's fun. So immediately when we arrived, there were volunteers already at the airport. These volunteers are amazing. I think some of them were the most incredible people I've ever met. And all of them came all over the country. A lot of them are Chicago locals, folks who grew up in Illinois, and they were there to help us out. They always had shirts. They always had lanyards that says brightly said volunteer. I had to really give them a shout out because they basically spent their entire week just helping bumbling tourists, basically. 'Cause let's be real, we are tourists. As a delegate, I've never really been to Chicago. I think I've been to Chicago once for a Model UN conference, but that was years ago. So these folks were there to help us out when we got off the plane, and they basically helped us navigate throughout the entire area during this time. And I got some pics here of just like the cool stuff that was in Chicago. So like I just said, they were really prepared for us. Yeah, this is some content. They're greeting folks, hanging out with folks. Again, thank you so much, volunteers. And everything at the airport was like there was so much patriotism. Like people were excited to be at Chicago this time. Just like the amount of patriotism was everywhere. The fact that we are having a national convention in Chicago. And look at that right there. Welcome to Chicago DNC 2024. Like that's the first thing I saw when I came into the airport.
My rule in life, how much you respect me, I respect you more.
So my Uber driver was he was awesome. He basically was a former teacher from Jerusalem. So he was a Palestinian man living in Chicago. And we talked for a little bit about how the DNC was there, and the fact that he grew up a lot of the conflict going on right now in Gaza, and the fact that he gave me a lot of wisdom and advice because he's seen some stuff over the years, and he has children who go to school in America, but he still has kids who still live in in the West Bank. So I felt it was very powerful to hear that as I was entering, and I didn't I always ask questions. Some folks don't talk to their drivers. I do because I like to know where to go to get food or where to go explore the city, and we talk about politics, and it was kind of not all the don't always talk about politics, but it came up and I had to, and I just want to talk about how the fact that it was a good moment to reflect, and I'm always a person who always listens. I don't always talk. I don't always interrupt. I listen, and I want to hear people's stories, and the story that my driver was telling me was just incredible, and I want to visit one day when the land is peaceful and try olives and use olives to cure all my skincare. So again, I really want to take this moment to reflect and like appreciate, my driver who's talking to me. So the hotel I stayed was at the Westin, and one cool thing I noticed was that there was a lot of delegates coming in throughout all over the country. And at the end of the day, there was a couple delegations in each hotel, so you can't fit all the delegates in one hotel. That would be impossible. That's like thousands of rooms. And so what they did is that they kind of staggered delegations throughout the entire area of Chicago. And so our delegation, Colorado, had to stay at the Westin Hotel. And the Westin Hotel, there's other delegations from Oregon, New Jersey, Nevada, Washington, and I think those were the areas. We were kind of all over the place, and obviously, like, a lot of security was there. I just want to be very clear: there was a lot of cops throughout the entire area as we're driving through Chicago. Police presence was everywhere, and at the hotel itself, there were sheriff deputies, Secret Service agents. There was, security guys, like the hotel security. Like, it definitely felt like there was a lot of police presence there at the time. And I think one reason is because we all know what happened in 1968. In 1968, there was the Vietnam War that was occurring at the same time, and the Democratic Party hosted their convention in Chicago as well. And it was known as a very violent time because there was a lot of conflict between the protesters that were protesting against Vietnam, against, the Democratic Party, who was in charge of the country with President Johnson. So I understand that there was a lot of security, there was a lot of barriers, there was a lot of police officers and law enforcement, but the whole time there, I had no issues with coming in. They would drop us off. In fact, there were volunteers who were every morning. These volunteers would act like as if they were traffic police. They would be guiding in buses, guiding in shuttles, guiding in taxis, Ubers. It was kind of wild to see that. So again, huge shout out to the volunteers, and thank you so much for keeping us so energized and getting things moving so fastly during this period. Okay, here's the room. DNC Westin, got big screen TV, 2 beds, and nice chair, table, and great view here. We got Hanes footwear, Chase Bank, and the North Face. I think it's okay. I like it. Some waters there. Is it complimentary? Maybe it's, I don't know if it's complimentary. Maybe it is. Who knows? Let's go. All right. This is the hotel. This is the wonderful space here. So gonna be here for 5 more days. Let's go, baby. So immediately when I came to the hotel, I noticed a big sign that said merch. And so I was like, I love merch. Gotta get merch. So the sign, it was, official Democratic Convention merchandise, curated collection to the right side. Full collection would be in McCormick Place, which is the convention center that hosted a lot of the Democrats at the panels, and we'll talk about that in a second. But basically, if you want, you can spend some of your money at the hotel right there and then to get some Democratic merch. And I want to be clear, this hotel space was still open to the public. There were still guests who were coming in that weren't delegates. So if you were lucky and you just ran into this, if you were at the same hotel, you could just go in and buy some delegate merch right there and then. And of course, I got some pictures here as well. This is that's my feet, but we're gonna look at this here. This is the merch that they were offering at the moment. So you got some, let's see here. You got some t-shirts, you got some socks here, and you got a little fanny pack, of course, because everyone loves a fanny pack. And then you got some also other stuff. You got a lot of pins. I'm a pins guy. I love pins. I gotta get pins. So you got all these pins here, $3 each for a pin. You got $15 for the logos. You have a lot of stuff you could buy at these curated little mini merch areas at the hotels, which I thought was pretty cool. I thought it was smart. You can get stuff right there and then. And you didn't have to go to the convention center to get stuff. You can just buy it there and take it to the hotel. So I think that was pretty awesome. Okay, so this is the bag for the merch you can get downstairs right here. So I got Chicago 2020 or 2024 hat, DNC. It was described as a dad's cap. I got some socks because I love socks. It's some donkeys. Pretty cute here. Gotta love the donkeys. I think this was like $8.
Got a classic Kamala Harris for President 2024 pin. Pretty cool. Got a pin bundle. So I was there. Chicago Convention. Democratic National Convention, Chicago. And there's one more pin as well. This is the coconut pin. Coconut Tree Farmers for Harris. That was very cute. And then the last thing I got is a couple of these pins here. DNC 2024. So this is the bag I got. I think, just buying stuff there. There's a bunch of shirts there as well, but this is my trophy of the things I got for now anyway.
So after we, I settled in my hotel, took a shower, I was really, really hungry. So I decided to go on my first meal in Chicago, and I'm not gonna lie, the Westin had not many good options around. I had to walk a couple blocks around, which I didn't mind because it was a good time. I went to a place called Wow Bao. I got some orange juice, I got some dumplings and some noodles and orange chicken. And basically it's all cashless, so I did all pay with the card. I was trying to find a place. I remember I was trying to find a place to find cash because I wanted to tip the guys who was holding my luggage. So I wanted to give them a tip. So I was trying to find cash. And about Wow Bao, and was just looking around for a while and got this here. It was very yummy. Some of the food felt like it was air fried in an air fryer, but that was okay. I like Bao's. The noodles were okay. They weren't great, but it was something to feed me and get ready for the reception. A little birdie came up to me, and I thought it was very cute. This is a bird just hanging out, and I'll show you a video in a second about the bird harassing me for the food. I thought this was a fun picture because, again, there's so many people here, and there's so many cops. And so the cops are hanging out, getting selfies and pictures with either tourists, either they were delegates. I don't know. I just thought it was kind of like surreal because you don't really expect that. Police officers being asked to take pictures with folks. And I'm sure the cops loved it. I'm sure they didn't mind. I mean, he's smiling, and he's smiling too. But, me and her, definitely this lady over here, were like, what's happening over here? So, I got to spend some time in Chicago. And I think that was fun to walk around before things get really real and when you're locked in a room. So I was definitely enjoying the moment as I'm walking around the hotel area.
Dude, what the heck? This is my bowel. Excuse me. Hey. No. Dude. No. This is my food.
So after I got back from the hotel from lunch and my encounter with a pigeon and a little birdie, I decided that I was going to join the Asian American Pacific Islander Taste of Asia event. So throughout the whole week, there was a lot of events going on at the same time. And our first chair asked if I could join her to join a Taste of Asia event. And it was going to be like an hour or two dropping in to see what was happening. But a lot of us got invited. And again, multiple events happening at the same time all over, the Chicago, and it was basically to get people to be invested and interested. So here's me and her, and here's Frankie, our little donkey. He's very cute, very fluffy, and we're at the Taste of Asia. And again, it was trying to get delegates to go sightseeing and spend their money at events. So we were at Taste of Asia. I was there for a while, and here's again Frankie the donkey. The Democratic Party's symbol is the donkey. And for Colorado, we have a little plush little donkey. His name is Frankie. He goes to wherever where we want to go, and he basically is a symbol of our party dedication. And I ate some of these amazing ube cream cheese buns. And again, just lots of like Asian bites here, and it does cost money. I should be very clear. This was not free. You have to pay money to eat, but I thought it was very delicious, and I do want to support local businesses, so I did that. Here's the crowd itself. So it's kind of a small venue. I'm not going to lie. It's like a warehouse. But they had a lot of people there. They had dragon dancers in the background. So these guys were running around doing some dances because, who doesn't love dragon dancing? So that was happening there. And there was this one gentleman right here. He was wearing a lot of buns. And he had a Harris Waltz like hunter hat that I just had to get a selfie with. So he was really cool. Definitely talked to him for a bit. And this is another delegate from Colorado. Her name is Lucy. So I met her and we hung out because us Colorado delegates got to stick together. So I think I was there for about maybe an hour and a half before I left. And at that time, it was starting to get late, and I was starting to feel like I should get ready to go to the reception party. So I got my bags, got my stuff, ate a lot of good food there. I don't drink, as a FYI. I don't drink alcohol. It's just not my thing. So I didn't drink at all, and I decided that I was just going to be pretty sober and pretty active, and I left to the hotel.
Because of the Biden.
So by the time I got to the hotel, everyone is unpacked. Everyone's getting ready for the big night. And again, this is night 0. So there's a lot of people coming in still. People are still flying in. People are still packed. The hotel room is so full right now. I'm like, I don't have time to change. I need to get ready, get in the shuttle. So I got my roommate. My roommate is Jeremy. He's a Colorado Young Dem as well. He's an amazing guy from my area as well. We were both delegates for Congressional District 7. So this is Jeremy. We're getting ready. We're in the shuttle. We're hanging out. We're having a good time. He's wearing a blazer. I'm not wearing a blazer just because I'm like, I don't have time to change. But I am wearing my Colorado Broncos shirt. Here's some other delegates as well. This is Maria. This is Pam. We're all excited. We're really happy. And again, we're all on the shuttle. So the shuttles leave every 15 minutes. Every 15 minutes, a shuttle is coming in and out. And these shuttles were going to the Navy Pier, which is a block away. And that's like, maybe not a block away. I would say it's about a mile away. 1 mile away from us, from the Westin. And as we're driving, we see a lot of signs, Freedom, Harris, everywhere. It is everywhere. Her face is like all over the city. It's kind of cool in a way. So her face was all over the place. I saw Gordon Ramsay's Burger Bar. I'm a weird Gordon Ramsay stan. I don't know why. I love Gordon Ramsay. I was like, maybe I'll come back here. So I took a picture of it. And then as we're driving, the police presence just like went from 0 to 100. I mean, not 0. There's always there's cops everywhere still. But it went from 3, 4 cops a neighborhood or a street to 20 cops everywhere. And I thought this picture captured the amount of police out there. So all these mounted cops all over the place, tourists getting pictures with them, everyone look at them. It was truly we're entering Fort Knox. And I think, obviously, again, this is a lot of politicians, a lot of elected officials, a lot of VIPs were in the city at the exact same time.
We're in the shuttle!
We spent an hour in the bus.
I could just stay on the bus and take
Thank
it
you,
back.
sir. Appreciate you. Woo! Yeah, thank you.
Where?
Colorado. Nice to meet y'all. Thank you. Appreciate it, boss. Thank you for the warm welcome.
Welcome! Welcome!
Woo, let's go! So we got in, and as you saw, the volunteers were so excited. And there's so many volunteers. And obviously, these guys had to go through a lot of credentials. We had to go through a lot of stuff. We had to show a barcode to the entrance folks to get in. Because if you're a delegate, you need a special barcode to basically be able to go into this building. I don't think we got any badges yet, so we did not get credentials, but we still had to go through a lot of security. And I just want to show some moments of highlights of all my friends when we got in. So again, Jeremy's there. This is Matt. He is a delegate as well. We met on the bus. Very cool guy. We were all first-time delegates. We're so excited. We're so happy to be here. Got a nice picture there. And then, welcome to Chicago, DNC 2024. And everyone is going in this area. Again, this is invite-only event. So definitely felt very, very unique in that sense. Here's me, and again, I'm just having a good time. I'm wearing my Super Bowl Broncos shirt. I got my pins on, got my jacket, got my maroon pants, got my tennis shoes. I'm having a good time. I'm ready to be there. That smile is truly genuine. I cannot believe I'm here at the Navy Pier. I took a picture outside real quick. This is the fire department. And notice there's no one there. So they blocked off everything. Navy, not the Navy. The entire Navy Pier was blocked off. And so there's police everywhere. There's Coast Guard. There's people all over the entire area circling around, You could not get in this area if you were not invited, basically. And again, this is a lot of delegates here hanging out here in the front. They're getting their barcodes out. They're getting their stuff out. And you can tell that right there. It is like TSA security. People were checking for anything. You couldn't bring certain bags. You had to make sure you go security. Obviously, liquids and waters were fine, I'm pretty sure. But TSA security levels of like stuff you had to go through. But again, everyone was so chill. The lines were pretty fast. I was going speeding through the entire area the entire time.
Woo! Excuse me. Look at that right there. Holy moly. Wow. Thank you. Some Greek food here? Dang. Holy moly. He's gone. Hey!
So yeah, this was insane. It was like a party. It really felt like a VIP black tie event. And I'm walking around wearing a Super Bowl Broncos 50 t-shirt. Anyway, I'm about to show some footage here about like all the stuff I captured around the area. Because I really wanted to explore the area and really show you how unique this was. Like they had tables and booths everywhere giving out free food. And obviously drinks and cocktails. And again, I don't drink. I did not pick any drinks. I only drank water the entire time. I couldn't find any soda. I couldn't find any like juice. So I just drank water. But I snacked a lot. And I went around the entire area.
Holy moly. I'm not gonna lie, this is pretty crazy. God, look at that. Coast Guard MG60 right there. Cool ship over there as well.
I think my mind was just blown away. Live music, people running all over the place. There's a lot of powerful, famous people. And I just didn't believe I was here. Just because, like, imposter syndrome, you know? Like, I'm not famous. I'm not that wealthy. But I'm in the same space, enjoying the same experience as some of these incredible, powerful people. So I was just, I am starstruck. And I just didn't know what to do and say. So I just kept going around, wandering, and eating nice bits of food here and there. And just, like, meeting new people. I met so many delegates. And I think the coolest thing about this experience was that I was like, hey, where are you from? What's your name? And is this your first time here? And everyone asked the same question. And I'm like, yeah, my name's Kenny. I'm a delegate. My first convention as well. And yeah, it was just like magical and very cool. And the fact that a lot of folks were so chill about that. Again, you know, outside of the Navy Pier, having a good time. Big smile. Like, those are genuine smiles. And throughout the whole area, there was flags. And so naturally, I had to go to the Colorado flag. Because, you know. And I do the shaka because, you know, you got to hang loose. A lot of people in this world just gotta recognize that you can't take life too seriously, and you have to hang loose and enjoy life and be able to be free and to be able to be curious and being able to explore the world. So, yeah.
And I am so fortunate to be chair of the oldest party in the world, but also to be chair of the greatest political party in the world, the Democratic Party. To the stage, my good friend, Luke Skywalker.
Yeah! There he is! Mark No way!
Thank you all. Our Excellencies, the most legislatively successful president in our lifetime. Recently rated by...
I could not believe it. They started off with Mark Hamill, Luke Skywalker, Joker, if you ever watched the anime Batman series, and I got goosebumps. I'm not gonna lie. And then, you know what? I went up and got a picture with him. I got a picture of Luke Skywalker just hanging out. No, I really appreciate Mark Hamill. He's the GOAT. He's a legend. And it felt like you said, like, these people are in this room hanging out with folks, and I'm here as well, and I just couldn't believe it. And I got a picture with Mark Hamill, and he shook my hand. I also shook the chair's hand as well, Chair Harrison briefly, and it was like a swarm after that. I think folks were just going straight to him. And I will say, Mark Hamill, and I quote, said, "I will take a selfie with every single one of you." So everyone was going towards Mark Hamill, and I got lucky. I got a quick picture with him. I left because I didn't want to be in that crowd. So if you're trying to get like a picture with him or a selfie, he stayed for a while, and he did take a lot of pictures there. And so I thought that was very inspiring, and And this is only day 0. We have not gone to the convention yet. And like I said, this whole time, you're going to people, you're meeting folks. I was talking to Scott, one of our officers for the Colorado Democratic Party. I talked to Howard Chen. He literally is one of the main leaders of our community in Colorado for the Asian American community. Howard is the man. He is the man. He knocks on doors like a champ. He is the man. I was talking to the cake. No, I'm kidding. The cake, again, this cake is magical. It was wild that this cake literally had all the states there, and I thought it was really wholesome. States and territories as well. I want to be clear. There's a lot of territories of various U.S. territories there. Anyone who's a delegate was represented on this cake. Look at that Chicago-style dog. I'm not gonna lie. I am not a fan of pickles. I'm not a fan of spicy food, but I ate most of it. And it was really delicious. I'm meeting other delegates. Again, I met a lot of random delegates from all across the entire country. So every chance I got to meet folks, I'm like, hey, where are you from? What's your name? It's just your first convention. And we got selfies. Selfies all the time. Again, this is Jennifer. Again, another delegate I met throughout multiple times. And I constantly took pictures with her because I thought she was really cool. Because every time we were in the same bus, she always showed up early. She was there, and I really respect that. Timeliness is very important for this convention. This is Terry. Terry is also another Colorado delegate. We had to get a picture just because we're Colorado delegates together. And this is Chicago skyline. So, very beautiful. And again, I'm losing my mind. I'm literally like having a moment here, and it was just magical to be here with all the delegates before the convention even started. So, I want to be crystal clear. There were protesters. There were many delegates and many people wearing symbols for the Palestinian people because, there's a conflict right now, if you've been living under a rock, between Israel and Hamas. And a lot of folks, they stand with the Palestinian people. They're not standing with Hamas. They're standing with the plight of the Palestinian people who have been, killed in this conflict. Because the power dynamics is just it's overwhelmingly in the favor of the Israeli Defense Forces. And so throughout the night, there's some folks that came in. There was a protester. She took the mic. She spoke a little bit. I didn't capture the whole clip, but she yelled, "Ceasefire now!" Palestine people. Yeah, she was basically advocating for the Palestinian people. And another person came in, Code Pink folks, 2 people actually, and they had a sign and they were flagging that off. And obviously, most of the vibe was very much like, let them speak their piece. But for the case of the woman who jumped on stage, she got dragged out. So I'll put that clip right now.
I can't hear the people next to me. There's definitely can't hear you, lady.
And tonight, I am so proud to acknowledge some.
So just to be very clear, this is not going to be... I capture moments of speakers. I'm not going to be capturing every single speaker's full speech, just because I'm not going to hold my phone and be like, yeah. I can't do that. I take usually about 10 to 15 second clips, and I usually try to get the beginning of it because I want to pay attention and give them the respect that they deserve. Obviously, if it's momentous and very important, I will take out my phone and I will record, but for 9 out of 10 times, I'm going to clip and put it away. So if you want to look up the speaker, feel free to look up the speakers. I'll try to give as much context as I can, but obviously really excited, really happy to see leaders like this speak now. So at this point in the night, we're just wandering around talking to folks. A lot of keynote speakers again, and Treasurer Dave Young here from Colorado. We got my friend again, Lucy. Lucy is another AIPI, again, Asian American Colorado delegate. Mary and her friend Sydney as well. These are Colorado Dems as well. Of course, a skyline nighttime picture, good times, and you can see it right there. It's all fenced off, so it's remind you how fenced off and how secure this area was. And the wind definitely is blowing my face. I didn't get videos, but I ate some of the mac and cheese with pulled pork, and they started cutting out the cheesecake finally. So pieces of the cheesecake were being cut out, and they're just leaving it around, so folks were able to get the cheesecake. So again, and I waited in line. There's a lot of picture areas where you can get pictures. So we're about to watch this pretty scuffed. I'm gladly admit that it's pretty scuffed, but I'm happy I did it. I'm happy. No regrets. So I was getting tired. I mean, it was getting late. I think it was at that point almost 10 o'clock. So the crowd was dying down. A lot of folks have left already, and most of the celebrities and speakers are gone. It was just the musicians. And I decided to get some B-roll, going around, getting video, getting footage. The drinks, the bars, the swag bags you can get there. And of course, I encountered a Vietnamese style food. So I'll let you take a look and take a peek.
I got a look Jones for her body and her skin tone. 5 minutes alone, I'm already on the... Okay, we gotta... All right, hold up. We gotta keep it peachy. We have to be blessed because it's the DNC. We cannot... We have to stay blessed.
Let's go!
Let the foolishness happen down to the RNC. This is the DNC. There's a difference.
So I'm dancing alone, as you can tell. A lot of folks had left at this time, but people didn't realize there was a fireworks show. So as I'm dancing alone outside of the Navy Prior, someone said fireworks about to start, and I'm like, all right, gotta get some fireworks. And let me be clear, I don't normally take videos of fireworks. I'm a guy who just kind of enjoys it. I'm a firm believer that if you ever record yourself taking fireworks, like, that's just kind of wild that you would just, post that stuff. But I had to record it. It was a moment. So I recorded bits and pieces of it. But I usually am staying tuned with the fireworks show, if that makes sense. So by the end, after the fireworks, the show was over. And so I started making my journey home. And I want to say at that point, it was like 11 o'clock. And everyone was just leaving in droves already. So I got to see some folks, hung out with some folks as I'm leaving the pre-reception. So this was the chef of Saigon Sisters. I had to, give her a Vietnamese greeting like Xin Jiao, Xin Jiao. And we got a nice selfie because I thought it was incredible food. Her, shrimp was delicious. I met this dude at the fireworks show. He was a delegate. I forgot which delegate. I think he was a delegate from Washington, I'm pretty sure. But he had a good time, and I had a good time as well. I think I had a picture of the Illinois little thing here, the Navy Prior, so that was pretty cool. And like I said, a lot of folks were taking pictures and selfies throughout the entire time there. This is my bus of all the delegates I was leaving back to the Westin. So all these folks are all amazing. This is, I think, a state representative or city council member. We bonded because we're both Asian Americans, and we also took a picture together as well. So it was a good time. And so that was night one. Sorry, that was night zero. Again, night one technically, but day zero, because we've not even started the convention yet. The convention has not started. The caucuses have not started. This literally was like the first night. And it was like a party, and it was awesome. It was a pre-delegation, and I want to say, like, everyone there, the vibes were like, this is a party. So the party was cool, free drinks, free food, and a lot of free entertainment, and a lot of, like, big stars were there. So I think overall, good time. Definitely set the tone. It's like, this is like a celebration. We're going to bring back hope. We're going to bring back joy. We're going to bring back good times and good vibes. So now we're entering day one of the convention. This is Monday. So on Monday, I got a message. So our delegation had a group chat, and our party leaders basically kept telling us where to go, what to do, what to wear. And basically they said, you have to be at our delegation breakfast 7 a.m. sharp, because we need to get our credentials. We need to make sure that we had all of our stuff together, and we also got breakfast. And we also got to see speakers. So this portion's kind of like, again, I never always take pictures, but we had some really big speakers who were going to be there. So first off the bat, I got my credential. So you need this ticket to get into the convention on that evening. So floor delegate, because I'm a delegate, I get to be on the floor, so to speak, because we are delegates for the convention, for the party, to nominate Harris and Waltz for president and vice president. So we get this off the bat, Monday, number 1, and this is the skyline. This is the Bean, Chicago Bean, and of course DNC Harris is on there, United Center. Next is gonna be the breakfast. This is all the Dems on my table. We have Trish, we have Colin, Sam, Jeremy, Christina, Maria, and breakfast was usually muffins, bacon, eggs, hash browns, and juice, water, coffee, you name it. And there's a lot of Dems here. All of our delegates are there as well, including some elected officials. Our speaker was going to be, and there's our chair Shad. Shad's the man. This is our speaker. This is Deb Haaland, former representative of New Mexico and current Secretary of Interior for, I believe it is for the state. So, for the country, for the federal delegation. And I got a picture with her because I was like, she's an inspiration. She's awesome. So here I am in front of the background, which is the men's bathroom, of course. She is such an amazing individual. She's the first Indigenous Secretary, cabinet member ever. So, Deb Haaland, you're an inspiration. You're amazing. And there's me rocking the blazer. So you can see the blazer right now. It does not have that many buttons. It just has Harris and my pin. And, of course, my credentials for the convention itself. And then taking a selfie with my homeboy over here. We're taking pictures right now and just having a good time. So, again, these breakfasts were unique to every single delegation. Every delegation got to choose and bring in their own speakers. Our speakers were amazing always. Usually elected officials or union members, union presidents. Like, these guys are amazing. In the same hotel, I think Pete Buttigieg spoke at Oregon or Washington's delegation. Various Congress leaders came by and spoke to folks. And we got Secretary of Interior, Deb Haaland. So Monday morning started off really, really strong.
But also make your neighbor, wherever and whoever that may be, in whatever room you're in over the next few days, feel like you're a part of a team. There is no greater arrow in our quiver than our ability to be kind to each other. And we will set an example, as our Vice President has, of optimism for this country. And so I know you all embody this spirit. It has been such a joy and a privilege getting to know you over the past.
And I think that is a testament to who our Vice President is and the vision that she's offering for America. People are tired of the divisive and extreme politics of Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans. They're tired of it. They're excited about a candidate who is talking about building out the middle class.
Okay, so this is the Colorado Dems grab bag, 2024 Democratic National Convention, with the little donkey with the hat. You get a flag, Colorado flag, Senator Bennett, a guide of all the delegates. So all the delegates are here. Get some, Congressman Cavero has some candy, classic candies here, Heyman's, some pins, it looks like some pins here, thank you, delegates, Democratic Party, Colorado Dem Fest, a flag, Colorado State flag, from the from special social event. Some freedom candies here from Diane to get from Congress. A your vote counts pin. A Butterfingers candy from State Treasurer Young. Then you got some cards here from Illinois. Peace. A Chuck Schumer card, a 3 of 6. Gotta collect them all. Trading card. That's so funny. A Bobcats chocolate chip bite from Joe the Goose. And we're just gonna keep going here. A shirt from the Dems logo. Some more candy from Phil Weiser. Some Reese's Pieces. Thanks, Phil, Attorney General. Another card. DNC Chair, Jamie Harrison. So I have 3 of 6 and 5 of 6. A notepad. Some stickers from Brittany Peterson with Casa Bonita. A coaster for Crow Fest. That's funny. And a pin that says, "Oop. Thank you, Joe." Thanks, Joe. And then finally, a Biden-Harris pin. And last but not least, my Florida delegate badge here. So, that's a lot of stuff. So, again, crazy.
So breakfast is from 7 usually to 8 o'clock. And then the caucuses at McCormick Place starts at basically 9:30. So I had some time to finally go to my room, settle down. And as I'm leaving, the Colorado Democratic Party gives out another grab bag, some swag bag. So the second swag bag is from the DNC itself, the Denver National Committee. And basically it's just stuff that they give out to all the delegates as they are coming into the convention itself now.
Okay, so this is the DNC 2024 bag here. And I do want to give a shout out to my roommate, Jeremy, over here. Hey, Jeremy. How's it going?
Going good.
You got anything to say about your... How do you feel? How do you feel?
I'm excited for today and all the stuff we got. Thank you, CDP. Look at all this.
Yeah.
There's so much.
All right, we're going to take a look right now because he opened his bag. I still haven't mine yet. So, welcome to Illinois. Governor J.B. Pritzker, D.C. 2024, Democratic National Convention, August 19th to 22nd. Our future is built in Chicago. This is a nice, hefty bag. We got to open this bad boy up right here. Let's see, the first thing I'm going to pull out, because it's going to be random, it's going to be a water bottle. So the first is a water bottle from United Airlines. Definitely, classic clear, because that's how you can get around the airport, obviously. We have a letter here. Dear Delegate, welcome to Chicago. We're excited to host you in our diverse and vibrancy for the 2024 National Convention. Over the next 4 days, we hope to experience some of what makes Chicago so unique. And woof, there it is. The governor, senator, mayor of Chicago's, and both senators, actually. So, Tammy Duckworth. Amazing. And other stuff in the bag here. We got welcome to Chicago. We got a little You Are Beautiful sticker. And this is the DNC book, I think. What is this here? It's like I think it's a magazine. It's sealed right now, so I'm not going to open it, but that's okay. We have a JB, welcome to Illinois, little pamphlet here from the governor himself. So, if you like Illinois and Chicago, they're going to give you a lot of swag for it. Anderson, shop at our local stores here. Well, pamphlet about local stores and capitals and information here for the Chamber of Commerce. We got, let's see here, Make Chicago Style. This is another pamphlet as well with the guides, food and drink, and agriculture, and a lot of fun stuff. We have a Chicago Does West Map. Welcome, delegates. So lots of things to do in Yolk, Chicagoland locations. Other stuff in the baggie. Let's see here. We got a pen for the Bears. A Bears pen, because, the NFL team here is the Bears. We have a You'll Love It little pin from Chicago. Look, it's a little beaver guy. Here. Some Garrett popcorn. So Garrett mix. Caramel mix, a fan favorite. Cool. Some popcorn in the goodie bag. A notepad of sorts from Amagalite Bank, DNC 2024. Another card is a postcard. So from Chicago, DC 2024. A lot of postcards in here. A little bookmark here, Michelle Obama. Our City Got Stories. Cool bookmark, actually. Definitely going to use that for my books I read. And a ticket sales for the Chicago Sky. I think that's the team. So, very cool. That's support WNBA. Another pamphlet. There's some information from the mayor. And then finally, there's more stuff still. Chicago sticker. Welcome to Chicago. Another one of these guys, Mayor Brandon Johnson, 2024 Chicago. There's going to be a lot of buttons here. Some chapstick, I think. Let's see here. I think it's chapstick. Care and Repair lip balm. Yeah. And then more snacks. A double marshmallow crispy bar from DNC 2024. Chicago Ellis cheesecake. And the last thing here is coffee. Premium roasted coffee. Medium roast. 3 ounces from United in Chicago. So that's all the swag bag here. And there's more stuff. I should stop saying that. There's a Next Stop Chicago gift card. Wait, no, this is a... I don't know what this is. I think this is a bus pass. And then some Handy Sandy Tanny C-SPAN Union Made hand sanitizer. This is smart. I'm going to use this a lot, actually. This is probably the very important to have. Cool. That's all the swag here for the Chicago DNC swag bag. And I don't know why my thumb is twitchy. It's weird. Anyway, it's your boy. Take care, y'all.
So after opening my swag bag, I started to, you know, I gotta get to the convention. So I started heading to the shuttle. And like I said, the shuttle was every 15 minutes. And they started pretty early as well. I think the shuttle service started at 8:30. So that gives you an hour to get to the hotel. Or from the hotel to McCormick Place. So this is the footage there.
So this is our hotel. And then we got the shuttle right here. The volunteers are amazing. So... Hi, I'm with, sorry, introduce yourself again?
Hi, I'm Melanie LeBake from New Hampshire. I'm running for executive council, and I'm a delegate.
And how do you feel?
I am so excited, so hopeful. We have a feeling of exuberance. The wind is at our backs, and we're joyful. We're gonna win. We're gonna win.
Thank you so much. And video USA.
See you around.
See you around. New Hampshire.
Lovely meeting you. New Hampshire. Colorado's in the house.
Colorado is indeed in the house.
Yes.
With my man Greg. You okay, Greg?
Yeah.
Thank you so much again. Appreciate ya.
Thanks for the ride.
Thanks for the ride, boss.
Thank you.
All right, anytime.
See you later.
We appreciate you, boss. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I know, it feels so good. Illinois air smells so good.
So by this time, we had got off the bus, and there was a massive crowd of volunteers. Again, the volunteers were there to greet us, to make us feel welcome, and I just feel like it is wild that they were there at 9 in the morning already, trying to make sure that we are in the right place at the right time for all the caucuses. So day one is caucuses. So you had a list of potential meetings you could go to. There's no restrictions. You can go to any caucus. The women's, African American, Asian American, veterans, disability one, like the LGBTQ plus caucuses. You can go to any of these caucuses. So being an Asian person of descent, Vietnamese American, I decided I was going to go to the Asian American caucus, and this is how I got there. This portion here.
No, these guys are doing a lot of hard work here, so. The snipers, Greg. You gotta watch it for the snipers.
Yeah, it's where the curtains are there. They can't see who's walking through.
And Greg, where did you serve?
I did Navy, and I was in Europe during all the big terrorist attacks over there with the von Hoffman gang and the Red Brigade.
Jesus. Well, thank you for your service, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, and I'm glad to hear. Kamala.
Yeah.
So as I'm walking towards the caucuses, someone to my left recognizes Representative Frost. So I was like, no way. And there he is. Representative Frost himself, the youngest Congress member in Congress. Dude is 27 years old. I got a quick picture with him, shook his hand, and yeah, he's a cool guy. He's a cool cat. So thank you so much, Congressman, for meeting me real quick and talking to me real quick. I really appreciate it. And at one point, he looked at me and said, hey, man, you know, did you know the donkey changed recently, the symbol of the Democratic Party? And I'm like, to what? And he said, oh, I don't know. So he's definitely a jokester. He was messing around. But again, this guy is a Congress member. He's a Congress member right now from Florida. And he's here greeting all the delegates, talking to delegates, getting some quick pictures. And I appreciate his staff taking these pictures for me. So I really appreciate it. And so, yeah, Congressman Frost, thank you so much. Awesome stuff. So, yeah, like I said, Monday, Wednesday, level 1. So 9:30, AAPI Caucus, Ethnic Council, Native American Caucus. And then Black Caucus and Hispanic Caucus as well. So they broke it down to 3 levels here, and you get to go wherever you want to go. You don't have to be a member of this community to attend, by the way. I decided, though, personally, I want to go to the Asian American Caucus because I am Asian American. And here's some pictures from the Asian American Caucus. You can kind of see seats are kind of open all over the place. So I like to sit in the back because I like to record. I don't want to block people's views. So, but there's a lot of open seats at the moment. Yeah, the chair just gavelled in. Folks are getting in their seats still. And a lot of people are still arriving. So this is Kevin. He's also a member of the Colorado delegation as well. We got to get a quick selfie with him. And this is another person. I think her name is Charlene. She is another delegate as well. And we just bonded over time. I think she's also an elected official, so it was very cool to meet her and hang out. And Cindy's in the back, another delegate. So, like, long story short, like, when there's a lot of people together, you just got to talk to them. You got to say hi. And again, I asked them where they're from. This is the first convention. But I started noticing that a lot of folks want to mention their positions as well. And I started then admitting that, you know, I'm also an elected official. And again, a lot of these folks are really cool people. So, definitely was a good time just talking to folks as we're, you know, listening to speakers and seeing folks walk in.
I am chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, or what we call KPAC. And I'm here to ask all of you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris as our first Asian American Black woman president of the United States?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Happy birthday to you. Cha-cha-cha!
Speakers came and went. A lot of folks talked about, you know, Asian Americans getting elected, Asian Americans getting turned out to vote, and the fact that Asian Americans are the fastest growing demographic in this country. And I think that really nailed it. Like, hey, we're here right now, and there's going to be more of our representation in the future. And that was very exciting. A lot of us, we're probably very few of our members of our caucuses or our community. And I feel like that kind of hurts a lot because we should have a voice still. We're the fastest growing demographic. There's millions of us. And so I had a lot of, you know, deep reflection about being a Democrat, being an Asian American Democrat. And so that was amazing, and I love the speakers who spoke. But then someone came.
Privilege to be introduced by Madam Chair, no less on her birthday. Incredible. I also think in here, there's somewhere in here is someone I had the privilege of serving in Congress. And I believe Representative Dakota is here too from Hawaii. So they're good to see you. We did not.
So yeah, people were excited. They were jumping, they were screaming. I was like chanting, screaming his name. Because if you don't know, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is Vice President Kamala Harris's VP choice. So she is the pick, and I'm really excited for him because obviously Minnesota is a very similar state, similar vibes to Colorado. And so here's some pics of here with Tim. He's, you know, talking, cheering with the chair of the AAPI. Again, everyone is like phones out, getting in. People are getting pictures of him. Everyone's moving in. The camera's in as well. News crews are coming in as well. The whole crowd it just filled up immediately. That word got out that Tim was in the Asian American area. People just flew in. Here's him getting pictures with a lot of elected officials, mostly representatives. Senator, of course, Tammy Duckworth as well. And Secret Service, they don't mess around. They blocked off everyone, so you cannot get a picture. I tried to get a picture, but I thought he was trying to shake my hand, but she was shaking her hand. And I tried really hard. And yeah, he was hugging and talking to her. And I'm like, come on, Tim. Please, let me get a selfie with you. So I tried to get a selfie, but again, Secret Service would not budge. Like, there was like you can't see it, but there's like a barrier there, so you can't go through. And that makes sense. You know, I get it. He is a vice presidential candidate. He's also a governor, so folks were really excited. But let's just say that it would take a couple of minutes for him to leave and for everyone to get back in their seats for the program to start. And I was told that he did this to every caucus. He went through around the convention center and visited every single caucus to say hi to everyone. And I think that's really awesome because a lot of folks, this is their first time seeing Tim Walz, first time hearing him speak, and he nailed it. He nailed it because he's such a great orator, a great speaker, very friendly, very down to earth. So I really was inspired to hear him speak, and I just wish I just got a picture or like a handshake. So next time, Tim, I'm gonna say hi to you. So after everyone quieted down, everyone spoke and got back in their seats. Senator Duckworth came, and I don't know if you know about her, but she is literally a war hero. She is probably one of the most inspirational people out there. She's a veteran. She is, smart, children, active, senator, and of course, Asian American. And so when she spoke, the crowd all got on their feet. We were cheering because it's so inspiring to hear her speak, and so awesome to see her talk to us like that. This is my man. This is David Nguyen from Texas. Obviously, another Vietnamese American. So huge respect to David. Thank you so much for taking a picture of me. David is a cool guy, dude. I respect the hell out of this guy. He's also a young Democrat. He ran for office, and he is trying to get his foot in the door. And he's here with me right now as a delegate, hanging out with me. And it was a great time. And then here's his friend as well. I think his name is Tony, I believe. He's also another Vietnamese American. Pretty cool guy as well. So yeah, Senator Duckworth I got a picture with her. I got so lucky because I asked her, I'm like, hey, can I get a picture with you earlier? And she said no. She actually declined. She said, no, I gotta go speak soon. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. My apologies, Senator. But after she spoke, I tracked her down. I came up to her. I'm like, Senator, can I get a picture with you now? And she said, absolutely. Thank you so much for waiting. And I got a picture before this. After I got this picture, she got swarmed by the media. Like, all the media people just came in right there and then. So you got like newscasters, you got people all coming in around her, and like it was kind of, I felt really humbled that she took a moment of her time to get a picture with me while everyone was like chasing her down. So again, Senator Duckworth, I really appreciate your moment to give me a moment with yourself. And she shook my hand. I said hi. She said bye, and then wham, just all the crowd came in. So I ended up staying there for a while just because I was getting tired, and I talked to a lot of folks coming in and out, and I realized I got a good spot for elected officials. I was in the hallway, and they just kept walking by me because they're all going through all the caucuses, all the meetings, and I'm like, Representative, I want a picture with you, and they always said, sure, so I just kept doing that. So Representative Al Green here, he's with his signature cane, walked by. He's wearing his constitutional tie. I love it. And I was like, Representative, can I get a picture with you? And he said, yes. And then another Representative Tanu. He is a Japanese American. He's also one of the very few gay elected officials in Congress. And I asked him to get a picture, and he also took a picture of me. And like, it just kept happening. This is actually all. I was talking to, when we broke out, when we talked here or there, I realized that we are all Vietnamese Americans. And so all these Vietnamese Americans gathered together, and we got a nice picture of all of us together. And I'm not even kidding. A lot of these people are wins. Nguyen. It was surreal that all these wins were gathered here, and we're just talking, having a good time. And it was like magical because we're all Asian Americans, we're all Democrats, and we're just hanging out, having a good time. And let me get these names out here. Okay, so here we go. So we have Nevada State Assembly Dui Nguyen, Washington State Senator Joe Nguyen, and Massachusetts State Senator Tram Nguyen. And I'm a city council member, okay? So I'm not like a state elected official, but I am a local elected official. And so I thought it was very cool that they said yes. And of course, dude is rocking like the best ao yai. Look at that ao yai. That ao yai with the cranes, phenomenal. 10 out of 10, sir. 10 out of 10. Then, of course, Dean Chair of Harris stopped by. Again, this is like the hallway. The hallway stopped by. He's doing all of his caucus meetings. I'm like, oh my God, Mr. Chair, can I get a picture with you? Got a picture with the Dean. Got a picture with him. This is a state senator as well. She is a state senator, and I got a picture with her. So I was like, hey, I love the pink. Can we get a picture with you real quick? Awesome sauce. And this here is another representative of, shoot. There's so many folks here. I'm starting to lose track. Representative, I think, oh my gosh, I can't remember. I'm sorry, Representative. If you watch this, I apologize. Please let me know who she is. She spoke And she's an incredible speaker, and she's also a member of the Asian American Caucus, and I love her so much. I'm pretty sure she's a representative of either Washington or Hawaii, but I don't know. Anyway, and of course, last but not least is going to be my boys again. We're just hanging out. We got a selfie again. It's a good time. And again, I'm love it. The Vietnamese freedom flag right there. So the Viets are here to stay. Asian American Caucus is here to stay. Asian Americans should be more represented of the community, of the Democratic Party, of the United States politics, because we are the highest, fastest growing population in the entire country, and we are popping up everywhere. And I just want to remind y'all, Kamala Harris is a member of the Asian American community. She is half Indian. So I'm proud that she gets to be America's first Asian president. That's awesome. I'm so excited for her.
Merch line. What is here?
That's how you find out how much things.
Mugs. You got some shirts. You got posters. Oh my gosh. Kids outfits. More shirts. $35. Look at this. Ooh-wee. Hoodies. Shirts again. So I'm so sorry. Excuse me. Appreciate it.
Are those unisex? Yeah.
Oh my gosh. It is packed in here. Holy moly. Some bags, soap bags here. Little DNC little baggie. Hey, Belle. Good. How about you? Good. Excellent. More stuff. Oh my gosh. More pins. Excuse me. You just cover yourself in swag right now. Chicago.
So after the AIPI caucus, I decided, I'm going to go walk around the convention area because everyone was basically done for the next few hours, and I want to make sure I get enough food in my belly. But I also came across a lot of folks. I didn't realize that the convention center itself was huge. So they only had about, I would say, the first two levels of the McCormick Place. And basically, constantly, I was talking to people. I was bumping into people, saying hi, getting pictures, meeting folks. Obviously, asking for pictures for folks I recognize here and there. So this is some of the folks I talked to. So this is State Senator Rahim, and he's a cool guy. We talked a lot. We bonded the fact that, again, Kamala is the first Asian American president, South Asian president, and he definitely was really excited for her. And we talked about, getting more Asian Americans elected and getting across, the area. So cool guy, really expected him, really awesome to chat with him for a little bit. I spoke to this gentleman right here. He had a ceasefire shirt, and he was also wearing a khalifa, which is part of the Palestinian people. And we hit it off pretty well because obviously the talk and discussion right now is the war in Gaza. And so these guys, these folks, men and women, brothers and sisters, they were everywhere. And I want to say that. They were everywhere. A lot of delegates are for the Palestinian people. And we come across supporting each other a lot. And so I talked to him for a while. He gave me some information about how to be a ceasefire candidate, to be involved, to be invested. And I was really a fan of this guy. And we got a quick selfie as we're going up the escalators because we just kept walking and talking, so to speak. Next one is going to be this. I love jerseys, okay? So jerseys are amazing. This Obama jersey was amazing. I just had to get a picture. Obviously, you have media people around us, but I thought this was a great jersey. And there's the merch line right there. So after I went to the merch, I went out. Media's there. She had an amazing jersey. She was also going to another location as well, and we were just chatting it up. Wonder Woman. So I thought this was cool. So just to be very clear, people who got to go to McCormick Place didn't always have to be delegates. A lot of folks actually were able to go have access to the convention center itself, and it was an opportunity for a lot of folks to stop by. You didn't have to be a delegate, but I was a delegate. She wasn't, and she mentioned that she wasn't a delegate, so we hung out, chat with briefly. Most importantly, though, This person was amazing. She is wearing a Swifty little hat, Taylor Swift sewn across her entire gown. And like I said, these wristbands, you can buy some of these wristbands if you're a party member, if you're a local activist, if you're a community member. You didn't have to be a delegate to go to McCormick Place during the DNC. And so they did this. They stopped by. They're basically like mini celebrities. They basically had like a round of folks around them taking pictures because, as you know, Taylor Swift is such a young, progressive leader. And so this person was amazing. And she gave me, let's see here. She gave me a wristband. Look at that. Look at that. Or sorry, a bracelet, a friendship bracelet. So I was very blessed, very lucky to have a friendship bracelet. I still actually have it right now. So I still have this friendship bracelet. It says vote Democrat. So she gave it to me. We did like the knuckle, boom, 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 transferred, and I have it to this day. So I keep wearing it, keep having it around me, and I think it's so cool to have just because it's an important memory for me that I got a friendship bracelet at the Democratic Convention. And so that was awesome. This is my homeboy here. This is a delegate. This is media relations. He's a volunteer. But he's a delegate from Mall United Nations. He was in my committee when I was a director for a Mall United Nations committee for the National Mall United Nations Convention. And I think that was very cool. We came by, we saw each other, we took a nice quick picture. So that was awesome. Let's see here. I went to another gun panel, or not another panel. It's the Gun Safety and Community Security panel. That was awesome. Obviously, Representative Congressman, here you go. Maxwell Frost is there as well, front and center. And I thought that was really cool. And again, you can just stop by, go to these panels, have talk to all the Democrats, listen to the Democrats speak, and hear about our agenda, our platform. I thought that was really awesome. This is Pacific Rim. I just took a picture of this. I thought it was very funny because it's a great movie. This delegate, this amazing lady here, she has this fit that I was like, yo, we gotta get a quick picture. So we got a quick picture in front of the Little Italy deli right there before lunch, and I thought her fit was sick. It was an amazing fit, 10 out of 10 fit. This is my lunch buddy Maria, and this is a delegate from New York. I think his name is Aaron. He's a really cool guy. He basically works for local politics in New York City, and we chatted up. We talked about AOC, talked about football, and we talked a lot about sports. So again, when you go to these events, you hang out, you meet a lot of folks. You just kind of gotta enjoy the moment. And he was sitting alone eating, and I was like, hey man, what's your name? Shook hands, delegates, etc. Where's my food? There you go. I ate a burger for lunch. This burger was almost $15, I think. I think maybe it was like $16, $15. It was okay. It was alright. It was a burger. Cheese, onions. There was, I think, tomatoes. I don't eat tomatoes, so I kind of took that off. I'm not going to lie. But, again, hamburger for lunch. Not the healthiest food choice. I forgot this woman's name. I feel really bad, but she was also another delegate. She was wearing white, and that was really noticeable. So I was like, hey, where are you from? And she mentioned how this white coat basically represents the women's suffrage movement, and I thought that was really amazing. So talked to her for a bit, got a quick picture, and I love her nails. Also, I mentioned about her nails as well. Her nails were so beautiful. Because my mother is a nail technician, and I recognize good nails when I see them. So that was really awesome to see. Again, this is Alex. He's a Colorado delegate. We're walking by. This is the Democratic Palazzo Expo area. Got a quick picture. He's a young Dem. He's very involved, very engaged with the young Dems as well. And I just got a picture of my homeboy Alex. This man, as I'm leaving the convention area, I saw this man in his amazing purple suit. I asked if I could get a quick picture. He's like, give me a quick wave. Yeah, it was going in. So by then it was I think 2, maybe 3 o'clock. I was getting tired, so I stopped in, sat with this gentleman right here, took a picture. He's an operative Democrat as well, and I was like, we gotta get a picture real quick, man. So basically, the shuttles, same system. Every 15 minutes, convention center. There's mobile shuttles. I go to every all the hotels. I found my shuttle, hung out for a bit, chatted, went into basically the lobby. Volunteers guided me to the area and got on the shuttle and head off. So next part. So first off, as I'm leaving the hotel, I saw this article. It is The Onion DNC edition, and I grabbed one of these copies. So this was a fun little guy I got. I thought it was like in person. Never seen the Onion in like a physical copy before, so I had to get it. So I definitely picked this up. It's somewhere hidden here, and obviously I think it's pretty hysterical that, you know, Tim Waltz is in a robot suit. So fun stuff. Next one. I met this gentleman here. My bad. I apologize that he's closing his eyes. His name is Phil. He's a first-time delegate as well, and we're about to go into the shuttle for DNC. So we're about to head in there right now. Sorry, Phil, I got not a good picture of you. Also, man, another guy. This guy's name is Neil. He's also a delegate. Homeboy is fantastic. I really appreciate this guy. Awesome dude. Really an awesome dude. I believe he's from New Jersey. Neil, thank you so much for being a cool guy, hanging out with me, having a good blast, and just being an all-around cool guy here. So I want, you know, there's a story to this. Long story short, our bus was stuck for about almost an hour, maybe 2 hours. Protesters had broken through the barriers surrounding the United Center. These were, again, Palestinian protesters, pro-Gaza protesters, and it seemed like it was like just dragging on and on and on. We were just waiting the bus and the shuttle, and we noticed people started to trickle out and started to walk to the convention center. And obviously, we were on the first bus. I think we left at like 3:30 sharp. And we were supposed to get there by 5:30. And we were just, you know, at 4:30, it's an hour on the bus waiting. We're annoyed, we're frustrated, and we see people just walking, gradually walking. And I remember the Secret Service officer, or, you know, the police officer, he's like, I'm not letting you guys out. And I said to a bunch of folks around me, like, I'm not going to get out of this bus until someone tells me to get off this bus, because it doesn't seem safe. And we didn't know this time, but it was only a handful of protesters who got through the barrier. But we thought it was like tens of thousands of people, and it was going to be a crazy time. And obviously, some folks started getting their phones out. They started watching the convention online because it started. So people were bummed out, and that's fine. I was telling people, and a person next to me was like, hey, this is a privilege, an honor. As long as we just hear Joe Biden speak at the end, it is definitely worth waiting on the bus. And we kept waiting and waiting, and it took us 2 hours for the bus to start moving again. By about 5:45, maybe like almost 6 o'clock, the bus started moving, and we went through some security here. So the security, and again, that gives you an idea. Like, there's barricades everywhere around the United Center. So barricades everywhere. There's literally cops everywhere. Police officers were literally everywhere, you know, as far as the eye could see at that point. And you know, I thought this was cool. Someone had a little credential here for just information about how getting to the McCormick Place area, and that was interesting to see. Took a picture of that, and eventually we did get through. And here's us all hanging outside of another barrier. There's multiple barriers, and we had to go through security again. So here's all of us here outside, excited. We just got out of the bus, and we actually had, I'm about to show you this right now, but we actually had to go through another security entrance here to get pat down by Secret Service. So, yeah.
That'll be $10,000.
Please do not stand in the rear door area.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it, man.
We're in!
Please welcome Rules Committee Co-Chair, Bishop Leo Daughtry.
Oh. Sorry, boss. Just trying to get through. Here, you go ahead.
Thanks, man.
Absolutely. all this man over here.
Hello, Democrats. It was my honor to serve as co-chair of the Convention Rules Committee alongside my friend, Governor Tim Walz.
So we got in, and obviously I've been to arenas before for Nuggets games, and CU Boulder basketball and CU Boulder women's volleyball games, but it was so crowded. People were still coming in. I mean, like, the floodgates are really open right now. And basically, even though we were early-ish, obviously 2-hour delay, I mean, it wasn't packed. And I think folks are just trying to get in still. Again, we left at 3:30, which is the earliest bus you could possibly take. And we got there like 6:30. And the program is, it's sharp. It's on the dot. 5:15, 5:30, I believe. So we already missed the anthem. We already missed the gaveling in, and that kind of sucked. But I was telling myself, like, we haven't missed all the good speakers yet. There's a lot of good speakers tonight. I'm happy to be here. Let's enjoy this moment. So I'm going in right now. I'm looking for my seat. I'm going through, like, the crowd, going through this area here. And obviously found the Colorado delegation. Long story short, our names were on our seats because each delegation is sectioned by... they're put in sections. And so my section, my seat was already there, my cover was already there, Kenny Wynn, pledged district level delegate, and it was there already. So found my seat, sat down, was a good time. There's my fit right there, got my cowboy hat, because every single night, our delegation decided to do a theme. So I think day one's theme was like, cowboy, cowgirl hat, whatever represents our state with their hats. And I have my little hat right there. As you can see, all the other delegates' seats are empty because people are still coming in. But like I said, our section is right here. Colorado, one section like 110. I think our section's 110. So we're kind of in the back, unfortunately, but that's okay. We're still on the floor, technically, and we got to have our credentials to be able to go walk around. We're next to Louisiana. Behind us is, I think, Washington. And to our left was, I believe... No, our left was Washington, and behind us was Oregon. So that was really cool. Better sign of the Colorado. And up here, folks, so all the top rows here, these are all like the non-delegate attendees. So if you're media, if you're like, some delegations got extra passes for the balcony, and they gave it out usually, or, lottery, or whatever system works out. And those seats are all going to be full. Every single seat is going to be a filled seat because... this is probably one of the most historic conventions of all time, and there is all the media as well. So CNN, Fox News is over on the left side. There's local Chicago, Studio 24. The media has their own booths and boxes, so all the analysts here. Here's my buddy, Serena. We're hanging out here. Again, lots of selfies, lots of pictures, and we're hanging out, waiting for the convention to start. And so these guys here, the people wearing green, they're like considered like the guys who were trying to get people seated. So they're like technically volunteers, but also delegation members. Our whip, so to speak, the guy getting out all the people getting to sit, his name was Eric, and he was really good at his job. He made sure we all had our seats. He was there extra early, and I think, yeah. So like I said, even though the programming's starting, the crowds are coming in, and it is pretty empty right now because a lot of folks, and I say a lot of people at this time, still not able to get in the building. They're probably on buses. They're probably waiting for the shuttles. They're probably trying to get through the security. It was like hard to get in general. So I just want to make that very clear. Like, the reason why it's empty is because they want to be there, but they can't get in there right now. So obviously, I thought the live band was pretty awesome right there. The live band was hanging out. They all played the whole week. They were really great. And the floor delegates, the way it works out usually is that, swing states and they do the nominees delegation. So you can see right now California is the biggest delegation, and they're all in the front. So all 400 California delegates in the front because Harris is from California. You also have Minnesota as well on the ground level because Tim Walz is from Minnesota. He's the governor there. They're all going to be on the floor to support their guy. Delaware is going to be on the floor because obviously Joe Biden's from Delaware. Originally, you know, I think they probably got the front row seats before President Biden decided to not run for re-election. And so, yeah. In Pennsylvania, the wreck front. And I get it. Pennsylvania is a swing state. They want to make sure that Pennsylvania is shown constantly because Pennsylvanians will get to be like, oh, yeah, maybe these, you know, guys, this Democratic Party is supporting us and they want to advocate for us, so we should vote for them. And yeah, Ohio is here. D.C. is here. Massachusetts, which is not a swing state. And Illinois is in the front because they're the host city. So it's not always swing states, I shall say. But there's definitely some politics going on here. So Illinois is there for a reason. It's because they're the host city. They're hosting the entire Chicago convention. They get front row seats. That's how it is. Another picture is this. So throughout the entire convention, we're getting placards. We're getting stuff to hold for the media. And so we got the USA placard, the USA symbol. And I thought that was pretty funny just because, you know, we're reclaiming patriotism. I mean, I'm wearing a USA flag, for example. So I didn't really know about this until I got there, that we're going to be basically chanting USA, chanting, you know, America. And it was kind of funny. I'm not going to lie. I think it was a great time just because we're really taking back patriotism and the fact that the other side has been like the pro-patriot party for so long. I'm so happy we're able to reclaim that. And yeah.
USA! Woo! Aye! Yeah! Soda! Woo!
And a bottomless bag of snacks. Nutter Butters, cheese curds, and Diet Dew. Every time we meet, he brings something for me. Because he's always got my back.
So speeches were going on, and at that point, I was trying to basically just, you know, see what's happening because people are still filling in. So I'm gonna go walk around, explore the convention center. So I did. Here's some pictures here. So this picture here is the Minnesota delegation. I noticed that a lot of cameras were on them because obviously their governor is going to be the next vice president. So a lot of cameras, a lot of excitement for them. A lot of them were getting interviewed by local and national television. So I thought that was very cool. Alongside that, here's a selfie of Eric. Again, Eric is our whip man. He's wearing his vest. His job is to get us seated, to make sure our seats and our section is clear, because, you know, we got to make sure that the delegates who are assigned to the delegation is where they're at. So he made sure that my seat was covered, and I thanked him. Really appreciate Eric for doing what you're doing. So thank you so much, Eric, again for that. So great job. This is Representative Thompson, Benny Thompson. He is the GOAT. He is a representative. He is one of the most incredible individuals in Congress. This is him smiling, I believe. Maybe he was just, you know, he's a stern man, but definitely good vibes, and I really appreciate the work he did. He was part of the January 6th Commission, and a lot of the work he did reflects on our democracy, our republic, and I really appreciated seeing him briefly. And again, this is me just wandering around the sections, trying to see who's out there, seeing what's happening. So I got a picture with the representative here. Alongside that, this is a better picture of all the news outlets. So again, the booths, everyone gets a booth apparently. So CNN, MSNBC, Fox News got like 2 booths really. So they doubled hammered here. And I guess it makes sense because, you know, the Democrats want to reach out to Fox News folks, PBS, CBS, ABC News. Like, everyone is here. There's a lot of, like, these are all the media boxes here. There's more media boxes here as well. These are delegates, Indiana, Arkansas. So it kind of sucks. I gotta admit that. Iowa, a lot of the deep red states, like Florida's back here, by the way, in section 104. Like, the red states have, like, the worst, I mean, arguably the worst seats on the floor. They're really in the very, very back end of the entire convention. So I feel bad for them because, you know, they have to be under, like, the newscasters. But maybe they liked it, maybe they didn't. But I can't imagine being in the very back would be appealing to anyone. So And this is ramp here for all the VIPs. So VIPs going to go through this ramp straight into the news area as well, I believe. Other pictures. This is Karen. This is Joe. They're members of the Colorado Democratic Party. Really appreciate their help. Obviously, these guys here, they are the real leaders of the Dems here for our delegation. They organized everything. They got everything done. They got all of us here. They made sure that we were here. Made sure that we were accessible, and they were always available to make sure that we get helped whenever we get lost or unable to get into the places where we needed to be. So, again, huge thanks to them. Next one, Hassan B. Look at this man. Hassan B. I saw him walk by. I think that's his streaming pal or someone. He's definitely live. And I walk up to him, and he said, "Hey, man, you're decked out. You're ready to go. Like, wow." And I'm like, "Hey, I'm a big fan. I would like to get a selfie with you." So I got a selfie or a picture with him. It was really nice. And apparently I'm on his live stream. So this is my first day seeing him. He was hanging out. He's live right now. That's apparently a mic right there. And yeah, so he has a hall press pass. So he can only be in the hallway. So that's pretty wild. He can only be in the hallway. So he's walking around. I got a picture with him. He's very tall, and I'm very short, unfortunately. So it'd be like that sometimes. But got a picture with him. Big fan of the work he does. Obviously, he uplifts a lot of viewers into his platform on Twitch, and I definitely use Twitch a lot. So I was like, "Hey, I recognize you. Can I get a picture with you?" And he said yes. So there's our selfie. Next over here, this is Alexis Salas. He's a former football player. So and I say football, I mean like soccer. So, it's called soccer. He played in the 90s. So he's a big soccer player. He is out there, and I saw him, said, "Hey, can I get a picture with you? I'm a big sports fan." And he said yes. And apparently he's also, he was at the RNC. He was at the DNC. Like, he's getting everywhere. So I respect him for being a commentator, being a, part of the journalism, part. And apparently he might have endorsed DeSantis. So I was like, "Hey, I get a picture," and he said yes. So cool. And this is like literally around the hallway. So 111 section 111 here in front of like all the media stuff. And this here is my friend Terry. So huge shout out to Terry right here hanging out with me. And I went back to my seat at that point, and I was just getting tired because more speakers were speaking, and I want to make sure I didn't miss any of the big speeches for the night. So, and again, I'm not gonna be showing all the speeches here. I'll probably show off all the speakers in the list and go over the cool ones. But there's a lot of speakers. I want to make sure I was engaged. I was sitting down. I was listening and attentive to all the speakers. So. So by now, I think most folks were already getting there. Elected officials were already getting there. I want to say it's almost 7:30. Folks were seated now, and a majority of our delegates were there. And of course, seeing some folks, high fives, shaking hands, because it really was our first time seeing each other since breakfast, seeing everyone all together like that. And it was really powerful because we had all these local leaders, all these, federal, state, all these leaders were gathered right now, and we were just trying to have a good time. So some of these pictures reflect that. This is Congressman Joe Neguse. He is the man, Congressman of Colorado, from the Boulder area, and I had to get a picture with him. He is an amazing individual, super inspiring guy. So big shout outs to Joe Neguse. Gotta see him, gotta hang out with him. Get a quick picture here. This is the Colorado State banner right here. Got a picture of that in front. You can see the crowd starting to gather right now. A lot of folks are gathering still. It's starting to get crowded at this hour. So it's going to get crowded. Speakers are there. And everyone's gathering. And you see the balloons on top. That's going to be for later. But strong middle class, strong America. And that's the message. And I don't know why, but there's so much blue that every time I take a picture, I get these like blue spots on my forehead. And it makes me really feel self-conscious because I just have blue on my face, like I'm literally turning blue right now. So there's me again turning blue, hanging out with all these folks here, and you can see all the seats are finally being taken. Here's me again with some folks, Terry, Trish, and I think this is Deborah. We're all hanging out. We're the same row, so we're really excited. And the Oregon delegates are behind us as well. You can tell all the seats are starting to fill up right now. So again, we have these nice little blue little covers. Oregon literally had just like these the disposable sticky notes that they put on. So I think we had a little bit of classier way of claiming our spots, which was really nice. This is another delegate as well. I think her name is Cindy. So Cindy's wearing her cat ears hat. This is again from the women's movement that happened in 2018. So very cool hat, very, very to the times part. Again, a lot of delegates behind us. And I took a picture of this. This is Chuck Schumer, Senator Chuck Schumer. I just saw a bunch of cameras following him, and I'm like, I wonder who this guy is. And I zoomed in, and there he is. There's Chuck Schumer, because New York's in front of us. So the New York delegation's like almost like 200 people, and they're in front of us. So every time like AOC, Chuck Schumer, all the New York folks, Governor Kathy, they were always down here, and they always had a huge media frenzy when they were following them. So at that time, a lot of hype was starting to build up, and we were really excited because some very big speakers were about to come up now. So.
Champion and coach of the 2024
All the speakers were incredible. I want to be very clear about that. Like, there are so many speakers that spoke throughout the entire area. It was hard to really keep track. And again, I really don't want to be on my phone taking pictures and constantly recording. But there are moments where I'm like, oh my gosh, I really have to capture this moment. So obviously, a big fan of Steve Kerr. So here you go. Steve Kerr's the head coach, former NBA player as well for the Bulls. He has a lot of history with Chicago, so he's really cool to see live. And he has used sports as a platform to basically for political discourse. And I think that's really important because, these superstars, these athletes can be actually motivating figures in our political environment. So I was really happy that he spoke and came out pretty strong about that. Other folks that I saw and noticed is this is Senator Michael Bennet. He's one of my senators for Colorado. He arrived, took a picture of him with this gentleman's name is Christian, another Colorado delegate. So that was cool. I came by, and you can tell now every single seat's pretty much full now. So it is pretty packed. It is very packed now. It's starting to build up, and of course, like I showed you a second ago, Secretary of State and former First Lady Hillary Clinton was there as well, and it was pretty moving because, as y'all know, she ran against Trump in 2016 and lost, and a lot of folks like myself thought she was going to win it in 2016. She was going to be called, America's first women president, and yeah, she did not, but she's still involved, and she spoke very eloquently, and I think it was really touching and very powerful that she came in and spoke to us on the first night, and we're all waving our USA flags, we're all waving "We Fight, We Win" signs, like, again, we are Union Yes signs, like, people were on their feet. People were screaming. I was screaming. I was so excited to see Miss Clinton there. So I'm really, obviously grateful for the work she's done and uplifting a lot of female candidates recently. So happy to see her. I was very proud to see her speak as well. This is Representative Crockett from Texas. she came and spoke as well, and obviously she was very inspiring. And that's a reporter right there. So some news folks were around us. We're getting interviews with the Washington delegation, because I don't know if you can see this, but all the Washington delegates were wearing cowboy hats, and they were lighting up. So the Washington delegates definitely got a lot of media attention. Like, there's constantly media people coming in, talking to the delegates there. So he's there talking to delegates. But obviously, Representative Crockett was very powerful. She kept posting, these little things in the background. Harris has a resume. Trump has a rap sheet. So I thought that was pretty funny. I thought that, doing that kind of way of like showing the differences between the candidates was very powerful, especially behind her. So very, very cool. Very awesome to see that, we definitely have a better platform than they do. This is the list of all the speakers, if you're ever curious. So, like I said, there's a lot of speakers were here. Union members, leaders, senators, state representatives, secretaries, governors, like anybody was here. So, and I think some folks did get bumped off, unfortunately. Representative Ming, Grace Ming from New York was bumped. But all the other folks still spoke, though. So, yeah. Senator Coons, Joe Biden, Ashley Biden, Joe Biden all spoke that night. And I'll put some information right now as we go through the rest of the night.
Person, not a statistic. She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say.
So together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House.
So we're basically at the end. We're at the end of the night. All the main speakers have spoken, and as you can tell, it was about to be the night of Biden. This was the night of Biden. This was Joe Biden's moment, his selfless act of stepping away from the election cycle. And so Jill Biden, his wife, Dr. Biden, she came in and she spoke, and we all had green signs that said Jill. And we were screaming and chanting, Jill, 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 Jill. And it was powerful. It was awesome. All these folks were so excited to see Jill Biden there. And, it was very moving because the whole crowd had peaked, gathered. So all of us were there. We're all chanting, we're all listening, we're all enjoying her remarks. And it's beautiful because, her husband, her partner, made a very difficult decision. And she's been an inspiration. She's a teacher, educator. She's been part of, politics for some time, and obviously a very inspiring figure. Next was also, again, like I said, lots of people. Every single seat is like full at this point. There's not a single seat that's available. I mean, there might be a couple here and there, but like I would say a majority, and most of the folks, again, those Jill signs are everywhere. And there she is, speaking on behalf of us. I did not get a good picture of this, but it kept zooming in here. Throughout this whole area, we saw Governor Walz and Vice President Harris here, so they were nearby. They were hanging out in this area right here. So a lot of the media was like next to us at that point, and they're definitely recording the Vice President and the Governor, listening to Jill Biden and assumably Joe Biden coming in the second here. And again, another picture as well. You can't really see them, but the family's in there though, for sure. And I have to give also, like one of the most emotional moments I got was during Ashley Biden's speech about her father, of how much grace, of how much respect he's been, and the stories of her and, her wedding and how he walked her down. Like, that was, like, magical. And it was really inspiring before we hyped for the man himself. And I was tearing up. I think a lot of folks were tearing up because once you talk about, like, your dad like that, your father, your parent like that, it's just, a lot of folks definitely connect and resonate with that. So I did. I was tearing up. I felt a lot of emotions coming up. And the man had not even arrived yet, but he was about to come in. And our last speaker of the night was, of course, our current president of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
We love Joe! 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 We love Joe!
It always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities. Not just for the few of us, but for all of us. So join me in promising your whole heart this effort. My heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer in Paris and
I kid you not. We were standing, we were cheering. People brought out these giant posters, and it said "We love Joe," and we were shouting and screaming for minutes. And I definitely felt like my voice broke. I was screaming. I was chanting. I was leading the chants. I was as much of a cheerleader as I could possibly be, because President Joe Biden, his 50 years of service is an inspiration. It is so powerful. And he did something that very few political leaders have ever done, which is give up power. Not many people do that. Not many people can say that. And I think that him stepping back for the Democratic Party, yes, it has really uplifted and gained us momentum, because Harris, I think, has brought a lot of energy that I've not seen in a long time. And I've always been a Joe Biden supporter. Again, I want to emphasize that all of us who were there were Joe Biden delegates. So we are big fans of Joe Biden. And he made his own choice, his own decision, 4 or 5 weeks ago, saying that I will withdraw my nomination for President of the United States of America. So the fact that all of us were going in unison, chanting his name, cheering for his name, we love Joe, we love Joe, thank you Joe, thank you Joe, that was inspiring. And that was so powerful, because again, not many people do that. So here's some pictures here, obviously. And I want to be very clear, we were standing there for, again, 4+ minutes cheering. So again, they gave us out all these giant little posters that says "We love Joe." Everyone has it, and I will admit, because of these signs, it's hard to see him, and I think that's a little bit annoying. But obviously, if you're watching television, if you're watching this live and getting the crowd, it is a very good picture of all these giant posters saying "We love Joe" just all over the stadium, all over the arena. I think it's very powerful, and everyone had one. Everyone had one of these. They gave out enough for all the delegates, all the 3,000 plus delegates here. So I think that's pretty powerful. Yeah, so he spoke, again, like I said, his remarks were powerful. They're deep. They undercut his legacy. And I feel like that he had to both defend his decision and also acknowledge his legacy, his accomplishments. And I think he did a good job. There was a couple words he stumbled, and I get that. The man has some, issues with his speech. He has the inability to say some certain words here and there, because a lot of folks have that. A lot of folks can't and aren't good public speakers. And I, for one, had speech therapy for many, many years, so I get it. It's hard to move past that. And he had a couple stumbles, and that's fair. but for a majority of his speech, it was powerful, it was coherent, it was not the Joe Biden we saw at the debate, you know? It was the Joe Biden that I think all of us expected and have seen over the years. Strong, eloquent, very to the point, and of course concise, and very, you know, humble. So, again, all the signs up, everyone's speaking, and of course the last picture here is Jill and Joe outside, and, you know, there comes Harris coming in with to, you know, greet and talk to him. So, I thought that was very powerful, and I got very emotional when I saw them on the same stage because he really did pass the baton. And I want to say again, you know, I chanted this out all day on Monday, but thank you, Joe. We love Joe. You know, Joe Biden, you really did a selfless act. You gave up power. You took a step away, and I think it is a very good decision. And I think you're helping us, and your legacy will live on as probably one of America's greatest presidents of all time. So, yeah. So the end of the first night came. By the time when Joe Biden left, all of us were starting to, you know, we were tired, we were exhausted. And I rallied. I'm like, I gotta get, you know, down to the floor. I need pictures. I need capture this moment. I was so full of emotion, full of joy. Definitely wiping a lot of tears away as this was happening. And I talked to a lot of folks about it. And I think the consensus was it was a very good speech. It felt like a farewell speech in a way. Like, not many folks would expect that on the first night. And again, 5 weeks ago, Joe Biden was going to be the nominee. So it felt like it was kind of like, you know, time was a bit warped at the moment. So here's some pictures of some folks here. So a lot of folks here. Jameis, Ayindi, Rob, Serena. We got some selfies there. They had a benediction ceremony that was going to happen. I believe it was, you know, priest, rabbi, some folks were about to come in and speak and give us a benediction. But again, a lot of folks were on their feet. A lot of folks were already leaving. So every night ended on a benediction, and I felt bad because usually most benedictions are during in the opening ceremony, but obviously they put it last. So we got our blessings at the very end, so to speak. This is Porter, one of my homeboys. By then, everyone was already packed up, leaving right now. I kind of sticked around. I saw some of the folks who were still there. They were packing up still, getting ready to go. I got a picture of my man. So we were both field organizers once upon a time. So huge shout out to Porter right there, rocking the Colorado, you know, and American flag pin. This is our chair. So Chad, thank you so much again. And I want to say this. We were the only ones wearing hats in Colorado. There's some other folks who were wearing hats, but we were like literally the only two guys wearing cowboy hats. And I felt so disappointed, y'all. Why didn't y'all wear your cowboy hats? We needed more folks wearing cowboy hats. And I know my hat's a little bit scuffy. It doesn't fit my head. But I was wearing it. Shad was wearing his. So thank you, Shad, for wearing your hat. We love the hat, obviously. Big hat. Awesome stuff. So again, our wonderful chair with this amazing, beautiful hat. So there he is, rocking the hat. First chair, again, Indira as well, hanging out, quick selfie as they're cleaning up the area. So happy to see her. And then the ground floor. So here's the ground floor again. This is after, you know, really everything's starting to end. You can see here people are getting interviewed here. Folks are just kind of lingering around, getting pictures. I was just taking in the moment, sucking in all the beautiful vibes. Everyone's kind of walking around, scavenging for signs here as well. It was kind of funny seeing people kind of like rummage through, like, you know, trash and looking for signs. I got my picture with Thank You Joe in the very front. So thank you, Joe Biden, again in front of the California delegation. And I really like this picture because it was a great sign. And again, all signs are union made. So this little tag right here, guys, it's important. Make sure that anything you make and do and produce and have political is a union made sign. Don't, you know, go to like a non-union corporation or something like that, because that's not okay. We support union businesses. We support good union jobs. So all these signs were, you know, made by the unions. So it was very excellent. This is the bus ride, shuttle ride back home. So after the convention, all of us got into the shuttles back to the hotel. And obviously, again, there's my man, Kevin, Terry, Greg, and some delegates in the back. And obviously, we're all bringing back the signs back home. Got my nice after clock selfie. This is my man right here, Alex here. Alex is a delegate. We met on the ride back, talked a little while, catch up on football. So you're gonna see Alex a lot, okay? Alex is like my friend to me because he's a Democrat, but he's also a Chiefs fan. So he's my friend to me. I love him, but I can't believe he's a Chiefs fan. And he's obviously wearing the Dark Brendan shirt right here. So we talked about that as well, the Dark Brendan shirt, the fact that the Biden memes were very peak, a year ago, and now they're kind of like, eh. But I still think Dark Brendan's hilarious, and, when he gave Harris the baton, it was a Dark Brendan move, if I say so myself. So that was very cool to see that. And I was hungry. I was so hungry. So I walked about a couple blocks to get some food, and the only place that was open was Mr. J's, and they had some pretty cheap food there. I got that, came there, got a sandwich, fries, a soda, just because I was starving. I had to say it, the convention food, by the time we got out, it was like midnight, so very few places are open, especially on a Monday. So, and I met another delegate here. This is a delegate from Nevada. We hung out, ate our food there together, and he definitely was a fun guy. He literally walked. He told me he walked from the convention all the way over here. That's like 5 miles. And I'm like, dude, you walked like an hour, like 2 hours. He's like, yeah, I did. Like, it's fine. I'm like, I'll be honest with you. I cannot imagine walking around in the middle of the night by myself. And I did. And I was only a couple blocks. But this guy, homeboy, walked for some hours from the convention to Mr. J's to eat a hot dog with me in the middle of the night. So, again, it's like 1 in the morning. We're hanging out, we're chatting, and pretty cool guy again. Love his hat. And it was a good time. So that's the end of night 1. That was night 1. So obviously night 1 was very powerful. And it set the bar. The bar was so high at this point. And I kept thinking to myself, how can we go further on from this? And so we'll tune in for tomorrow, for Tuesday, for night 2. So this next segment is going to be on Tuesday. So day 2 of the Democratic Convention. And obviously some of the big headliners is going to be Michelle and Barack Obama. And I think for me personally, outside of Harris's speech, I was really excited for the Obama's speech. And of course, Tim Walz. I mean, I am a Tim Walz stan through and through. And we'll go over that in a jiffy. So we're going to basically talk about day 2 stuff right now here. So right off the bat, again, got home, got to bed. Woke up very, very early so we can get in time to get our credentials bright and early in the morning. And again, 7 a.m. sharp, we go and get our day 2 pass here. And it's a beautiful pass. Again, beautiful stuff. So basically, got this little guy here, and breakfast is going to be the usual stuff. But obviously, while we're waiting for breakfast, while we're eating, politicians start coming in right now. And here is Jason Crow, Congress member of CD3 of Colorado, and he is very, very famous. He'll actually be speaking later for the Democratic Convention. So, Jason Crow, awesome guy. He actually is a veteran. He was United States military ranger, so he fought in the War on Terror. And I have only the utmost respect for him because he's a veteran. He's an elected official, and he actually jumped out of a plane recently for the 60th anniversary of the D-Day invasion, or D-Day operations invasion, whatever you want to call it, in Normandy. So he jumped out of a plane, and that was really cool. And I have a lot of respect for the man. So gotta get a quick picture with him. Next one is gonna be one of our speakers here. She is one of our speakers for, again, like I mentioned multiple times. We brought a lot, the Colorado Democratic Party brought many speakers who basically talked about themselves. And this particular speaker is one of the many pro-union presidents, leaders for the union movement. She actually kind of questioned me and looked at me. He's like, "Where'd you get this jacket? Is it union made? Is it made in the United States?" And I showed her, it's made online. I'm pretty sure it was, fabricated somewhere in the States. And hopefully she believed me, but she definitely was like, "I like your jacket. Let's get a quick picture." And I did. And she's looking at her camera, unfortunately, and I'm looking at my camera, so it definitely looks a little bit scuffed at the moment. So, really happy to meet her, and, I love her pin. So, love her Walz and Harris pin. Next one is going to be former Congressman Ed Perlmutter. Ed Perlmutter is a famous, hero in the local community. So, he used to be congressman for CD7, Congressional District 7, and recently he was coming in because, a lot of folks know Tim Walz because Tim Walz, before being governor of Colorado, was a congressman for Minnesota. So I'm sure that's why Ed is here. Ed is a great guy. He's very famous for a lot of things, being congressional baseball team, for being one of the very first, leaders of the Colorado blue progressive movement that turned many of its areas blue in recent memory. So Ed's a legend. And he's also famous for his cartwheels. So if you ever get a chance, Google Ed Perlmutter cartwheels. You will be very, very pleased to see that. It's very cool stuff. And so, love Ed. Ed's here to stay and hang out. This is another, and again, there's a lot of elected officials. I want to be very clear about this. You're meeting a lot of elected officials. You're hanging out with a lot of folks here. This is Congresswoman Diane DeGette from CD1, so the Denver entire area. Congresswoman member DeGette is one of the longest-serving Colorado congressional leaders in our state. She is amazing. She's a powerful figure, and I had to get a selfie with her as well because you know me. I see elected officials. I go to them. It's like Pokemon. I'm like collecting all the Pokemon in the Colorado politics world right here at that moment. So I love, huge shouts to DeGette. Have worked with her many times throughout my life, and obviously she's still very much involved and engaged with the politics and on the federal and on the state level as well. I took a picture of this real quick, but basically, all of them got to speak. Most of them got to speak. They spoke about questions about what they're excited for, why a Harris administration would be beneficial for Colorado, why the fact that we need to win, and a lot of folks mentioned how dysfunctional the current House of Representatives is because it is controlled by the Republican Party, and I think that really cemented that they really want to take back the House, to make sure that Hakeem Jeffries gets the gavel and becomes Speaker of the House. So a lot of the speakers talk about that. And I think that was, it's like a warm-up rally, really, to get everyone excited. And I feel really bad if you're an elected official and you have to speak to a crowd at 7 in the morning. That's just tough. Everyone's tired. Everyone's sleepy. I mean, at this point, I think I had maybe 4 or 5 hours of sleep. So that's a tough act to pull off. So I gotta give kudos and snaps to all the speakers who spoke. But the big speaker, one of our keynotes, was this gentleman right here. This gentleman is a former member of the Capitol Police, and I'm gonna show you a quick clip of him right now.
Donald Trump stripped that away from me. He took that away from me, and he hasn't been held accountable.
So yeah, this was, I think, a really good speaker. For me, just to be fully transparent out there, as someone who witnessed and saw January 6th, it felt like a dark, horrible time in our country, like a stain. And the fact that insurrectionists nearly took over the Capitol, and if it weren't for the brave men and women of the, Capitol Police, we would have maybe lost our democracy that day. And I have to really give a huge shout out for bringing such a well-spoken, well-established local official. So obviously I want to give a huge shout out to, Mr. Harry Dunn. Harry Dunn was an incredible speaker. I have the utmost respect and thanks for him for his service and for making sure that we have our country today, our republic, our democracy. So here he is himself. I got a quick picture of him. He was definitely... People, after he spoke, everyone just got up and started walking around places. So, again, thank you so much, Officer Dunn, and really appreciate you speaking to us that day. So, thank you so much. You really cemented, because the theme was going to be about democracy, about protecting our republic, and the fact that we are under threat with the other side at the moment, with our privileges and our Constitution. So, Officer Dunn, thank you so much for being here. Some other folks I talked to. This is Brenda. We hung out. We talked. Got a picture together. Brenda is also a Colorado, delegate, and we just, bonded over the fact that we were both waiting in line to get Officer Henry's, picture and selfie. Good times. This is Joe Salazar. He is a wonderful man, human being. Obviously, long-term member of the Colorado delegation. Has been around for some time, and every time I hang out with him, he always gives me a big sprite smile. He's definitely very liberal, very progressive, and all-around awesome guy. So thank you so much for being here, Joe. This is a former governor. This is a former governor here. This is Mr. Romer. Okay, so Colorado Governor Romer. I'm gonna read it some information. Roy Romer was the 39th governor of Colorado from 1987 to 1999. He's the last governor of Colorado that ran 3 consecutive terms before we added term limits. And he also is one of our oldest delegates. So Governor Romer himself, he is 95 years old. The man is 95 years old, and he's been to, I think he said, he's been to every convention for the Democratic Party since 1952. So I think that's pretty bonkers that this is my first convention, and this is his, like, billionth convention, you know? Like, he's been to so many conventions, seen so many speakers, so many political leaders in our lifetimes, in multiple lifetimes, honestly, and he still comes and continues to attend the Democratic conventions. So, obviously, I appreciate him taking a picture with me, and, you know, he asked a couple questions, where I'm from, what I do, so I really appreciate him taking the time to learn about my story, my background. So, he didn't have to do that, but I really appreciate Governor Romer for doing that for me. So, again, huge shout-outs to him. Next is going to be Isaac here with the panda shirt that's, like, jacked. The jacked panda shirt. I just had to get a picture with him. I was like, hey, man, can I get a picture with you? And he said yes. And, you know, I'm like, dude, this panda is, like, built different. So, love Isaac. Cool guy. Again, awesome man. Pam, Terry getting a selfie there after getting everyone's coffee. Again, people just wandering around talking. This is another city council member. So, I was not the only city council member at the delegation and the convention for the Colorado portion. This is council member Darrell Watson from Denver. And my fun fact with him is that we were both elected in the same year. So both of us got elected last year in November 2023. And so I was really excited to, you know, say hi to Mr. Watson. And because we're both city council members, we're both here. It was really cool to see a fellow council member at the conventions level, because there's not enough local elected officials who get to go to these events. So thank you so much, you know, Councilmember Watson. I really appreciate seeing you. What else? And one more picture. This is Jerry. Jerry is a long-term Colorado Democrat, and she's also a outgoing DNC member. So alongside delegates, we have a lot of DNC members who are going to be a part of the national DNC committee. And so Jerry is one of them, and she's an overall amazing individual who has a bright smile, positive energy, and just all-around good vibes. So, yeah. So after scarfing down breakfast and, again, just trying to meet other folks, I decided I was going to get ready for the convention again. So I basically got myself ready, got to go, put on, you know, some, you know, various things, got my bag, got some water, and decided to head out. And immediately got on the shuttle, met some folks here. So here are two fellow city council members. So speaking of city council members, I met a city council member from New Jersey and a city council member from Washington. So we just bumped into each other in the back seat. I mentioned a city council member in my community, and both of these amazing individuals said, yeah, so are we. And so we got a quick selfie just because we're all city council members from various parts of the country. And so I thought it was really cool because it's like, what a coincidence when you have three city council members just all on the same bus from New Jersey, Washington, and Colorado. So I thought that was really awesome. Moving on to that, this gentleman right here, also a first-time delegate, hung out, chatting for a while as well. Really excited, and just talk to people. Same system, same way. The shuttle took about, I would say, about 15 to 20 minutes to get to the convention center from the hotel. So a lot of folks who just want to chat, hang out, and have a good time. This is Liz, a fellow Congressional District 7 delegate, so I was able to hang out with her as well, and we're really excited because we could represent our community, and we got to hang out, chat, and of course, we both got elected at the same time, so it was a great time, and we started heading there to the area. So as we're going through security, I want to point, I show this, all the lighters and all, like, the vapes, like, I think that's some pepper spray right there. I thought it was like Secret Service did not mess around. If you had vapes, if you had anything that was not permitted, they confiscated it. They just took it, you know. So I just saw this on the ground. And I'm like, dang, people didn't get their stuff today. So obviously, you have to have some courage to bring pepper spray into the Democratic convention. And I just feel bad for the people who lost their vapes, honestly, and their lighters. This lighter actually has some stars. This is a patriotic lighter. So whoever lost that, I'm sorry, man. That definitely is rough. Another thing I noticed was water bottles. So let me be very, very clear. You cannot bring metal or plastic water bottles. So, or ceramic water bottles, really. Ceramic and metal water bottles were not allowed. People were encouraged to only bring like disposable plastic water bottles, like the ones like with Aquafina or Fiji. Like those bottles were okay as long as it was empty. But if you brought like a metallic or like ceramic kind of bottle, Secret Service took it. So I remember reading the rules and I was like, I'm not gonna bring any. My personal water bottle was like my Hydro Flask, and I was not willing to lose that because I lost that recently. So I didn't want to lose it, so I had to bring my own empty water bottle that I got from the hotel. So I brought that and was able to go through it scot-free. And yeah, it was a easy time going through the Secret Service and security lines for me personally. So just to be clear, there was only really one caucus on Tuesday, and the caucus that was happening was the Women's Caucus. So there was only one caucus, one event that allowed all of us to get together. And again, when you become elected as a delegate, some folks skip things. I don't. I really want to make sure that I can bring back, the knowledge, the history, the most important parts of the entire convention back home. And so I try to go as many as I can. And like I said before, there is no real restrictions to go to these caucuses. Obviously, you have to be a delegate, but the public can show up. The media was there always. And and it was really cool because this time around, I found these tickets. So the Women's Caucus, again, this is on the 20th now, 9:30 to 11:30. And DNC Convention, welcome to Chicago. So I thought it was really cool. Skyline Ballroom. I grabbed one of those, took my seat. They're giving out some swag, so I had to get a picture of Kamala. So Kamala and I had a picture in front of the Women's Caucus, and we're all hanging out, getting ready for it. So they actually started almost 30 minutes late. So I think I got there at 9:35, and they didn't start the caucus until 9:50. So I think just try and get folks all together there, giving people grace, and sometimes that happens, So got a cool sign. Definitely was hanging out and met this gentleman right here. This gentleman, the name skips my mind right now, but we chatted for a while. He's from, I believe, Georgia, and he is a veteran. He was serving the United States Army, and we talked a lot about, the fact that this convention, the momentum is here, and the fact that we are seeing a new era of Democrats running for office. The fact that I ran for office, he was like, "Wow, that's incredible, young man! How'd you do that?" And he was all around cool dude. Definitely good vibes. So all like I said, everyone I talked to was excited. So I don't think anyone was like, "I hate this place right now." But everyone who went to the caucuses was very, very excited. They're energetic. They're happy to be there and looking for the speakers. And this picture here shows how full it was. So like I said, there's only one caucus that entire morning, and it was packed. It was every seat in the very first, I would say 10 rows were full of people. So, and again, there's people all ages, all backgrounds, all, all genders. It was a welcoming presence. No one gave me any grief. No one was like, "Why are you here, man?" But I think it was very powerful just being there.
As a leader and has an unwavering commitment to supporting others. Please join me in expressing our gratitude.
Yeah, DJ.
Of the American people.
That's right.
And then one day, our great Vice President, Kamala Harris, decided to come visit my district, 45 minutes from here, Plainfield, Illinois, and that was the day of the Dobbs decision.
As the Women's Caucus was going on, a lot of speakers came and went, and some of them, immediately left the stage. Others took seats and went out of their way to, talk to voters. I saw a senator, and, me naturally be like, you know what? Will I go and say hi and see if she has a moment to take a picture with me? So I, being the ambitious and super excited guy, went up to Senator Gillibrand, and I took a picture with her. So got a picture with her, hung out briefly as she was preparing for her remarks. So she had her remarks ready to go, and I was like, hey, Senator, I just want to take a quick picture with you real quick. So this guy right here is definitely judging me. I see his judgment in his eyes right now. But when you have a chance, a moment to take a picture with a senator, you got to take it. So sorry, my guy. Didn't mean to interrupt your evening / afternoon / morning, but happy to be there. And then to get this picture out as I was walking out, a lot of folks were not able to get the front row seats. And so I didn't realize this, but these wards and these security folks limited your access to the front like 10 rows because you can only be delegates. So a lot of folks here, they probably spent money. Maybe they came in with a wristband or a guest pass, but you can obviously attend the caucuses for the public, but I guess the first few rows are only reserved and exclusive for the delegates at the convention. So, which kind of sucks because if you're trying to get a picture with some like the elected officials, you're not gonna be able to go through the fence. So I think it's a little bit, sometimes it'd be like that, So I just want to mention that. And as I'm leaving, I saw Representative Underwood. So the incredible speech she gave about how she was a nurse, and how she was fighting for the pandemic, fighting for disinformation, and I got a chance to talk to her. And she's also a representative of Illinois. So basically, one of the few elected officials of the home state that's welcome to the DNC convention. So I definitely had to want to get a picture with her. So she was very nice. She was actually on her way to do some media. So I just bumped into her. I was like, hey, Representative, really big fan of yours. If I can get a picture real quick, I really appreciate that. And she smiled, said yes, and immediately was taken away by the media to do some interviews. And then I saw this amazing banner. So a lot of these volunteers are holding a banner. They were telling how they were gonna give us to Kamala, and so everyone was writing their names down, and I thought that was really inspiring. So that was it, really. So I mean, I want to say I could have stayed longer, but I was hungry, so I went out and I did not. I want to get some food before going to the convention because I knew that the previous day it took forever to get to the convention center. So in my head, I was thinking that I should get food early, leave early, go and get ready for the convention, and try to leave as soon as possible. Just because, the previous day we had to wait 2 hours in a bus, and even though it was like the first shuttles that went, I'm like, I'm not gonna do that again. I'm gonna get there 2:30. I'm gonna get there 2:15. Even the buses start at 3:30. I'm gonna get there an hour early. So if there is a bus, I'm gonna be on that bus right away. So that's what I did.
Can't live without us anymore.
So I just want to be very clear, flat out the bat, the second night's bus went way smoother. I think they added a third barrier around the convention center because of the break-in or the disruption that happened the previous day. And that might have made things a little more easier for folks to get through the security process. But basically, it felt like it was like a 35-minute drive instead of like the 2 hours. So I took some quick selfies here again with some folks I met on the bus. So this gentleman is a guest. So again, not everyone has a full week pass. Some folks only got 1 day passes for 1 day, and he got lucky. He actually worked for a company based in Illinois, and they had a raffle, and he won the raffle. So that's why he's here, just because he's going to be able to see history and witness some incredible speakers that night. So definitely bonded and talked to this fellow for a while. These folks here or a wide range of folks. So these two individuals are from Illinois, and these two folks are from Oregon, I believe. And we just bonded and talked about how politics were, our experiences, our past, how excited we were to see President and former First Lady Barack and Michelle Obama, and the fact that we're just all bonded together. And the reason why I'm standing is because an older lady came in on the bus, and I offered my seat because, when you're young and able-bodied, you want to treat your elders with respect. And I made sure that if you're, I didn't want folks who didn't want to stand the whole time. So I was like, hey, take my seat, please. And they did. And I was hanging out with these folks in the front for a while. And we're joking, anyone who's like, this is their first time going to the United Center, I was like, you are the good luck charm, so to speak, just because it took us multiple hours to get in last night. And today, on Tuesday, day 2, it's taking us like a breeze to go through all this process. So we're going to look at some merch right now, guys. So obviously, as we're wandering around, looking around the convention center, I thought I had more time to really explore. And that's what I did. So lo and behold, guys, this is another merch table here. So you can get a lot of merch. You get a cap, bag, shirts, shirts for Kamala Harris, Trust a Woman, Vote Democrat, the the DNC convention, little Illinois shirts with the donkeys, Harris shirts, Kamala shirts. Lots of pins, more, lots of pins, and this little hat right here as well, you can get there as well. So some cool stuff right there, you can get the merch up there, and I think the most exciting thing is obviously this little bag. That's a little cute bag, $65 though, so maybe not worth it, but $65 for that hat, I think maybe some folks like it. So again, the blue on the forehead, and so you're going to see that a lot. I don't know why. I think there's the lighting, but I thought this was a good picture just because the lighting's right in the front. Again, my fit, American tie, 2 pins. Things started to get a little bit fun here at this point because more folks are getting there. So I'm wandering around, getting pictures of folks here. So this is a gentleman here from Puerto Rico. His name is Sebastian. So I met a Puerto Rico delegate here from, again, and he's a cool guy. So Sebastian, you were really cool. Got a couple pictures with you. We bonded because we're both young Democrats, and I am definitely for Puerto Rico statehood. So Puerto Rico should absolutely be a state in the United States of America. No taxation without representation. So that's my claim to fame there. And again, you can tell right now, so it is getting packed here. Some folks are wearing cheese heads. I guess, all the volunteers are coming out, getting folks together. So a lot of empty seats, though. And again, you can see that a lot of people have claimed their spots. Colorado, and you got some news people out here talking to folks, so it's trying to get a pretty crowd right now here during during day 2. Next one is I had to go stop by Minnesota. Minnesota is like near and dear to my heart. It is basically my second place from home, and they got their little Minnesotan little chair holds, stands, whatever you want to call them. They're all hanging out right now, and just got a quick picture and a lot of lights. So all those lights right there for those views, for those camera clicks. So no seats, just lots of lights. This is Andrew Cuomo, I believe, one of the Cuomo brothers. He's a famous CNN analyst guy. So just got a quick picture of him as he's doing an interview with someone. So thought that was really neat because all the reporters are out and about. This is a friend of mine. We used to be co-workers back in the day during the Jared Polis campaign for governor, and so now she works for a senator, and I got a quick picture with her, and I was like, dang, that was really cool to see. So good for you there. Next one. I did not like this. I saw this jersey, and I'm like, please, can I get a picture with you? And then, obviously, Broncos country, let's ride, how it is. But I just think it's kind of like, it's poor taste. Kansas Dems, Kansas City Chiefs are in Missouri, if you didn't know. So just saying, you could do better, Kansas City, or Kansas, and you could drop the mascot. The mascot kind of sucks, so I think he should drop the mascot. Again, fellow delegate here. Charlene, good to see you again. So just got a quick picture in front of the... they have like this little area where like all the influencers and all the people could get pictures and selfies and do like mini videos and recordings. So we just were hanging out, watching the influencers do the thing and got a selfie behind the backdrop. So I thought that was really fun. I saw this as walking around the area. So I started noticing these giant signs all bundled up and like hidden throughout the area. And I'm like, obviously we'll reveal what it is later, but I was just wondering, like, what are these signs for? And then, obviously, I mean, yesterday we saw it. It was the, we love Joe signs, but basically this is like behind the curtain with all the signs ready for, tonight's event with the Obamas. Next one, again, all the Chiefs people, Kansas, it's so bad. I hate to say it. It's just... boo. I love the Dems, and I'm happy that they're here, but I just, pick something else. You don't gotta do a jersey. Like, again, boo. This jersey sucks. Okay, this is a very famous actor. I'm sure you are very familiar from The Wire, one of the greatest TV shows of all time. This is Detective Bunk, played by Wendell Pierce. And Mr. Pierce is a delegate, so he's a delegate for Louisiana. So the Louisiana delegation's next to us. So I saw him quite a bit walking around, and I had to get a picture with him. So he is a really cool guy. He did multiple interviews next to us, and I was like, "Hey, big fan, can I get a picture with you?" And he said, "Absolutely," and got a quick pic with the this legendary character here. So obviously a big fan of him, and I'm glad he's part of the Democratic Party. I'm glad he's using his fame as a platform to get change, and obviously a lot of the Louisiana delegates were very excited to have him to speak on their behalf. Next one is going to be our chair. So this is when we do a roll call. So our chair decided to wear a nice big white hat, and I thought it was fantastic. Honestly, it like stands out. It's a big hat, so really cool hat, and excited for the roll call. And again, Porter and my homeboy Jeremy here hanging out, getting a nice quick selfie. Because at this point, we're getting ready for the roll call for all the folks to get in their seats, and things are about to get very, very lively soon.
Where Kamala Harris will change the world for the better with love, hope, grace, and fortune. I'm fortunate to be alive. Can't explain how I got here to be derived. The deliverance, intelligence for which we strive. It's the feeling, there's no silliness when we rise. Fortunate to have friends who don't.
Greatly appreciate that.
We're in the shot though.
We're not in the shot. He's right there.
So I would say close to about 7:30. It was like peak hours. Like everyone was on their seats. Everyone had gathered. Day 2 is definitely much better than day 1 in terms of transportation. So a lot of people got at the location. It was starting to get really packed. And so at that point, more of the speakers were coming out. More of the folks were coming out. And we were doing a lot of stuff. And you just saw a video of the camera thing. So apparently that camera is 100 years old. And it's been to every Democratic convention. And they've been using it since then. And literally it's like an ancient archaic device where you have to kind of spin it around to get a whole picture of the entire area. And the guy kept saying don't move, don't move. You'll ruin the lighting, you'll ruin the picture if you move. So we literally had to sit like this, just waiting for I would say at least 3 to 5 minutes. I'm just waiting for that to capture the whole arena of sorts. So I thought it was cool. Obviously I'm a big fan of history, a big fan of ancient technologies being used in the modern day. And then so next stuff, obviously again, pictures of other folks here. And again, I have to highlight Mr. Wendell Pierce. He is getting a lot of interviews. I'm telling you, he's a famous guy and he's nearby. Louisiana is next to Colorado basically, and he keeps getting pictures and interviews with people. So very cool guy. This is Bianca. She also was a former staffer for the Jared Polis campaign, and we just have to get a selfie because that's how it works, you know. Gotta get pictures with your friends and family. And then our last picture is, this is like when I knew it was things about to get real. So, long story short, this is the beginning of the roll call. So, by then, most folks have been entered the arena, have sat down, and the speakers have kind of died down, and so we're about to begin the roll call. So what happened, the roll call, is basically the secretary of the Democratic Party came out, and kind of like a roll call of sorts, you know. He went down the list of states, and each state gets to like have a speaker, and a couple of speakers actually for some states, and they basically spoke about how they voted for, you know, for the nomination process. So this is more of a ceremonial process because we already did the roll call earlier this month virtually. So all the delegates already voted. But this is a cool moment because, you know, this happens at every convention where each state gets to roll call and announce their delegates and announce who they're voting for. And, you know, most of the majority of it went to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And obviously, you know, I'll play you some clips right now.
Of the United States. Camden, how do you cast your vote? For the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. How do you cast your vote? Mr. Secretary, the great state of Minnesota, home of Vice President Hubert Humphrey, Vice President Walter Mondale, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. We pass. They pass! No! Mr. Secretary, my name is Henry Garrido, after the great state of New York. Unions not only built the Empire State, they built a strong middle class across this country. That is why I'm so proud to introduce the governor of the greatest labor state of the country, Governor Kathy Hochul.
Of the greatest state.
West Virginia! Mountain Mama!
West Virginia, how do you cast your vote?
I love the song.
Evans Moore, and I'm 83 years old.
Minnesota, how do you cast your vote? Oh, Minnesota! My name is Hans Storbeck, and Tim Walz
neighbor, coach, and favorite teacher. We were excited to go to his classroom every day. If you've ever been in high school, you know that can be rare. We opened our eyes to the world.
The last two, so if you're able,
Oh, I'm standing.
get up for California.
I'm standing. I'm
The last
standing.
vote, if you're able.
Even and especially when he disagreed. But he wasn't just a great teacher. He was also a great neighbor and friend. In fact, when he was the list,
And we deliver 81 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Nancy Pelosi. I come from a state like our nation, dreamers, of doers, of entrepreneurs, of innovators, that prides itself on being on the leading and cutting edge of new ideas. And we pride ourselves on our ability to live together, advance together, and prosper together across every conceivable and imaginable difference. But the thing we pride ourselves most on is that we believe the future happens in California first. And Democrats, I've had the privilege for over 20 years to see that future taking shape with a star in Alameda courtroom by the name of Kamala Harris. I saw that star fighting for criminal justice, racial United States of America. Kamala Harris has always done the right thing. A champion for voting rights, civil rights, LGBTQ rights, the rights for women and girls.
Yeah!
And independence. It's time for us to do the right thing, and that is to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
So you're probably wondering, why is California and Minnesota last? Well, they get to skip. So Colorado had to follow with California, and they're like, yeah, we skip. And so Colorado was, you know, I'll show you a second here, a picture that really, really captured the moment for Colorado. But for Minnesota, since their nominee, their governor is the nominee for vice president, they get to skip as well. It's kind of like a machine, you know, like they get to skip, they get to be last, they get to really be the hype people. And of course, California has the biggest delegation, so they have, you know, a lot of folks. And so getting that crowd to go crazy at the end was very inspiring. I will say, I couldn't put it because it's copyrighted, but Little John showed up for Georgia, and he sang, and it was like one of the most hype moments of the entire night. Literally, like, the cameras, all the lights panned across, like, the entire stadium, and lo and behold, Little John came up and said, shots, turned down the, and just, like, the entire stadium went crazy. Imagining watching, like, your grandma go crazy, just going, you know, like, shot, shot, shot. Yeah, it was, like, a great time. Not gonna lie. A great time. Georgia, what's up? Respect. I respect Georgia. Vote blue, please. Anyway, obviously Colorado, we came up, and for our 86, 87 delegates, we went hard. We were screaming and hollering. I don't even think people heard, you know, our chair's words. All I heard was giddy up, and I just was like screaming at the top of my lungs. And so this picture captured by my man Julius. Shout out to Julius for this amazing picture. This picture captured our entire moment. So Colorado stepped up. We stepped up, and we were screaming. We brought the energy. We brought the hype. You know, a lot of folks were like just clapping and talking, but we were screaming, yelling. Like, that energy was like spontaneous. Like, I don't even know what the cue was. It just said Colorado, and I was just screaming, "Let's go! Let's go!" And I guess everyone else just got up and just crowded to the cameras. So, you know, some of the shots, you can see me here and there, but unfortunately, I'm behind the pole. So, I think for CNN, for example, you can only just see Shad and, like, the pole. But for like, I guess C-SPAN and some other places, you got to see me directly in front of it. So, yeah, Senator Bennett, Congressman Joe Neguse, our chair, former state representative here. I mean, we stepped up. We stepped up, and we got all our flags. We were cheering. We were having a good time. This is a fun picture. Someone sent this to me. Again, I wasn't kidding about like the different angles, but like I don't ever look like this, ever. Like, I don't have that crazy eyes, but clearly I want the hat. That hat, give me the hat. Sean, give me the hat. I just love this picture. I thought it was great. Someone sent it to me, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. This is so scuffed. This is so scuffed. Why do I have to be like this sometimes, you know? Like, why? So after the roll call again, we just went back to some more speakers. A lot of folks coming in, and at this time, more and more folks are getting crowded. And I think I didn't realize this at the time, but some folks gonna get in for the roll call, and that absolutely sucks. I think that the roll call is one of the most phenomenal experiences to represent your state. And if you missed it, I felt really bad. Apparently security was really tight. Some folks couldn't get through. The lines were sealed off during the roll call. So that really, really sucks if you couldn't make it. So my apologies if you couldn't. So some pics to share. This is Lynn. She is one of another Colorado delegate, guest, whatever you want to call it. We're hanging out. We're chatting. We had a good time. Just cheering, chanting. She just said that, she's a buff. So I she's wearing a CU Boulder scarf, and I'm like, that's perfect. Like, you gotta be in the camera shot because Skull Buffs. Love my school. Next to me again, Julius, the man, the myth, the legend. This man took a picture. That was the picture that I just showed earlier of all of us. The Colorado delegation. This is James. He is the chair of the Colorado Democratic Party's Denver crew. So Denver Dems, this is your chair. He's a really amazing guy, really active, really involved, super engaged, and he's a new DNC member as well. Again, Jeremy, my homeboy, my roommate. So everywhere Jeremy is, I'm with him. Bad boys for life. And so we're like in the same row. Us five having a good time. And then Governor Polis came in, and again the blue. I'm sorry, I'm not an alien, but clearly the blue, and obviously one of the greatest Coloradans ever on this face of this earth is right here, Governor Jared Polis, my former Congress member as well, and my former State Board of Education member as well. And my fun fact with Governor Polis is when I first met him, I was, I think, 7 or 8 years old. So I met him because when he was on the State Board of Education, his big, one of his biggest initiatives was to give computers to kids out there. So I was one of those kids. He came into my, Sanders Elementary School in a bus with MacBooks, and not MacBooks. It was the Apple monitor computers, and that was the first time ever I saw a computer, and I got to mess around with it and stuff, and play with the keyboard and all that stuff. So I gotta give a huge shout out to the man, the myth, the legend right here. So happy he came by, sat with us, talked to us a little bit as well. He sat next to us, so he talked to some of us for a while, put on his glasses, enjoyed some speeches, and we all started getting these signs here now. You probably see these signs. So Doug, the other man, the other myth, the legend, Doug.
And Kamala, who, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail, listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here.
So I just want to say the second gentleman, potentially the first gentleman, his speech was great. Obviously, it was very heart to heart, very wholesome. Talked about his family, talked about meeting, our first woman president, and I just loved it. The video that came before him made me really like, wow, this guy is really cool. And my fun fact is during the pandemic, back in 2020, campaigning was very strict. It was very limited. And the only Biden event / Harris event I got to go to was a Doug drive-through rally. So Senator Bennett, Senator Hickenlooper, or at the time candidate Hickenlooper, we all got together in a bunch of cars, went in the drive-through, and basically got to hear Doug speak. And obviously that was really inspiring and cool, and seeing him now is very cool and inspiring. Like, he has dad energy, and I love it. I think we need that. He comes off as a very humble, respectful, chill guy, and he talked about how his anniversary with the vice president was coming up, and the fact that he basically on his first date, or him asking her out, he left like a voicemail, and they still play it every year for their anniversary. So that's my takeaway with Doug is he's a cool guy, good father, and has a good sense of humor. So.
Too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah!
It's the contagious power of hope.
Yeah!
Michelle Obama's speech was phenomenal. It was everything and more I hoped for. So, the way I describe her speech was like, she got a sledgehammer and she was going out with a bang. Because, like, banger after banger, like, oh my god, that quote with the black jobs, it was just like, I just can't believe she said that, Like, holy moly. Like, does Trump know one of those black jobs is he's after? And if you know in the context, the Republican nominee, Donald Trump, said that at at a African American reporters conference, how people were coming in and taking black jobs, and it's so cringe. And a lot of obviously black African American people were just really, they're tired of this shit, And I remember Simone Biles, she got gold medal, and she's like, I love my black job, and it's just like, oh God, it hurts. So Michelle Obama, thank you for bringing in laughter, joy, and righteous anger. And I'm glad she, like, one of her famous quotes after Trump's election is when they go low, we go high. I'm glad she didn't say that quote, just because it didn't really fit in her speech. I know it's one of her bangers, but like, this speech she gave at the DNC is way different. It's about reclaiming and obviously pointing out the racism, the insanity of the Republican Party. I'm glad she did this, because we need, like, to recognize that the Republican Party and the Trumpism and MAGA is actually, like, evil and cringe and horrible, and the fact that we have to call it out. So I have nothing to say but thanks. And we have only one more speaker for night 2.
It's now my honor to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope. Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy, and let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day,
and thinks about what's best for this country. Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of America.
Obama! 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 Obama!
Because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. Because we have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. And will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
You know, you don't get to listen to your heroes. You don't get to see them in live, in person. And for, 10, 15 minutes, I thought I did. Barack Obama inspired me to run for office, to get into politics, to be engaged in our democracy. He is the OG for me. So, he's the first person I got to vote for. Barack Obama has a lot of respect and appreciation and admiration for me. I just want to get it out there. So, and I just want to say, his message, his speech was a breath of fresh air. And I think when we've watched so many presidential debates, when we've had, President Trump, we do recognize that the things we lost. And I feel like America lost a great leader, a great orator, a great man when he left office in 2016. So, or 2017, really. And it was amazing to see him again. The crowd size joke that was just I didn't recognize that at first, and then I saw the clips later. I'm like, oh my god, he actually said that. And so, the message of hope. I mean, we chant his name so much. It was wild. And obviously, one of his bangers. We were booing at one of the things, and he's like, "Don't boo, vote!" And it was just like, ah! And I just can't describe how much joy it is to see him. And I only saw him once my entire life. Before that, I remember he came to Boulder in 2012 and spoke at Boulder, and I saw the back of his head. And this time I got to see the front of his face, and I would kill to shake his hand, take a picture with him, but obviously he has better things to do. He's busy. His presidential library is going to open soon, and I hope to visit that one day. But I just want to highlight and emphasize that it was a great speech. It really was. And, Michelle brought the hammer, Barack brought the hope. And it was good, bad cop, good cop, bad cop. It was really good, dynamic. And the Obamas really are, just really good people. And they really inspire young people. And I'm glad that they came, and again, it was just so inspiring. It really was. So after Obama's speech, the crowd died. People were walking around, and I decided I want to explore again, because I have to explore. That was incredible. This is a moment to shine. We gotta go check it out. And so I went down. I was carrying my, again, I wasn't kidding about those giant poles earlier. This is what it looks like. Obviously, union made. Got all my signs as well with Doug and etc. I'm walking around. getting pictures at the front of the DNC, and it's powerful, you know. So everyone walking around like that, talking to people, having a good time, and it was just like, I felt like I mean, I couldn't believe it. It was like a fever dream of seeing Barack and Michelle Obama and all these Democrats getting together. So I just can't believe it. And then, of course, this is a horrible picture, but former Attorney General Eric Holder, I saw him. I'm like, oh, sir, can I get a picture? And he's like literally like Secret Service. They're literally like about to like grab me. They're like, we can't stop. We have to keep moving. So I'm like, oh, real quick, boop, and it looks, yeah, this is what you get if you're like walking and trying to get a selfie. It's hard to get one when you're walking, but he was on the move, you know, like he's VIP. I'm sure he's gonna see the president, so he was just peacing out. This is Joshua. Joshua used to be a chair for the National Young Dems, and he's a really cool guy. And I'm like, yo, I love your blazer, I love your shirt. We gotta get a picture, man. So he's a delegate. I think he's from Oklahoma. I'm not sure. Because I think, yeah, he's from Oklahoma because we're in front of Oklahoma. And so we got a quick picture with each other and obviously really excited for the work he does. He's a great guy. He's very involved, very engaged. Definitely a celebrity in a way because, you know, used to be a chair for the Young Dems. And so I had to get a picture with him. So this gentleman right here, dude was just laughing. Like, he was just chuckling. He was, like, giggly. And I'm like, hey, man, like, I like buns. Can I get a picture with you, man? And he's like, he looked at me, just laughed. And I'm like, I'm just going to yeah. Okay, that's a yes, I guess. So, you know, look at that. Georgia votes, Team Donkey, Georgia votes, Democrats of work. You know, President Clinton, like, this guy, he has a fit. And his fit is pretty baller. Oh, and of course, there's the little wristbands that we all got. So a lot of stuff. This thing like load up during the whole ceremony, during the speeches. So pretty cool guy, and of course, people behind him getting interviewed still. Like the media stayed until the very last moment. They were there the whole time, basically, until we got kicked out. And let's say I got kicked out as well. So yeah. So woo. Round 5. So this is the shuttles back to the hotels, and Route 5 is completely empty. Like, no one is here in Route 5, but Route 4 is pretty packed because they're going to the Sheraton, Grand Chicago, and I think another hotel. But Route 5 is the Westin, which is the hotel I'm staying. So there's like 9 hotels here. Hi, boss. How are you? Westin. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Westin?
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
It's finished in there, right?
Yeah. They're kicking people out now.
Oh, there's still a lot of people in there?
There's still a lot. Reporters mostly.
Oh, this will be our first time. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Woo, a lot of people in here. So yeah, no. By the time I got to the shuttle back to the hotel, it was like 1 a.m. And I don't know why, I was hungry. I was like, I gotta get food. So I went back to the same place again because they're open until 2 a.m. I decided to go to the same place I've been the other night, which is Jay's Dog and Burger. Mr. Jay's. Because they're the only place at 2 in the morning, and I want to get something to eat. So I've never had this before, guys. I got an Italian steak, or Italian beef. Sorry, Italian beef. With a Sprite. So I had a hot dog the other night, and I was like, you know what? If I'm up at this hour, I might as well go hard. And I got another Italian beef. And I don't think I talked to anyone that night. I didn't get any pictures. So I think Italian beefs are okay. It's really soggy. I don't like soggy bread. I'm not a fan of the sogginess. You know, that's just me being real. I think it was good to get for the first time in Chicago, but maybe not. You know, like, I want to eat this like multiple meals a day. So, sorry, Chicago. That's how it is. So, yeah, that was day 2, Tuesday. And now we're going to be entering day 3 for Wednesday. And that headliner is going to be the vice president. So, here we go. So day 3 of the convention was basically, people just said that it was not going to be as great as night 1, 2, or 4. And I'm like, I disagree. I think that day 3 had its own hype because Tim Walz is the man. So I was really excited to see the speakers and excited to wake up. And obviously, as usual, went to the delegation breakfast. And I'll let you see the breakfast what we got. And don't be surprised. It's the same stuff that we've had for the past few days. So
today's breakfast: muffins, hash browns, bacon, eggs.
Rather than serving everybody, and America really has an opportunity to dispense with these divided politics of the past and to move forward in a way where we can work together to deliver real results for.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to see you. First of all, is the weather in Ohio? I'm sorry, Chicago, unbelievable. I mean, it's almost as good as Colorado's weather here this week. Yeah.
So yeah, all the delegation for Colorado spoke on Wednesday. So this is day 3. You had Congressman Bernie Peterson. You had, obviously, Governor Jared Polis, Senator Michael Bennet. A lot of folks spoke. And I think that was really awesome. And here's some folks that I got pictures with during that one amazing morning. This is, again, Treasurer Dave Young hanging out with me. He was my neighbor for the whole time. Great guy. I've worked with him for many, many years. So, amazing individual, dude. Again, Governor Polis was here speaking to us. And at that, and I should be very clear, we were told to wear our delegate shirts. So we have a delegate shirt, and that we were going to wear it for the entire convention. So everyone's wearing the delegate shirts and just, representing Colorado. So obviously really excited for that. Senator Michael Bennet right there. So I had to get my picture with, I'm still collecting the Pokemon. I'm still collecting all the politicians during this entire run here. So got Senator Bennet as well as he's stepping away. And he spoke for a while. So I think everyone gave us more than 15 to 20 minutes each. So Senator Bennet made sure he did his whole round, and you really get like a VIP kind of experience with all these politicians and elected officials. So Eric, he was on the Governor Polis team once upon a time, so I had to get a selfie with him. Marley, had to get a picture. Again, it's always the men's bathroom. I don't know why. It's like the only place we can get a good picture because I don't want to interrupt everyone during the speeches and Q&A. So I usually step outside, and naturally outside of the doors is the men's bathroom. So Marley, another Polis alum, so happy to get a picture with her as well. So yeah, Marley works for a senator. I believe it is Senator Catherine Cortez Masto. I am not really get this, from Nevada. So this is senator. Is giving her time, speaking with us. Obviously, Nevada is a swing state, a battleground state, so it's really important to get her opinion, her thoughts, and I think it was really powerful because she mentioned that the atmosphere, the hype with Harris was real, and that they were filling up arenas in Nevada, and that they were really energized with Tim Walz as well. So definitely made me feel a bit better about Nevada. And of course, their senator, of course, and just got catch them. I gotta get a picture with her. She was happy to do that, and of course, awkward smile from people behind us. Yeah, good picture in my opinion. This is my Congress member. So again, our delegation, a lot of folks were there. So really, really happy to see Congress member Brittany Peterson. So she's an amazing individual. Really excited, really definitely wanted to make us how privileged we were to be there at, an historic election cycle. So, and of course, she talked about her personal life and the fact that, reproductive rights is on the ballot. Reproductive rights is a human right. Reproductive rights is literally going to be one of the most important issues of the election cycle. So, really happy she was here, hanging out with us, talking to us again. This is Dennis the Menace. I'm kidding, he's not a menace, but Dennis is a cool guy. Love his beard. I think he has the longest beard of the entire convention. So, and got a quick selfie with him because, gotta get a picture with Dennis. And yeah, that is it for the morning. So after that, we of course got ready and began to head to the shuttles for the rest of the convention. So yeah. So yeah, we basically went back to the convention center at McCormick Place, and this day was going to be more of the caucuses. So I was going to go to my caucus for the Asian American caucus, and I got on the bus, and for once, we actually did not get a shuttle. We got a pretty baller bus with nice fancy seats. These seats had air cushions for your head, and I sat next to a fellow Colorado delegate here, and we talked a little bit about renewable energy, and I thought that was very powerful because he's wearing a green bow tie. So really excited, hanged out, had a good time. And then when we got to the convention center, I went to security, same thing, TSA style stuff, and then I went to the Asian Caucus. So Asian American and Pacific Islander Caucus at McCormick Place, and this was on August 21st at 9:30 a.m. So this is a cool little ticket you can keep, and some really powerful speakers. So obviously, you had more representatives, you had some authors, you had a lot of elected officials speaking. So this gentleman is an Asian American representative. I definitely am spacing out on his name, but he also spoke about, again, I have to emphasize this, Kamala Harris is an Asian candidate. She is going to be possibly America's first Asian president. And I think, again, that's awesome. So, a lot of folks about, and I will say, I hate to say it, there was not much of a crowd at all today. And maybe folks are sleeping in, or maybe, a lot of folks were going to other caucuses areas. I feel like, unfortunately, we had maybe a third or fourth of the room full. So, not the best turnout, but I stayed for most of it because I really want to hear from this community as a member of this community. This is Lieutenant Governor of, I believe, Maryland, and she's incredible. So her story is she recently got elected, so congratulations to her. But her story was meeting Kamala Harris and the fact that, straight out of a sitcom, she, told Joe Biden and Harris that it's her mom's birthday, and just a crazy story of how she had to go back and forth with Secret Service trying to get the phone, because apparently Joe Biden and Kamala Harris told her that, yeah, we want to tell your mom happy birthday, and she had to go through Secret Service to be like, hey, I'm not, I know this is crazy, but the president did ask to say happy birthday to my mom. And I just thought that was just an incredible story. And the fact that it was so humanizing and personable. And obviously, I just think, she's a cool person overall. High future. Awesome to see her. Good times. Next is going to be... This is amazing. I think her story is also amazing as well. This is a future senator. So, this is future Senator Angela also Brooks. So she spoke with us, got us really pumped up, and obviously talked about how, if she is elected, she'd be her state's first African American woman senator. And I think that's really inspiring. Obviously, a lot of folks were really happy to see her, and we got to support everyone in our big tent, so to speak. This panel was also pretty fun. So this panel was about they're all wearing Hello Kitty jerseys. So I thought it was really cool because these are women in power, Asian American women who have a lot of influence. They're part of various policies. They're part of the administration. One of them is actually the trade ambassador, or just really the ambassador to Taiwan. And I think that was really cool that they're wearing Hello Kitty jerseys and they're really representing the Asian American people. And of course, I had to get a picture with her. So let me double check her name real quick, just because I don't want to get it wrong. But this is Taiwanese U.S. Ambassador Catherine Tai. So Catherine Tai got a quick picture. We're doing, the shaka. So hang loose, gotta hang loose. And again, I love that jersey. That jersey is incredible. Literally just Hello Kitty. And of course, we got respect democracy. And again, I felt like the Asian American caucus, I enjoyed it. I thought it was well attended. But as you'll see in a second, it was very underattended. And when I mean overattended, I mean like it was very powerful. Like a lot of political figures that really connect with us. And some other panels, they talked. There was a youth elected officials, local leaders panel as well, and a economics panel where they talk about money and fundraising and trying to get dollars to candidates. So, and I stayed the whole time basically. So after the Asian caucus, I decided I was going to check out this Demapalooza. Basically, at the convention center, there's another part of the convention where you could basically go to a bunch of vendors, booths. Folks paid for these tables to basically, not lobby, but like give out information, sell some goods, etc. Because the DNC is still a convention. There's still like a showroom, so to speak. So I went there to go check it out. And unfortunately, what happened was that I didn't realize they did this, but every time they took out my GoPro, they turned it on. So by the time I got to the Demapalooza, my GoPro was out of battery. Because they kept turning it on to see, I don't know why. They turn it on. If it turns on, it stays on. Unless you turn on the button. That's how GoPros work. So I didn't think about this until it's too late. But by the time I got my GoPro out, it's already been like 3 hours. So I arrived at 9 a.m. and it's now like 12. And my GoPro is just dead. So I couldn't get any B-roll. And I had to basically just wander. I mean, I wandered around. I took pictures here and there. But I didn't want to wander around like this the whole time. I guess I could have, though. So maybe I should have to get that B-roll of the convention center. But long story short, I basically was wandering around. And I came across Doug Jones, the man, the myth, the legend from Alabama. So former senator of Alabama. This man is a legend, a civil rights icon. He was an attorney. He actually did a lot of work with the civil rights movement. So, and of course, he was the most recent, probably will be last, hopefully, maybe knock on wood, one of the last few statewide elected officials from Alabama. So, ran across him. This guy's a legend. I'm really happy to see him and got a quick picture with him. So, cool guy. And then, like I said, so the vendors are everywhere. There's just stuff everywhere. So, there's this bracelet little table. People are making friendship bracelets. And there's this, delegates. There's, attendees. People were just hanging out, having a good time, making stuff, selling stuff, buying stuff. Yeah, so like I said, this is like there's booths everywhere in this area. So one of the few pictures I took, there's a lot of exhibitors. There's ally exhibitors. There's specialty booths. There's no food. No food besides maybe like some like snacks. I think I got some ice cream. But there's no like food booths, but like it's all like Chicago local or organizations that are trying to pitch people stuff. So definitely was walking around having a good time. I did get ice cream, that's right. So free sample, vanilla ice cream. I forgot what booth this was, but they were giving out ice cream. And I was like, I'll take some ice cream. I like ice cream. I'm a human being. This is a booth for atheists. So agnostic and atheist and secular folks. And, I had to get a picture of this because I thought, like I said, a lot of these booths are just trying to represent the communities that are in the big tent of the Democratic Party. So I would say I spent about maybe 35 minutes around walking around, checking out things. There's some cool stuff, but it was really, really empty. I'm not going to lie. I felt like for the space that they were using, maybe it was like 1/50th of capacity, Like some areas there was more traffic, but like there was maybe like 4 or 5 people per like booth. So it was very not what you expect for a big convention.
replicas. Reagan, Obama.
Yeah, so at this time I decided to go back to the hotel. I need to get ready because it was gonna be a big night. And I think my game plan is go get lunch, get ready, maybe take a nap, and then be sure to be like at the shuttle spot like at 3. Because I want to be the first shuttle. And not many people, should do this, but definitely get there early. Because if you want to be on there on time for the gaveling, you got to show up early. Period. And I was like, I'm not going to miss the gavel. I want to be there. I want to be on time. I want to see all the speakers. So I definitely did that. So as I'm leaving, I met a nice individual here. I totally forgot her name. Again, this is what happens. You're standing in line, you're waiting, and you just say hi to folks. And so I took a selfie with her because I thought she was pretty cool. So, yeah, trust in women. Love it. This is Soldiers Field. This is where the Bears play. And I just had to get a picture of it because I thought it was kind of funny. Again, cops are everywhere, like everywhere. So, I'm sure this, train is like empty or something, but there's literally cops everywhere around this entire area. Again, Alex, you son of a gun. He literally is wearing a Mahomes jersey. And I'm in pain, bro. So, anyway, we're about to get ready to go on the shuttle, and here's some clips and some pictures from there. Okay, so this is Hassan B. Austin show. Get lunch to the DNC. Again, food trucks, that's the scene. They're hanging out. I'm getting my hot dog.
Did turn down their interview before, but I think I'll do it. I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it.
You turned down their interview?
They're filming.
It's called
Day 3. Go see again.
Okay. No, mostly
Here I come.
just me.
Okay.
It's called
Go see again.
Good to see you again.
How are you?
I'm good, man. How about yourself?
Day 3, man.
Yeah. You seem to be picking up more buttons every time I see you.
I just keep on the buttons.
Yeah. Okay, so let's hear your perspective, because I'm definitely a little bit more critical of the Democratic Party in general.
Okay, yeah.
But you seem to be very enthusiastic.
Yes, sir.
About everything that's going on.
Yeah.
So
I'm Austin, by the way.
Austin, yeah, this is Austin.
Nice to meet you, Kenny. You're a delegate for the state of Colorado.
Yes, I am.
Wow.
I'm getting some hot dogs. So
Awesome. Very cool.
Hell yeah.
Very cool. Okay.
Hell yeah, delegate.
All right, so Colorado, you're a delegate. You're very stoked. How do you feel? How was the energy from your perspective?
It's a breath of fresh air. I mean, I've always been a Biden delegate, let me be clear.
Yeah.
But obviously, ever since 5 weeks ago, things have changed a lot.
You didn't want to say no. I'm going with Biden. Sorry.
I was believe it or not, I'm a Biden stan. I'm like riding with Biden the whole time.
Yeah.
Because we had to get
Trust me, I believe it. Look at what you're wearing.
Yeah.
I believe it.
Yeah.
So you were with him to the bitter end.
To the bitter end. Literally the day before on Saturday and Friday, I was like, no way he's gonna drop out. All my friends on Signal, I'm like, no fucking way. And then he announced he's gonna drop out.
I did cuss. My bad.
So when you you took a photo with me, so you're familiar with my commentary.
I know, absolutely.
Okay, so what did you think when I was what did you think when I was like talking big shit? I was like, Biden needs to drop out. Like, did that piss you off? Or you like, oh fuck this guy? Or did you not see it?
1 second. Did he grab this one right there?
He went to grab his hot dog.
Donnie!
Top of the morning.
As a delegate, is he allowed to say what he thought?
Yeah, okay. Why not? Why wouldn't he be? It's already in the past. What is going on with this, bro? Chicago put some crazy shit on their dogs.
This is great. I mean, I'm not gonna eat the pickle, but I'm gonna eat the rest of it.
You gotta eat the pickle, my man.
I ate the pickle.
You're disrespecting Chicago if you don't eat the pickle.
I'll eat the pickle. I'll do it for you.
Okay, this is a Colorado delegate, and we're talking to him about being enthusiastic about Biden until the last moment.
Yeah.
And whether or not he appreciated my commentary shitting on Biden, saying he needs to drop out, but I don't know.
I was gonna say.
This is CNN, by the way.
Hey, it's nice to meet you guys. How you doing? I'm Kenny. Jesus. Kenny. Nice to meet you, man.
Kenny from Colorado.
Yeah, Kenny from Colorado.
Kenny from Colorado.
He's, I think, the most enthusiastic person I've seen so far.
I love being here. This is awesome. Thanks, dude. I was gonna say to all my friends, you know, I'm a millennial. A lot of my friends are boomers.
That's about to fall on the. You gotta rip that. Yeah.
I can't believe I did that on camera. Bro, it's so bad. Gotta do it for the views, for the content, baby.
Alright.
Oh, I spit out! No!
And a lot of folks want to drop out.
Yeah.
Obviously, Gaza, that's a big one. And I understand that. But the other side is literally like fascism.
Yeah, no, I think people understand that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people, myself included, were making the argument that, like, Biden's chances of defeating Donald Trump are significantly worse than anyone else.
Yeah.
Which is why Biden should drop out, was the argument that a lot of people were making. Like Nancy, but what do you think about Nancy Pelosi?
I mean, she's the biggest. She's an influential Democrat, obviously, and obviously her husband's the best day trader of all time. I'm just saying. But,
Put some respect. Put some respect on Paul Pelosi.
But I think she's inspiring, and the fact that she's been so involved since like JFK is pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's my goat. She really pulled through.
Yeah.
She pulled through with that socialist coup with Kamala Harris. Anyway, you like Kamala. You're excited.
I am excited.
I'm thrilled as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Austin. Thank you, Austin.
It's about the fresh air.
No, 100%.
Obviously, I grew up in 2008 and 12 with Obama. My first election was 2012 with Barack Obama.
Is that the first one you voted in?
Yeah, first one.
Same.
I'm young. I'm youngish.
Yeah.
But I'm rooting for her. I'm excited for her.
Okay, hell yeah. All right, thanks for that. Thanks for that feedback.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Hey, nice to meet you.
I assume by the last day you're just gonna be covered in buttons.
I will be covered in buttons.
There's a really good. Did you see the Kamala Harris Union pin?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, if you see it, it's great. I have it.
Stop trying to fucking improve your lib status here. He's trying to flex on you.
Oh my god.
Hey,
nice to meet you, man.
And sorry, Doug, right?
Austin.
Austin, I'm
Nice
so
to meet
sorry.
you.
You're not Doug.
No, it's
No, it's all
okay.
good.
I look like a Doug.
No, you're not.
No,
His name is
Austin.
Austin.
Austin, I respect you. I love you,
Donnie,
Austin.
this is my podcast.
Okay, yeah, no, that's that. That was a very quality time. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I didn't realize that they were there. And it was just like out of the blue, and so when you see an opportunity, you gotta take your shot. So I went up to them. I said hi, and they interviewed me. So I thought that was really cool. Obviously, a fan of both now. You know, follow Austin, follow Hassan. They're really cool guys. They do a lot for young people by using their platforms to inform and talk about a lot of these issues. And so me just being there, and I was starstruck, and I didn't realize CNN was there. That was, I think I just forgot about that. Kenny from Colorado, absolutely. So yeah, again, this is the media area. So the media area, we just walked by, and there's a lot of media. So if you ever want to get interviewed, you go to the media food truck area, and you'll find plenty of reporters who are wanting to talk to delegates. So there you go. So after eating my hot dog and my fries, I want to go back to the convention center. So I did. I went to United Center, and it was like, shockingly, a lot more influencers, a lot more content creators than I imagined. And I don't know why, I just kept ramming into them. They just kept showing up. And maybe it's because I also am a content creator. So maybe it's like, it's like the orbit, man. We're just drawn to each other. So lo and behold, I didn't know who this person was. I swear to you. And I keep forgetting his name. It's like Masterson, Walter Masterson. And he came up to me with a mic, and he's like, how do you feel about insulin? How do you feel about insulin? And I'm like, what do you mean? Because all I'm seeing is Trump and ultra MAGA 19, I thought this guy was actually like a troll, and I kind of got that vibe immediately. And then he just started like laughing at me, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I obviously play along. I'm like, well, I think insulin should be, affordable. And then he's like, well, how do you feel about insulin with Harris being so affordable now? I'm like, it's good. And he's like, no, it isn't. And he walked away. And then his camera guy, who is this gentleman here, who's also another influencer, and I had to get a picture with him as well. And apparently, this is what he does. He just does like the Wojak like emoji face. His name is, I took a picture, Alex Perlman. So Alex, thank you so much for explaining. Alex here explained to me. He's like, dude, you did great. That was fantastic reaction. Like, this is actually not a real it's a persona. It's not a real person. So I was like, thank you so much, Alex. Nice to meet you. Can I get a picture with you as well? Because all these guys are wearing influencer content creator. So I kind of knew that they were like, not celebrities, but they're content creators. They're there to make content, and I'm like, okay, this is how you net worth, you know? This is how you join the content crew, so to speak, is that you gotta collaborate. And I'm thinking, I can collaborate. I can talk to these guys. And they're all nice, wholesome guys. And obviously, this is a crowd that does not remotely know who they are. I want to be explicit about that. Like, if they want raw reactions, this is perfect. Because I think not a lot of many people watch YouTube. Not many people watch, you know, or they're on Instagram. Maybe they're on Facebook, sure. But they're not going to know who Walter is. They're not going to know who Alex is. So for me, when I see like the content creator batch, I'm like, all right, this guy is on YouTube. They must have a TikTok, Instagram. I'm going to say hi and see what's up. And they all had mics. They all had mics and cameras going around. So I definitely, that's how I kind of followed the cues. I followed them and like, you know, went up to them. And for this case, they went up to me actually. So I came out and they went up to me. This is John. John the man with the pretty brutal cut on his lip. He is on CNN. He is the whiteboard man. The whiteboard, the magic board, you know, he just like, he does all this, like for me, I've been watching elections on CNN ever since I was a kid. So this guy is like the legend. He just shows up and he's like, well, let me give you, you know, Wolf Blitzer, let me give you the data, let me give you the counties, and he touches the board. And so I had to get a picture with him. And he was like, I'm running late, so I need to do this real quick. And he smiled for me, so I appreciate that. So I bet this is the crowd that would definitely know who John is. They'd be like, that's John from CNN. And that was me. So had to get a quick picture of him. Again, the influencer like wall was there, and for once I got a picture. So I got through and I got a picture of the influencer wall. And that made me feel like, oh my gosh, I belong here. I am a content creator. So here I am getting a picture with the wall. Again, Alex. This time I'm begrudgingly smiling. This is like barely a smile for me. This is just like a chimpanzee showing his fangs to the enemy. But I love this guy, even though I hate the Chiefs. Why are you wearing this, bro? Why are you wearing this? It's so dumb. Love you still. This is me in front of the. So at this time, the crowd is starting to pack. Like people are like getting there. I think the buses, the shuttles are going pretty well this time around. I think they finally figured out how to get everyone quickly into the area. So I was on the floor again, and I wanted to get a selfie because we're at the DNC. We're on the floor. It's a good time. Gotta get a picture. And look at that sweat on my forehead. Anyway, I'm a sweaty boy. It's pretty bad. And of course, I saw Michael Jordan. So the famous statue of MJ. And let me show you some clips right now. Looks like where all the influencers are. Holy moly. Oh, you're good, man. What is this here?
I allowed in here? I'm a delegate. Is that okay? Cool. Thanks, man. Oh, man. This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh my, there's more. What the heck?
I'd like standing.
Hi. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, man. Yes, sir.
If this were just and
You don't know him?
I do.
You know him. Oh, wonderful.
Hey, Brian. I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, the arena.
Yeah, cool.
Do you have flexibility?
I work in.
That's
Bang wang time. Bang wang time. Let's go.
Completely tore my ACL and have a new one.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, no, it was pretty wild to see the media alley. Like, I don't think I was supposed to be there, but no one stopped me. And because I had a delegate badge, people just let me walk around. Because I think people thought I was like going there for an interview, but I really just was just wandering. And I thought it was kind of funny because there's like a creators lounge, and basically like only creators can go in there. So again, I have to emphasize the story. Like, the DNC gave 200 plus creator like badges to folks. So, and they basically said, hey, TikTok stars, Instagram reel stars, YouTube celebrities, just go on there and make content. And you could be in the hallway, but yeah, that's it. So they got to have like a special lounge, and I couldn't get inside, so I didn't bother because they're like, yeah, nope, curator badge only. So I was like, I'm a delegate. But the media alley was really cool because not everyone could be like Fox and CNN. So all like the local or like the regional or some of the, middle like media outlets had their own booths, their tables, setups, and they were just like recording, making content, making podcasts, going live. And I thought that was also pretty cool as well because that's a thing I've never really expected to see. So I was just like wandering around, enjoying seeing all the media people doing their thing. So I don't know why. I think it's cool. I think it's important. Journalism is important. I'm glad they're covering the DNC and they're covering the Democratic Party. And I think it's important to have informed voters. Whether you be, progressive, conservative, moderate. I think having an opinion, you require some form of media. Otherwise, you're going to be siloed into like an echo chamber where you only just hear the same rhetoric and themes over and over again. So I'm glad there was like, conservative media there. I'm glad Fox News covered the DNC. Is the coverage fair? Probably not, but they're still covering it. So I think it's important to at least recognize that. So yeah, no, at this point, the DNC was going full swing. And I'll be honest, I guess I might have gotten lazy. I wasn't recording as much. I was really just settling in at that point. I sat down, got some pictures. I wasn't really like on the move, and I was kind of just like enjoying the moment. And I think that's very important because it's day 3. People are getting tired, and we still gotta support the candidates. So I'm saving my energy. And of course, guess who stops by? Governor Polis and his staff. So I got really excited. Apologies again for the blue thing on my head. But Governor Polis, this is Connor, this is Lisa, and they're part of his staff. So obviously his entourage was there, and I had to get a picture because I used to work for them. And I still do actually work for them. So it's an incredible honor to see these folks here and to see the governor before he spoke. So the governor spoke actually immediately, probably like 20 minutes after being here. And I'm glad he stopped by. That's really inspiring. And long story short, he spoke a lot. And you can watch this video. Just Google Jared Polis DNC, and he spoke about Project 2025. And I think that was pretty important because Project 2025 again literally is like the plan for the Republican Party to literally turn our country into the Handmaid's Tale. So I'm glad he came out. He actually ripped a piece of the book out, scrolled it up, and put it in his little pocket. And obviously he gave a couple shout-outs to Reddit for video games. And I thought it was a great speech. And obviously I was like, we were told that we gotta be hype when the governor came out. And I did. I did my part. Definitely was really the hype man. This is Eric, one of the people I sat next to. Just gotta give him a shout out because he's my neighbor. And I told him, I'm like, Eric, you are in the splash zone, my guy. So I apologize if I'm too loud, I'm too obnoxious. And he's like, dude, I love that energy from you. So love that guy. Definitely dealt with a lot of my screaming and hollering, so I appreciate him. This is on my other side. They're all like the young Dems. I think it's inspiring that all the young Democrats are together. So Alex, Jeremy, Riley, we're all hanging out, getting pictures. We're really excited. And I think it's important to recognize that there are not many of us who were there. And so the fact that we're all on the same line, we're all hanging out, really is powerful. Because, I hate to say it, we are the future of the party. We're the future of this country. And we got to represent. We got to be there. We got to show up. We got to raise our hand. We got to run for office. We got to get elected. So, you're looking at potential chief of staff, senators, congress people here. Like, this is the future, is what I'm trying to say. And, of course, another, whenever they're... So, I had to capture this moment because, Miss Ming, she got knocked off on day 1. So, she was supposed to speak in day 1, and they pushed her to day 3. So, I'm glad they gave her an opportunity, a platform, because Representative Ming is, like, an incredible individual. She is an Asian American. She's one of the first elected, officials in her state that is a member of the Asian American community. And so I had to give her a shout out. Me and Howard and Kevin were on our feet. We were chanting, screaming, because it's very powerful. So, yeah. So my roommate Jeremy looks at me and he's like, Kenny, get all the young Dems here. And I'm like, what's going on, man? And he said, one of the creators asked us, the Colorado Young Democrats, to do a video with her. And I'm like, no way, bro. And so we all gathered, and we all went down to the Delegates Lounge. And here's finally the elusive Delegates Lounge.
That's crazy. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Yeah.
So we got in the backstage, and Allison was like, "Hey guys, I am the Kamala Harris impersonator, and I like to do a video of you guys because you're young, you're Democrats, and so I have to watch the show it off." And I'll be honest, I didn't know her until then, but I'm happy I took the opportunity to meet her. And here's the video. We're gonna watch it real quick. Obviously, that's what to do. So here you go.
Colorado delegation of Young Dems.
Have you felt like you've been listened to, like your voices are being heard in this election?
I think that young folks are definitely seeing themselves represented in Kamala Harris in a way that they haven't seen with Joe Biden, and it's really, really exciting.
and I really appreciate your pin.
Yes, absolutely.
Can you tell me what that is?
So this is in support of an arms embargo and a ceasefire in Gaza and an end to the genocide. I think that it's an issue that I care a lot about as somebody going into medicine and hopefully going into pediatrics. So yeah, it was important to me to speak out about it.
Amazing. Thank you for doing
Yeah, absolutely.
And, you know, people are listening now, and when I was your age, I feel so.
When I was your age.
When I was your age, kids. It definitely you just don't feel heard as a young person, and I feel like we really need that, and I am seeing that starting, and that makes me excited, and that makes me hopeful. And
it's so
thank you all
packed.
so much for your voices and for your work. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Burning at the way. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that was a pretty quick video. They cut off a bunch of stuff. Obviously, she asked like multiple questions, and so I don't blame her. Obviously, you know, Instagram can only make like 90-second videos, but we all got a chance to talk to her. We all got a chance to take pictures with her, and I want to say like it was very awesome that she gave us a moment of her time. So obviously, you know, big shouts to Miss Allison. It was so sad that she took off her wig and get everything out, and yeah, we were just hanging out behind the Delegates Lounge for the you know, the Illuminati. I'm kidding, all the influencers and social media guys. So it was kind of fun to be in the back of the curtain, so to speak, getting interviewed. So yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
What I learned on January 6th is that all of us are caretakers for our great republic.
What you did. As we stand between history's pain and tomorrow's promises, we must choose courage over complacency. Future vice president. You know that. Yes. You know what? I'm depending on you to do, as Spike Lee would say, the right thing.
Yeah!
Are y'all ready?
Yeah! I'm ready, Steve!
Are you ready? Elsie, are you ready? Steve, are you ready?
Clap your hands like this, everybody clap your hands. Somebody scream!
Yeah!
This is Project 2025, the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term. New Yorkers and as an American, to stand before you today and unequivocally express my support for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next president and vice president of the United States of America.
hope they feel better about it now. Because I've seen all these things that even I have to be reminded of from time to time when I get my spirits down.
The cause of freedom. Today we find ourselves writing that next chapter. Will we be a nation defined by chaos and extremism? No. Or will we choose a path of decency?
Yes.
And continued progress?
Yes.
Because we believe in the American dream. We face or race that test if this country we cherish shall perish from the earth, and if our earth shall perish from this country. It falls to us to ensure that we do not fall for a people that cannot stand together, cannot stand at all. We are one family, regardless of religion, class, or color. For what defines a patriot is not just our love of liberty, but our love for one another.
So I wasn't kidding. This felt like an A-list star. All these celebrities, all these famous individuals was so powerful. I can't imagine in my life listening and seeing President Bill Clinton speak. That was awesome. I can't imagine Hakeem Jeffries. I can't imagine Kenan Thompson from Saturday Night Live. Or Stevie Wonder. All these guys were speaking, and I'm like, holy moly. Nancy Pelosi speaking. Like, the fact that all these speakers are coming out after another. Bang, bang. And obviously there's videos, going on as well, talking about who, Tim Walz is, because it is his night, but it's also the night of like it felt good being around normal people. It felt good to be around folks who are like, I can relate to you. And I have to give a shout, Andy Kim, I'm so honored to see him. And a lot of this was about January 6th, the insurrection. And this is the democracy we have to fight for, that we have to work and make sure that we protect. And I just felt like the messaging, that entire theme, just kept going and going and going. And I'm like, oh my gosh, sign me up, send me out there, knock on some doors, make some phone calls, let's go. Like, I was ready, man. I was like pumped up. And the night just kept going. And then you have more A-list stars coming out. And I'm like, how can we top this? And folks were telling me, like, there's a special guest. A special guest is going to speak soon. And I'm like, who could be the special guest? Like, is it Taylor Swift? Is it Beyonce? And lo and behold, it is...
It's Oprah! No fucking way!
Who says you can't go home again? After watching the Obamas last night, that was some epic fire, wasn't it?
Yeah!
I'm Pete Buttigieg, and you might recognize me from Fox News.
Oprah Winfrey. I still can't believe she was a surprise guest. And she's the independent. The last person she endorsed was Hillary Clinton in 2016. So I am like honored to see her. And she is a fantastic speaker. Let me be clear. First off the bat, I want to give you a huge shout out to these two individuals. Polly Baca right behind me. Colorado's own, very famous. She's been to like every convention since like the 60s, like I said earlier. So huge shout outs to her. And my man, Javier, state representative. We literally went to honors thesis class together back in 2016 at CU Boulder. So seeing him grow and become a state representative and also be such a cool cat, like he's so awesome. I love this man. So happy we're here. Happy we're doing our thing. And, you know, look at us. Who would have thought, you know? And, of course, I took a quick picture of Oprah. So Oprah is right there. And everyone is standing. Everyone has their phone out. Everyone has, like, they're like, locked in. I did not realize how locked in everyone was. And I get that. This is, like, her crowd. This is her people. She's an independent. She's a strong woman. She's a billionaire. Like, kudos to her. Oprah is, like she's the GOAT. She did all this long before us. She's like the original influencer. Just kidding. No, she's a self-made billionaire and amazing. Like, you know, her voice, her ability to like echo and just draw people in. That's like awesome. But my man Pete Buttigieg. Oh my God, he is true. Back to Papa. Oh man, like Pete Buttigieg, he's the GOAT. Oh man, oh my God. Like, I love Pete. You know, I'm not gonna lie. His background, his veteran status, his ability to communicate, and just, you know, he came out saying, "Hi, I'm Pete Buttigieg, and I'm the only guy who would actually be on Fox News." Like, that was hysterical. And obviously, like, you know, he's a veteran in the fact that he served our country, and he's calling out J.D. Vance. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Cooking. Pete is cooking right now. And honestly, I want to see him grow. I want to see him be more involved in the party. And I'm not going to lie, like, you know, they got to do him. They got to do him good. Like, you know, Secretary of Transportation is awesome, but they got to give him, like a promotion or something. Because Pete deserves it. And honestly, Pete gets so much credit for going on Fox News. I want to give, like the fact the man boldly goes on there and, like, he just dishes, he cooks, he's just killing out there, and I gotta respect that, you know? So, Oprah, Pete, like, the night is getting so hype, and obviously, you know, it's been about a week since I've done this, so I'm like, going back, the footage, I'm getting things, and I'm, like, feeling the emotions that I felt that night, which is, like, excitement, and honestly, like, this, like, uncontrollable energy of, like, joy. And I know it's, like, a cop-out saying the word joy, but, like, it felt like sanity had returned. The fact that people who I agreed with were speaking to me, and that resonated with me a lot the entire time. So, we're now entering the hype. So, as you saw, you had Minnesota's Senator Amy Klobuchar, you had Tim Walz's players who he coached when he was a high school coach. And at this point, I'm like, all right, I'm ready to ride with Tim, ride into the sunset. And I want to be very clear, like, I've read him up. I know who he is. Like, Minnesota and Colorado are like tight, you know, we're tight. So I know who he is, but seeing the players, seeing the speakers, seeing Senator Klobuchar talk about him really inspired me. So if there's a moment you're getting amped up and hyped up, it was right there. Like, you were ready to play football for Coach Walz. And then, obviously, the man of the hour of the night, Governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, came on the stage, and yeah.
The Democratic nominee for Vice President, Governor Tim Walz.
Thanks for putting your trust in me and for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign.
So I just want to, you know, like I said, what a great speech, you know, and if you're, like, not many people know who Tim Walz is. And I feel like, coming from that perspective, like, who is this guy? Why is he the vice president pick? What's his vibe like? He nailed it. I think the fact that he's so personable, so connected to the people, and the fact that his son, there's a moment, his son was standing up and screaming, "That's my dad, that's my dad." That made me, like, tear up. I got, like, emotional. Like, really emotional. And, like, we were all chanting, you know, Coach, Walz, and I think that really, like, cemented the hype. And I know football analogies and politics, it's like, but I love it. I love the football analogies. I love being in the fourth quarter. We got to get a field goal. Like, let's do it. Let's go do one last drive. Like, I'm ready, man. I'm ready to go on down there, kick the field goal myself. You know, like, it was so hype. Like, the energy was so hype. And I was tired. Everyone around me was tired. It's day 3, and usually, like, not gonna lie, like, the vice presidential pick is not as exciting. And lately it has been. You know, Harris was a very exciting vice president pick. And I think Tim Walz has that. He has so much potential. He has so much charisma. Like, it's hard not to not like him, you know? And so the fact that we ended that night with Tim Walz, I was, like, shocked. I'm like, no way. That can't be it. That can't be it. And obviously, like, you know, picture of all, like, everyone had this amazing little thing, you know, and the camera crew, they're, like, everywhere. I think the camera folks were, like, definitely on either Minnesota and, for whatever reason, Colorado. I don't know why. Maybe it's because we're really loud and we're really excited for Minnesota. Soda! And, of course, again, Jeremy, me, and Alex holding our signs up. Like, we were, like, so excited. Like, you know, things are dying down. The crowd's starting to leave, and we're just getting pictures here and there. So Eric, James getting pictures. Obviously, everyone's starting to get ready to leave, and we're just, like, we're enjoying the moment. We're basking in. Angela, Dennis, Deborah getting a picture there. By then, Tim Walz has already left. So, but, like, we were just enjoying the moment. And, of course, I went down. I got a nice picture holding Coach Walz in front of this, you know, the DNC. And they started doing the benediction. So the benediction, again, I hate it, but I understand it. You know, the benediction is not as cool as some of the speakers, but, like, why do you have to do it at the very end? Like, everyone's gone. So here's the video of the benediction right now.
Division is a tool of the Institute. Hatred is a misunderstanding of love. Help us to come together and fight and fight against oneness, oneness, oneness. My attitude is for God. Let there be peace tonight. Peace in Palestine. Peace for Palestinians. Peace for Israelis.
So not many people know this, but I bought my Constitution because the day 3 was all about our democracy, the integrity of our democracy, of our republic. And they spent a lot of the night like bashing and going on the Republican Party and Trump for January 6th. And I think that I carry this Constitution around me constantly just because it really is a very important document. You know, it is the basis of our founding fathers, and while it is not perfect, it has made us and led us through a lot. And so here's my picture of me holding the Constitution from the DNC, and obviously, like, you know, I think it's a very powerful item to have. I mean, I think everyone should have a Constitution. I think everyone should read it and make sure that they know their rights, because our rights are inalienable. Like, they are rights that we have automatically. And not many countries got that. Not many countries have a Constitution. Not many countries have, you know, the fact that enshrined is a document that says you are entitled and you will have the rights for liberty, pursuit of happiness. And so I felt like it was very important to capture this moment, to have this amazing book, to be able to, you know, say that I carry my Constitution at the DNC, because it's important to recognize that. We're all Americans. We're all citizens here. We love this country. And while the Constitution has some flaws, like, you know, we've had many amendments, it's still an important document that shows us the way. So, yeah. And then as I'm doing this picture, I started hearing some crazy stuff, man. Like, holy moly, the Minnesota delegation went crazy. So I'll paint the picture. It's like almost 11:30. There's no one there. There's literally no one. And I hear this chant. I hear them waltz. And I'm like, I gotta be with these guys. This is where I'm going to be partying for the next hour if I can. And I join them, and my voice is gone. I've been yelling all day, yelling all night, yelling back and forth. But when you're at your lowest low, you find something in there. You find a voice you did not imagine, and I was chanting, screaming. And I want to be clear, I am not from Minnesota. I'm from Colorado. But I know folks, and there are people I really care about. My partner and her family are from Minnesota, and I have to represent them. I gotta be there with them. So I was chanting, I was screaming, I was waving as much as I can, and I had an amazing time. These guys, these men and women, brothers and sisters here, like we're all Tim Waltz, Coach Waltz's, fans, stands, and it was incredible. So, there's a selfie of me. Again, the media loved it. Oh my God, there's like 30 cameras on us, and they were like all over. They were like everywhere. And I was like, I gotta get in there. I gotta get in there. So I'm in there. I'm chanting. I'm screaming. I'm tired, but I'm going hard. And this man, is the GOAT. The mayor of St. Paul. I apologize. I gotta double check. This mayor is Melvin Carter. Melvin Carter was leading the chants, going crazy. Respect. As a fellow city council member, to you, Mayor, thank you so much for embracing me. I really appreciate you, Mayor. So Mayor was going hard. He was like leading every moment of it for multiple cycles. And when I say cycles, I mean like a solid 40 minutes of just screaming, chanting. And this was before us meeting here. So after Tim Waltz speaks, after all this, after everything, Melvin keeps going. The mayor does not give up. He has the voice of like an angel or something. I don't know. He just didn't stop. And we just kept going and going and going. He hyped him up so much. So I got to give kudos to him. This, I believe, is another city council member or elected official as well of Minnesota. And I have to give him a shout out because he had this amazing sign here. So obviously also leading the chat. And he got tired. I felt bad. I felt real bad. I'm like, hey, man, can I get a picture with you? Because he was also leading the chants as well. So my apologies. I didn't ask for his name. I just know he was leading it. He was in charge of it. He spoke with the media, so I know he's famous. I know he's an elected official of something or some capacity. So very cool guy. This homeboy, oh my gosh. This guy was also not from Minnesota, and me and him bonded over each other. We're just like, hey, are you from Minnesota? He's like, no. I'm like, neither. But let's sit tight. Let's stay here. Let's chat. Let's scream. Let's be part of this amazing moment for Coach Waltz, for Governor Waltz. And he's like, yeah, man, let's do it. So he's my buddy. He's my battle buddy. My non-Minnesotan battle buddy. We had a great time. We were chanting. We were screaming. We were hollering. We were supportive of our Minnesotan delegation here. This is, I believe, a state senator. So I met her briefly. I think she was the one who gave me the sign. But she's a state senator. She was really kind. So kind. And I really was very pleased to be next to her. And her voice was gone by the end of the night. But she kept going. She stayed there the whole time. And this is also another representative or elected official. I think she also might be another state senator. I keep forgetting. I apologize. I'm not really good at meeting folks. But you see a lot of people. And also had a good time. I'm like, hey, I have family and friends from Minnesota. She's like, where from? And I'm like, here, where? And, the vibe checks was there. But obviously, like this sign here, Like, this is the most important thing I got all the whole convention. I'm not going to lie. The face of Coach Waltz, Coach Waltz, Tim Waltz, Tim Waltz, Tim Waltz. Like, oh my God, I just can't believe I was able to get this. I'm not going to lie. This is like a magical moment of just having this, putting this here still. So, oh, sorry. Yeah. Coach Waltz, Coach Waltz, Coach Waltz, Coach. And just, oh my gosh, we were going so hard. So hard. Like, they had to kick us out. Literally, like, security came up. They're like, guys, come on. It's like almost midnight. We gotta go. We gotta clean up. And we're like, let's just have like a train. So we started like a train to go all the way up there. And the media was like following us too. It was kind of funny. And like, I just, it was just like magical, Like, it felt euphoric. It felt like another sense of belonging, When you find your people, when you find the folks that you can resonate, like, you stay with them. So, they were a good time, the Minnesota delegation. I really, really respect it. So, yeah, And here's a fun clip of me screaming and hollering too. So like I said, in the middle of the night, it's like it's 12 o'clock, and you know, this is live from C-SPAN, and there I am right behind the parade, and yeah, it's muted. So I'm muted right now. I'm just screaming. I'm shouting. I'm like, Tim Waltz, Tim Waltz. I'm like walking, and there's Secret Service. I almost got ran over. He almost got ran over, but I didn't. So yeah, let's go. And again, muted because they're doing calls right now. They're doing calls from like various people. Like you can see right there. It's like it says call from like Maryland or whatever. So call from Maryland, and yeah, I was like going nuts. Like I said. I can't believe I went that hard at all. I mean, I can. I you know, a little bit about me is I did Dragon Boat for a while, and when you do Dragon Boat, you need to have a loud voice, especially if you're a caller. So I was a caller for many years, and that's basically Dragon Boating, and that was a good time. I do want to like point this out as well, just because I think it's important to acknowledge as well that the protesters were still there. So. This is a picture from outside after we left and walked out. You can see a bunch of cops here, but you can most importantly see a lot of delegates and volunteers who are protesting. So arms embargo now, none other bomb, and they were out there for a while. So I would say about 25, 30 delegates / people were out there with this banner. And I'm not sure if they were allowed back in when they went out, but there's a lot of rumors, you know. So they were outside the CNN Grill, which is also exclusive. I tried to get on there like twice. So, a fun fact, you have to have like a special pass, and you have to be like invited or like a famous person apparently. So, but no, the protesters were there, and this is like again midnight almost at this point. So they're out there, they're respecting, you know, and not them, but everyone was respecting the right for protests, and I think it's important. Here's me holding my Tim Waltz head. This is Neil. I found Neil somehow. Neil out there, my man. We were hanging out with Tim Waltz. This individual, I forgot her name, but she was a guest. So she's a guest from New York, and we bonded a lot. We talked for a while. The bus back to the hotel. We're just having a good time, just chatting up. And this gentleman here, Dan the Man, and sorry for my horrible face, but Dan the Man. What a legend. What a GOAT. This guy's a GOAT. That's all you need to know. He's like the biggest Broncos fan of all time. I love this man. I love this man. I'm a believer. You know, I believe in Bo Nix. I bet Bo Nix and doing Dan the Man. There he is hanging out with us. And of course, I had to get food. It was late. I was like 1 a.m. Food here. It is shrimp and fries. So definitely had to get shrimp and fries. And of course, as I'm walking back, it's like 1:40, 2 o'clock. I still have a representative from New Jersey. I forgot who this is. I think Representative something. My brain, again, I don't know who he is. Representative, awesome. Good to see you, man. Respect. And I think a lot of folks are going to parties, and obviously, I'm not a party guy. I really am not. So I spent my third night. I ate the shrimp, ate the fries, went back home, went to bed. It was like probably like 2 o'clock, maybe like 2:30. So I was out and about, but I also was like not really doing anything, and that's my vibe, you know. I like to hang out with people. I like to wander around, explore things, and obviously be safe. So yeah, that's the end. That is day 3 for Vice President Tim Waltz, and I gotta say he did a great job. All the speakers did. Oprah did. I mean, everyone who spoke that night got you so excited. And when I was going to bed, you know, I turned on the Food Network. That's my thing. You know, I gotta watch Guy Fieri drive through his drivers and dine-ins, and I'm like thinking to myself, you know, like, there's only one more night left. There's only one more night left of this amazing time. And I just, it was wild. Like, I was like, I gotta sleep, and I went eventually to bed. Yeah. We finally made it. The final day at the DNC convention. It is 2024, Chicago. It's about to roll. So first off the bat, we go to our breakfast. Same old, you know, eggs, hash brown, some occasional muffins, and bacon. So definitely ate the bacon, because bacon's good. But anyway, so right off the bat, reporters are coming in now. So the Colorado delegation had Colorado local reporters. So, CPR, Kyle Clark, some folks came in, KOA, like, local news folks, they came in. They're interviewing folks, talking to folks. I think I got interviewed once. And I'm going to have a section later, don't worry, about news, media, and interviews because they found me and I found them. So we're going to do that later. But right off the bat, I saw our chair talking to the CPR reporter and, happy he's getting interviewed because our chair deserves it. Because look at those kicks right there, You got to respect those kicks on Chad. So nice kicks, Chad. Respect. I got a little note from one of our delegates, Greg, and it was very, very kind. Like, this is a beautiful message, and I wish more folks could read cursive, but I really appreciate the message, Greg, and it's very powerful because, for a lot of us, this is our first time meeting folks, and it felt like we shared a really powerful bond experience just being delegates for this convention. So I appreciate the kind words, Greg. You didn't have to write this, but thank you so much. Speakers, so there's Senator John Hickenlooper, former governor of Colorado, former mayor of Denver. He's just chatting, having a good time, and I need to give an apology to Mr. Senator Hickenlooper. Every time I saw him, I just kept saying, hey, good luck out there, break a leg. Good luck out there, break a leg. I don't know why. I think he thought I was trying to be supportive and motivating him, but I think it just came off a little bit as weird because I'm not sure how to interact with senators, I guess, and politicians. So, I was like, oh, good luck out there. You're speaking up right next. Good luck. So, awkward turtle is awkward. And there he is taking a picture with me. So, at one point, he's just, he's a cool guy. He is, at one point he walked away. I got up, said, hey, Senator, can I get a picture? And that's how I usually do things, and we'll talk about the buttons in a second because this is very important. The buttons come later. Again, my man Ed Perlmutter rocking the Skull Buffs. Look at that. He's wearing a Skull Buffs hat and a Colorado shirt underneath. The man loves CU Boulder, and I respect that. As a fellow Buff alumni, thank you so much for representing the state. Thank you so much for representing CU Boulder. Skull Buffs. That's all I gotta say. Skull Buffs. So Ed rocking all the Buff swag. This is a picture of our, because I haven't really shown what our breakfast area looks like. So again, you had 80 plus delegates, elected officials all around the area. Everyone's here, So all the big wigs, big names in Colorado are in this very room. It's kind of wild to see everyone here. And again, that breakfast buffet, dude. I gotta respect. You can see the bacon right there. Yummy, yummy bacon. And yeah, a lot of folks are just hanging out, getting coffee, getting ready for the morning. And I want to be very clear. It is early. It is not even 8 o'clock yet. So all of us are up before 7. We're here at 7. And we're just trying to get some caffeine, get ready for the big day. So next one is going to be the legend. This is, again, Polly Baca, Colorado legend. Again, first Hispanic speaker of the state assembly for Colorado. She is a trailblazer. She is literally been going to these conventions since 1964 or 62. I'm not sure. She literally, her first convention was in the 60s, JFK. So I just want to be clear. This is an historical figure, and I've met Polly a couple times, and she's still engaged with the Colorado Democratic Party. She's still very much involved in our state. So it's inspiring that she is here, and I got to have a moment with her, taking a quick picture with her. So really happy to see her. This is her sister, Becca. Or Betty. Sorry, my apologies, Betty. Betty is another famous Baca, and she has been involved with the Colorado Dems as well for some time. And I thought she was cool as well. We got to chat as well because obviously Polly is in the background, but I really appreciate meeting you, Betty, as well. So thanks so much, Betty. Next one is going to be, this is a mayor pro tem where I mayor, I think, of Fort Collins. So very cool. Nice meeting. Again, when I see local elected officials, I'm always like, hey, I'm also an elected official, and I'm also a local elected official. We should exchange our information. And she gave a shout out and said thank you so much for being here, and obviously told me to tell my mayor back at home to say hi. So thank you so much, Mayor. I appreciate seeing you as well. this is our speaker. So our speaker, well, again, one of our many, many speakers is, I believe this is Mr. Luntz. He is a pollster. So Mr. Luntz is a pollster. I think it's Larry Luntz. Let me double check real quick. Pollster. Frank Luntz. Yeah, Frank Luntz is a pollster and former Republican strategist. Like, his whole thing was about data. And I'm not going to lie, I was pretty impressed because he knows so much. And he's obviously on national headlines, national TV. And he just was saying about how momentum shifted, the fact that we should be excited, and that Harris has really come a lot with her momentum. And at one point, and this is like a moment that I always remember from him, is he looked around the room and said, raise your hand if you're between the ages of 18 to 29 and you're a woman. And I want to be very clear, there are very few of those folks in the room at the time. Again, our delegation is predominantly older folks, but a couple, of our female women, 18 to 29-year-old delegates did raise their hand. And he looked at them and said, your demographic is going to make sure that Harris wins the election this year. And I think everyone just started clapping. And I thought, I was like, oh my gosh, that's so powerful. Like, it's true that the women voters in this country are really going to bail us out because it's not going to be white men. I'm going to tell that right now. White men are not going to go out in droves and vote for Harris. And, I'm not trying to be like, oh my gosh, but it's true. Trump's main demographic is white men. His vice president nominee is a white dude. And I get it. Harris chose a white guy as well for her VP choice. But all I'm saying is that women are going to be voting in the droves. Women are going to be more engaged and more involved. And they're literally going to save this country. So I'm glad about that. I'm glad you mentioned that because I definitely agree. And I was also clapping as well. Next picture is going to be Attorney General Phil Weiser. So, obviously, Attorney General, 2 terms, so he's termed out. And I believe he's probably going to run for governor in 2026. So, that's my bet right there. And I'm going to say hi to him, because cozy up with the future governor will be a good time. So, there's potential future governor Phil Weiser. But, most importantly, he is Attorney General, and he's done a lot of good work for the state as well. He did a lot of the grand juries for a lot of brutal police killings that we had in Colorado in the past few years. So, yeah, kudos to Phil. Next but not least is, of course, Mr. Luntz himself. And, he I'm telling you, the strategy is way outside. Wait like a second or two. People come up, get a picture. That's it. That's all you gotta do. And I'm telling you right now, the buttons, they help. Like, these buttons just scream, hey, I'm a friendly guy. Take a picture with me. So I'll tell you that right now in a second right here. As I'm leaving, I come across Congressman Joe Neguse, and I know he's going to be speaking tonight. And I said, hey, good luck out there. Have a great time. And he pointed at me and said, these buttons are amazing. Do you need more? And I said, not really, but yeah. So this is the fit I've been wearing. So gradually, I've expanded my wardrobe to having like 9 buttons. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's like wearing bling. People come up to you. People ask you questions. And the blazer really helps as well because, the donkeys, again, donkeys are the symbol of the Democratic Party, yada, yada, yada. But these buttons just, like, pop out. And so I decided I was going to wear this, like, all day. And, again, like, people it just starts conversations, And I think that's important because people are like, oh, man, cool buttons. Like, I think putting this on just basically made me like an approachable guy. I think I compare it to being like a wacky inflatable balloon guy. Just constantly like energy, just like positive vibes. And so folks just came up to me and just talked and always said, hey, nice blazer, man. Nice jacket. Nice jacket. So my socks, feet pics. We gotta get some feet pics in here. So snails, because, my partner and I, we have an obsession with snails. And donkeys, because donkeys are very cute and adorable. So, those are my socks for last night. I got on the bus and I spoke to Jeffrey here. Jeffrey is another Vietnamese individual. I'm kidding. He's not Vietnamese. He is Chinese. I am so bad at this. He's a Chinese American. And he is 19 years old. And he literally was like, yeah, when I go back home, I go straight to college. And I'm like, bro, respect. Jeffrey, you're so cool, man. Like, for real. Huge shout out to Jeffrey. Literally, dude is going to college now. So I'm filming this a week after the convention. He's probably in college right now doing syllabus week. So, Jeffrey, you're watching this, bro. I appreciate you. Love you. Thanks for being the bus with me in our nice fancy bus again. We got the fancy bus again for the day. And thanks for having a good time with me. This person next to me is Native American, who also was very involved and engaged. And we talked about how, you know, she's also a local elected official, and the fact that, you know, our families, for whatever reason, you know, we have people who voted for Trump, and we have people who have very conservative views. And I just thought that bonded us because, you know, I grew up with a very traditional Republican conservative household, and she also mentioned that a lot of her family members were conservative as well. So, you know, these stories just stick with you. Like, the people you sit down and talk to, I'll be honest, I barely know the name, but I know I recognize the conversations we had and the fact that we bonded over some stuff. So, huge shouts to you, you know, elected official. Gotta give you a shout out. Apologies if I don't know your name, but I can't see your name tag, so I can't cheat. So long story short, I went to the Women's Caucus. And as I'm slowly entering the Women's Caucus, because again, this is the last day, the only caucus that was available to attend was the Women's Caucus. And I met with former Secretary, and former Representative Fudge. So, Secretary Fudge is no longer a secretary, but she is a fantastic woman. Marcia Fudge, she was United States Secretary of Housing and Development, and she went viral. You know, she had a viral moment, and unfortunately, you know, she stepped down recently. I think she was a really cool and amazing person, and I think I missed her speak. So, she was very kind. I think there was a crowd around her, and I waited for my turn. I was like, hey, yeah, it's all good. I just want to get a picture with you. Don't worry about it. And I actually, you know, this is a tip if you're ever curious of getting pictures of someone in this frame instead of a selfie. You go up to the person next to you and you're like, hey, I'll do you a solid. If you know, take a picture of me, I'll take a picture of you. Equivalent exchange. It's so easy. And they go up, they're happy, and I take a picture. Then I'm like, hey, I'm so sorry, Secretary Fudge. Can I get one picture with you as well? And that's easy. Just you slide in there, get a picture, you move on. So, Secretary Fudge, amazing individual, and I'm happy to see her as I'm entering the Women's Caucus. So, Women's Caucus is going on. There's speakers all over the place. And again, the front area is reserved for delegates. The rest of everyone else, you gotta wait outside, or not outside. Like, there's like a little gate the volunteers won't let you go through. You don't have a delegate badge. And I want to be very clear. Everyone is wearing white. So now you're wondering, why is everyone wearing white? Well, it's because of the women's suffrage movement. Long story short, the women's suffrage movement allowed women the ability to vote. And I think it's powerful because a lot of these, you know, women suffrage members were white. That's how they protested. They went, you know, back in the heyday, olden times, they were white, they would walk around, they would picket, they would protest, they would do anything they could to get the women the right to vote. And so people are wearing white today because if Vice President Harris is elected, she would be America's first woman president. So everyone's wearing white. I'm wearing white. Believe it or not, under my blazer, I'm wearing like a white shirt. I'm wearing white pants. And I actually bought a white blazer, and we'll talk about that later. But I did buy a white blazer. But for all intents and purposes, I decided to wear the button-up thing because I knew it was going to get, you know, views or clicks or, you know, people was going to look at me. Anyway, I thought it was very powerful seeing this. All the women wearing white, even guys wearing white. Men were wearing white in solidarity, and I think that's powerful as well. You know, we got to support our sisters, and, you know, I love it. I love it, you know. I'm a son of a mother. I'm a brother to sisters. I'm a cousin to female cousins. You get the point. That's a joke, by the way. Anyway, some speakers who, let's see here. It was really hard. I'm not going to lie. It was really hard to be in the back and get settled down because the energy, like, was so exciting. If that makes sense. People were standing up and you know, taking lots of people. A lot of folks were just standing up and clapping and cheering because the energy was like hype right there. So I could barely take any videos. I could barely take any pictures because people were just constantly, like, you know, moving up and down. So This is one of those pictures I was able to capture before everyone was standing again, cheering, because all the speakers were like powerful, you know. Here's another one. Again, phones out, everyone's chanting, cheering. I believe this is a representative. She's going to be speaking tonight. I think this is Representative Jasmine Crockett, who was incredible. Oh my gosh, she was incredible. She spoke so eloquently, and she kept it real, you know. She kept it real, and I really appreciate that. So, obviously, it was a very powerful time being in this room. I left eventually, and then I came across some. Look at that! Hall special guests and delegates. So, long story short, a lot of folks could bring their spouses for a day or two, and this is what happened as well. It's like a lottery, or in some cases, you know, like you pay money, you get a hall pass, but some delegates were able to do that. So this gentleman was like, "I'm from Iowa. Can I get a picture with you?" And I'm like, "Sure." So we got a picture. And again, the buttons, man. The buttons are peak. So, yeah. So, Demapalooza, again, this happened again, and I didn't realize this until I got home. I just couldn't, all my footage just didn't exist because Secret Service turned my camera on, and I didn't realize this either. So, I was walking around doing this the whole time without recording, and I should have looked at this. I clicked the thing, and instead of hearing the beep, 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 I heard the beep one, so I thought it was on, but it wasn't on. So long story short, I have an hour and a half footage of just blackness, because literally this was in my bag for an hour. So, yeah, apologies if Demapalooza is not getting that much love. The vendors are cool. Again, I walked around for a while, so I took a picture of some information because I thought it was cool, because this ballot ready thing was interesting, because we gotta support, you know, fair and transparent elections. I met some influencers, so yeah, look at that creator badge. So remember I mentioned earlier about how these influencers are just like everywhere? Well, they're everywhere, and they're literally like 200, and again, all ages, all vibes, you know, like you have basically anyone who has a platform there. And I just met them, talked to them, and they were like, yeah, you know, like, can we get an interview with you real quick? And I was like, absolutely. So here's a selfie of them as we're waiting in line. I'm at this point, I'm just trying to get home. I'm like exhausted. I'm like, what I'm going to do after the Women's Caucus, I'm going to wander around, talk to some folks, and then go home. Go back to the hotel, freshen up, and then be like extra on time for Harris's night, because that's going to be the biggest night. As I'm leaving, though, check this out. My twin. I found my twin hanging out, walking. I'm like, excuse me, can I get a picture with you? And this is, I believe, a delegate from Mississippi. Mississippi. And we were just chatting, having a good time. And obviously, like, you know, real recognizes real. And I recognized the blazer, and she recognized me, and we're like having a good time. Bada bing, bada boom. Here's my man, Colin. You know, Colin and I are hanging out at the bus stop, and he's wearing his tux, and he looks very, very, very great. Awesome guy. Also running for office, I believe. So if he's elected, he'll be the youngest city council member in his community. And I'm rooting for you, Colin. Make it happen, buddy. This pin is so scuffed. I don't know why I picked it up. Like, I was like, size doesn't matter. And they're like, their thing is that no campaign should be, whether it be small or big or large, it doesn't matter. So I just thought it was pretty funny. I had to get it. So you can see my phone angle right there in the background in the reflection. So there you go. I saw this on like an hour before I'm getting ready. So Walter Masterson posted me on a story. So I thought that was very magical and made me really happy, because I didn't realize he has a very active social media. So shout out to you, Walter. OG here. I watched some of your videos after I got back home. So big fan of you, especially you're trolling the right-wing dude eating food. So yeah, good stuff, man. Respect. My so my roommate Jeremy and I were like, all right. So this is the deal. I told him I'm gonna wear my blazer because I know this gets a lot of attention. It's great. People love it. I'm gonna wear my white shirt. I'm gonna wear my white pants, etc. And in response, he's like, "Can I borrow your blazer?" And I said, "Absolutely." So I could have worn my blazer, and I basically we kind of switch here and there, and this is me wearing it. So like I said, it is a nice blazer, a nice white blazer. And here's me smiling, but yeah, no, it's a nice blazer, and I'm glad he's wearing it because I feel bad because I paid money for this blazer, so and I didn't want to like bring 2 blazers to the convention. I thought that would be too much, so I said, yeah, man, absolutely, you can wear it. I just want to use whenever we get a chance and whenever there's a moment, I just want to borrow it back and take some pictures with it because I do want to recognize that this is an historic election, this is an historic night, and we could see America's first female president. So, I brought it. And this is Joshua. So Joshua and I, and again, this will be in the media section in a second. We were featured in the Washington Post. I saw this guy everywhere, and he always had a cowboy hat on. So it was easy to spot him, and he's a cool dude. Cool guy. Absolutely cool guy. So, yeah, that is now we're about to enter the convention center for the last final night at the DNC in Chicago. So yeah, we're on the shuttle, and first shuttle, and I'm not gonna lie, people are trying to come in line. And I show up an hour early. So the bus leaves at 3:30. I got there at 2:14. So some people try to cut, and I was like, no, man. You gotta go back. And believe it or not, I even said that to Colorado delegates. The Colorado delegates came up to me and they're like, can I join you? And I'm like, nah, man. Go back in line. Like, imagine getting death stares at people. Because I'm not gonna lie, like, again, these lines are massive. There's like 100 people all in the hotel trying to get in the shuttle. Because this shuttle is the only way you can get to the convention center. So, and some people just like cut through. I remember someone, an older lady, she just cut in line. I said, ma'am, and she's like, I don't care. And she's walked past me, and I'm like, all right, cool. No worries, lady. Like, come on. Like, I don't know. Sometimes this is like the ugly side of like these kind of events. People are very like, it's about me, it's about my experience, and you gotta do good. You gotta do better. Like, if there's a line, don't cut the line. If someone calls you out, don't like glare at them. Just be like, oh, sorry, I'll go back, but guess not. Just ignore me and walk away. But who am I? Who am I the judge? Who am I the judge? Anyway, for long story short, I got on the bus. So the bus is packed. This is the first bus out to the convention center. Obviously, we have a sheriff officer here with us, and it's a good time. Everyone's hanging out. We're all chatting. Someone's watching the again, some caucuses, some events here, and we're just bonding. We're having a good time. We're all chatting, all giddy. My busmates, Jeremy, my roommate, Alex, of course, and Lynn. Huge shouts to Lynn. Love you, Lynn. Lynn was my buddy for night 2 and my buddy again for the last night. So we got to all go together, hang out, and it was a good time. And check out this video.
When I say madam, you say president. Madam!
President!
Madam!
President!
Madam!
President!
Let's go!
I'm a wizard, and I am a wizard. But no, it literally, so the bus stopped, they turn it off. K9 unit, Secret Service, they gotta do their thing. And we're just bored. We're like, waiting like 5 minutes here. So I just started chanting. And my voice, if you haven't figured that out, it's cracked. I've been screaming, I've been hollering for 4 days straight. So my voice is gone. I'm like, I'm not there anymore. But I'm still going to rally. I'm still going to be loud. I'm still going to be obnoxious. I'm still going to be screaming the whole day. Anyway, we get there, and of course the lines are super packed, and it's so bright right now. It's like 3:30. The sun is in my eyeball right there. You can see the sun right there. You can see my sweat and my amazing hairline. Anyway, Jeremy, Alex, love you guys. Thank you so much for being my friends. Appreciate it. Polly, Betty, and some other folks. We got a nice line picture because we're just waiting in line, having a good time. And everyone's here. We made it. We're off the bus. No hard feelings for anyone who cut in line. Literally, everyone who tried to cut in line, and like I'm telling you right now, people who went in the back were on the same bus as you. So you didn't have to be like mean and, anyway. I'm sorry the bus thing is annoying. The line thing is silly. No, again, I got on the bus. I'm here. I'm having a good time. This is Rudy, another Colorado delegate. We're just hanging out, having a good time. You can see security go through people's bags and my glasses. That's awkward. But we're having a good time. We're happy. You know, he's wearing a nice tie. I'm wearing my tie. We're all wearing our whites. It's good. We're sharp. We saw the Emily's List Harris portrait. It was massive and it's beautiful. Like, look at that smile. You can only imagine how long it took to like put this here. And there's all three of us, the three musketeers, hanging out, wearing all of our Colorado swag here. Look at the white. Come on, I'm telling you, the white. It's so good. It makes you feel like you're part of like a movement. You know, just saying. Hanging out. There's me jumping in front of Harris. I'm like off the ground barely. My jump vertical is not great, okay? So I'm jumping, my tongue sticking out. Anyway, I'm sorry guys. I'm getting off track. Snipers. So we're back at trying to get lunch again because I'm like, I want food. I want to go out and about. And there's snipers literally everywhere. So I thought that was kind of fun. Not fun, but you know, people were just staring at this guy, and I'm like, oh, what's going on? And yeah, it's a sniper. So that's really it. Secret Service, Homeland Security, State Troopers, Chicago PD, National Guard, you name it. I ate another hot dog. I think I've eaten so many hot dogs, I probably will become a hot dog. I don't know. I like hot dogs, and it's hard to get good hot dogs in Colorado. I'm going to be real with you. We don't have that much variety here in Colorado. So the fact that, oh yeah, this is a Polish dog, deep fried hot dog, I'm like, yes. Onions? Yes. Mustard? Whatever. But again, I had to get it because it's cheap and it's inexpensive and it's outdoor food. And yeah, I will say it was so humid and so hot. I kind of regretted eating the hot dog. I feel like I should have got something like not as like greasy and fat. I should have gotten like maybe like, I don't know, a salad or something. But yeah. Anyway, woo! Sam and Sam, two Sams, all part of the Colorado and the Young Dems. So we're just hanging out, getting pictures, and again, you can see the crowds of media folks all out there. So yeah, food trucks, great. Alex got some food to go, and I already ate my hot dog. So yeah, and we're about to go inside. There you go. So I'm going inside, and the energy. I mean, people are filling in quickly. And I'm rocking the blazer right now. Still got it. Still mint condition. And it was magical, you know? You're walking into history. The moment you step inside, you feel like something touch, your shoulder, and you're just waiting in anticipation at the moment that's going to happen. So, I'm walking around, I'm talking to folks. This is Eliza, my buddy. And I was like, you're in the splash zone. I'm sorry if I get too loud. And she's like, don't worry. We need that energy tonight. And like I said, everyone's wearing white. So, very powerful stuff. This is Drew, my man. Arizona Democrat here. This guy. Look at this. Look at his fit. His fit is so cool. And I want to say, like I met him the first night. He actually took my picture. He took one of my pictures of me holding one like those like vote signs, or I don't know what sign it was. Maybe it was Coach Waltz. And I walked past him. I'm like, bro, I love your fit, man. Can I get a picture? And he said, yeah, absolutely. And this guy is so cool. Drove, if you're watching this, man, I appreciate you, bro. Huge shout out to you, dude. Like, for real. Your fit for that night, easily my favorite fit of the whole time. Like, oh my gosh, it's so cool. It's such a good fit, man. Anyway, I love how we're in front of the DNC, like 20, so our faces are red. So, good times. And yeah, everyone's excited. Everyone's going around having a good time, chatting. And, there's Alex eating his pasta, talking to the paramedic. I feel bad. I felt guilty when I took this picture. I don't know why I'm showing this to you, but Alex, I want to let you know that those EMT folks really thought you were hilarious, man. Like, watching you talk to them, very inspiring, very wholesome. I captured the moment at the worst possible time. But clearly, she agrees with me. I think she's having a good time. You guys are you've seen some shit, man. I don't know. That's a tough look. If you don't know who this is, Google her right now. Dolores Huerta. She is 90 plus years old. She's a civil rights icon. And when I was growing up with the I Have a Dream Foundation, we learned a lot about her. We learned about the farmers' union movement in California. We learned about Cesar Chavez, and she literally is one of those folks. Like, if you open a chapter in American history, look at, you know, the United Farmer Workers and about Cesar Chavez, her name is there. Dolores Huerta. Google it right now, because she legit is an inspiration. She's so amazing. This is not my first time I've met her. She's come to Colorado a couple times. She's spoken on behalf of Colorado, like, you know, voters. She's spoken on behalf of union folks. She is the GOAT, the legend, the OG herself. And she's here hanging out with us. And so there's a moment that I want to show. You know, I didn't realize they've recorded this, but I thought it was very cool. I waited like at least 5 minutes to talk to her, to say hi to her, because she was getting interviewed by some Hispanic Spanish language news outlet, and they're really excited to see her as much as I am. And I'm like, I'll wait, I'll chill. You know, she's not gonna go anywhere. So, and I want to be very clear. Like, the media is like behind her. They're ready to get her. Like, she's in high demand. Like, this is a very important person to see just walking around. Like, the media swarm is like literally around her, interviewing her, because they want to know her thoughts, her views. She's 90 plus years old, and we have a woman candidate for the, like, you know, the second time, I guess, in our country's history, and third if you count the vice presidential, but second time having a woman candidate with a real shot at becoming president. So yeah, very proud to see her.
¡Sí se puede! ¡Sí se puede!
So, you know, naturally, when you see the best fit, you're going to see the most cursed fucking fit. So, lo and behold, as I'm walking by, this guy, Kamala is brat. I'm going to be real with you guys. I have no idea what the brat thing is. I don't get it. It's a color. It's a vibe. It makes no sense. I don't get it. And so his energy was like, I didn't realize I could find someone who was like, you know, like, I'm pretty high energy. I'm an extrovert. I'm a guy who's going to bring the hype. This guy blew my mind. I think I finally met someone who surpassed me. Surpassed my vibes. And it was this man. Wearing a bow tie and neon green clothes. And also doing the shaka, man. Like, respect you, bro. Honestly, I respect his outfit. I'm not going to lie. Real recognizes real. Like, look at us. We're basically two extroverts having the time of their lives, honestly, at the convention. So, I know I'm giving him shit because I don't understand the brat movement, but it is a great fit. And I love it. So, huge shout out to you, bro. Folks were gathering. Like, this is the floor area. I snuck in. You know, I have to. And technically, I didn't snuck in. I just showed my badge and let me through. So, everyone's gathering. It's like it's getting hype. And you can see the ocean of white. Like, every other person is wearing white. I think it just captures the moment. The history. As I'm walking by, I got a picture of myself. Some reporters came up to me, and obviously this is a good shot, you know, in front of the DNC. Just like, gotta do that power pose. That power pose, just like, you know, chest out. I don't know why I keep doing that. I know why. I'm showing the buttons. It's a button pose. You're showing off the buttons at the moment. So there's me showing off my buns because I'm a clown. And lo and behold, so yo, you would not believe this. So my district attorney, his name is Brian Mason. I was there like 5 years ago when he first announced he was running for district attorney. This is not Brian Mason. This is his twin, Jeff Mason, who's a delegate. So I was like, no fucking way. That's not Brian. That's his twin. I came up to him. I said, hi, I'm Kenny. I'm blah, 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 you know, etc. First time delegate. And he's like, I want to get a picture with you. I'm going to send this to my brother right now. So, Jeff, appreciate it, brother. And also, to Brian, huge shout out to you, man. Big fan of you, Brian. Big fan of the Mason brothers, dude. Mason brothers for life, okay? Mason brothers for life. My favorite twins. This guy is the Lorax. The dude is walking around. I'm like, yo, man, can I get a picture with you? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, you look like the Lorax. And he's like, you know, save the trees. And I'm like, Yes! Yes! Dr. Zeus Camille was a little bit racist, though. Just, want to say... Yeah, anyway. Lorax. Love it. Great picture. Delegates. There's Greg. There's Brenda. We're all wearing white. Again, the white is just like Colorado's representing, Like, I'm telling you, it was like a sea of white. Everywhere. Everywhere. This is my homeboy, Sterling. I met him last night, and I said, my friend, you were in the splash zone. So, and some VIPs behind us, I guess. But yeah, we're ready to rock and roll. Like, this is the hype train. Jeremy, Lucy as well. We're all excited. And just, getting pictures. Capturing the moment. Waiting for the speakers to start showing up. This is Deep. This is Porter. We're like youngish Democrats. We're political organizers. We're having a good time. We're hanging out. Quick picture. Yeah, we're excited. It's going to be great. And then this poll thing. I didn't realize this was on all the time, but apparently, like, there's like a secret line, a code or something, and they call occasionally, and usually, like, one delegation has, like, a representative who, like, answers the call, and it's kind of like, oh, do this when this happens. Get ready for X and Y, and I guess it's just, like, a way to get people informed, but there's no service. All of our voices were gone. It's really, really hard to, like, communicate with people in a stadium the last second, too, so, yeah. But, hey, shout out to my man, Scott. He's still doing his job, though. He's still answering those phone calls, even though none of us can hear him because his voice is gone. So, respect to you, brother.
Their son stands before you as Assistant Democratic Leader of the U.S. House of Representatives. My fellow Americans, let me say this. Something, because in war, talk is cheap.
Yeah.
And trust me, I know a couch commando when I see one.
So, yeah, Tay-Tay played, Beyonce. Someone literally came up to me with their phone and said, Kenny, TMZ just confirmed Beyonce's in the building. And I'm like, bro, spoiler alert, I don't know if she's going to be here. And that could be just, I don't know. I didn't believe it. Everyone was like going crazy about Tay-Tay or Beyonce performing. I'm like, I don't think Harris would want to do that to herself and just take all of like the spotlight on her for Taylor Swift or Beyonce. Maybe like they'll sing at her like inauguration, but they're definitely not going to play on the night that she's going to speak and accept the nomination. So sorry, but anyway, remember I mentioned about how I let my roommate and bestie Jeremy borrow my blazer? It was time to take it back briefly. So I took it back briefly, and I got a picture, and naturally, my head is blue. So this picture ended up being worthless. I'm kidding. It's a great picture still. I felt like it captured the moment, and a new way forward. Beautiful blazer. I love it. People were standing, people were hollering. It's a good time. Yeah, everyone is wearing white. Serena's trying to smile. Thank you, Serena. But I just want to capture the moment. Like, everyone is excited. And this guy's on his phone. That's okay, though. And he's also on his phone as well. And He's also on his phone. Never mind. I lied. A lot of folks just don't care about democracy. But this person's taking a picture, though. So, yeah. And this person also is on their phone as well, on next to my hairline. I get that, you know. A lot of these speakers are, I don't know. I'm also on my phone, technically, because I'm taking a selfie. Just saying. Hypocrite. My buddies. This is Joseph. This is Jeremy. And we're having a good time. And I'm wearing... Susan gave me this. So this person, this amazing person, she gave me this little tiara. And she's like, you should wear it. And I'm like, okay, I'll do it. And I did it for the entire time. Why? Because Susan asked, and I said yes. And I have a horrible problem saying no to things. So, yeah. I went outside to go use the bathroom, and of course, I saw this amazing shirt, first of all. Carter Mondale. And of course, the USA flag blazer. And I'm like, bro, you're like my long-lost brother, and we need to get a picture right now. In front of the men's bathroom. Because, naturally... The only place you can get good pictures is in front of the men's bathroom, apparently. So, yeah. Great picture. Got a picture with, you know, this iconic shirt. And, you know, I want Carter to make it. I want to say that. I want Carter to vote for Harris. I know he's been, like, having some health issues for the past 2 years. But I think he's going to make it, and he's going to vote for Harris. And I'm really proud of that. Anyway, my senator, John Hickenlooper, hang out with me. And he literally said... You are content, and took his phone and took a picture as well of me and him. So I'm honored that the Senator of Colorado thought I would be good content for social media. So thank you so much, Senator, and I hope you post this soon because I still have not seen it yet. So there you go. This is Senator Ron Windham. He's a senator from Oregon, and he looked at me and said, "What part of Oregon are you from?" And I said, "I'm from Colorado," and he said. And I quote, Colorado is not a place I've heard before. And I'm like, it's a state, sir. And he's like, oh. It was so awkward. I felt bad. But I got a picture of the senator. So I got marked another one off the list of senators. And yeah, these guys are insane, by the way. I don't if you've never seen crazy stuff unless you saw a guy upside down playing the drums. Anyway, apologies. Senator, thank you for the picture. I really appreciate that. Next one is this moment was magical. I don't know. When we're waving American flags, when we're chanting USA, it was just like it felt good being an American. And again, I mentioned this before, but like the reclaiming of patriotism, the reclaiming of being proud of your country, I love it. I love it so much. I am like obscenely patriotic. Where, as a Democrat, my friends were like, you're being a little weird. And I'm like, no, man. I think it's BS that the Republican Party is taking that over. We should be proud of our country. We should be proud of being Americans. And we should be proud of the United States of America. Hoorah, USA, USA. Like, you feel me? So, yeah.
We out here, DNC, Chicago, 2024. Everyone's having a good time. I'm having a good time. Let's go! Go get your man, girl.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna take this video, guys. We're gonna take it, text your friends, send this message out into the world. When I say when we fight, you're gonna say we win. Are you ready? Okay, I'm recording. I'm ready, Tony. Okay, ready? When we fight, we win. We win. We win.
At this point in the night, we're hitting all the heavy hitters. I know we're kind of going fast here, but I was so focused, so entrenched with all the speakers and speeches. I just stopped using my phone. And I think, yeah, technology is good, but we had that viral moment and I put my phone away, and I'm like, I really just want to enjoy this. I want to remember this. And I did. I listened closely. I thought a lot about a lot of stuff. And, we're talking about gun violence. And I one of my pins, I'm wearing it right now. Literally, it says, freedom from gun violence. And I took a picture of this, just because, it's important. Because Colorado has been relentlessly has had a history of gun violence. Columbine happened when I was about to go to preschool. And I remember, and it sucks that this is one of my memories, early memories, is when I was in elementary school. We had lockdown drills. This is, when we became elementary school kids, the school districts were like, schools aren't safe anymore. We have to do lockdown drills. And that's one of my earliest memories. It's the lockdown drill next to the volcano exploding, and it's good times. Yeah, it's bad. Like gun violence has plagued my life forever now. And obviously, I'm from Boulder, and Boulder had that shooting a couple years ago, and someone I knew was a victim in that mass shooting as well. And I remember speaking at her memorial and just like weeping and being sad. And gun violence is a problem. And I feel like obviously the next few speakers talked about gun violence, talked about gun reform, and we gotta do something because we've normalized mass shootings, we've normalized gun violence, and that's not okay. The Onion always posts this article every time there's a mass shooting about how a nation who only has this crisis again asks why, and it's just like, it's painful. And I just hope that things get better. And this is like a side note as well. Like some of our delegates were nearly shot at the day after the convention. So imagine you're just getting some food, White Palace, it's open 24/7, and the place gets shot up, and you're from Colorado, you know what gun violence looks like, you know what's been happening over the years, and you are literally cowering in fear in a restaurant because someone had a gun and started popping rounds because of an argument, because of whatever. And it's horrible. So, sorry this became a tangent about gun violence, but this fits in the narrative of the entire night because we have to recognize that it's a problem. And it's something we have to fix, like now.
Gabby, 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 Gabby.
I was born in the great state of Arizona!
Colorado.
President Obama had to follow Michelle. I had to follow Gabby and Pink. Gabby amazes me every single day.
Kamala Harris understands this moment. It is a moment of danger and a moment of opportunity.
USA! 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 USA!
Detroit, they call me Big Red.
And I am proud to be in the trenches with you as part of this sometimes awkward alliance that we have to defend truth, defend democracy, and decency.
At this point, I was, I think I was just trying to get the moments. Like, yeah, I would get like 15 seconds just because I knew I needed to get some footage for this video. But a majority of the time, I was soaking it all in. And obviously, it's powerful. All these speakers, all these folks. And I will say, special guest, Leon Panetta. Like, who would have expected that? And I was just like amazed at all the speakers. Mark Kelly, Gretchen Whitmer, Adam Kinzinger. I think Adam Kinzinger, and I want to say this, is so many Republicans have basically defected and have changed course. The Lincoln Project, a lot of Republicans care about this country. And I think they've lost their minds at the MAGA movement taking over the Republican Party. I remember when Republican values and, conservatism did not look like this monstrosity that the MAGA has made it into become. Like, they actually had values at one point. And I remember, in 2012, Romney versus Obama, the differences were very small. It was not like this big, giant ocean now that the partisanship has turned both parties. And I'm not saying the Democrats is like, perfect either. We're Big Tent. And I have to recognize that a lot of the speakers, we didn't have anyone who supported Palestine. And I get it. Oh, well, Bernie Sanders, X and Y, a lot of folks talked about Palestine already. And I'm like, no. You don't have someone from this community speaking about this. And they did bring, like I said, the previous night, there was family of the hostages. And again, I want the hostages to be released. I want a ceasefire. I want peace in the Middle East. And yeah, I felt like a lot of folks were upset about that. And a part of me was thinking, like, when's going to happen? When are the protesters going to show up? Because there were delegates, and I have to emphasize, there were and are delegates who were basically the non-committed delegates from Minnesota, some non-committed delegates from various areas, because they got delegates to go. And they were wearing the khalifas. They were proudly wearing ceasefire buttons and everything. And I guess, they've tried and made an effort to get a speaker to speak. And in fact, our Chair Shad, he actually wrote a petition. And a lot of chairs, state party chairs, to the DNC asking, like, let a speaker speak about the other side. And I think that's important. Like, we're a Big Tent party. We should have all voices heard. And anyway, about the Republicans, I think more Republicans should endorse and support Harris. I feel like independents are now leaning towards Harris because, surprise, all the Trump narrative of how Biden was old and how he's not able to be a proper leader is now totally scripted and flipped on Trump now, and so it's kind of poetic. And I feel like like I said, all these speakers are bangers, and we're entering the last of the speakers now. This is before Harris, family members, senators who've known her the longest, and we're just learning about her story. They're playing clips and clips and clips of her story. And I think that's important because millions of people, I'll be honest, they probably didn't know who she was. For me, I've been following this race since 2022, really. I've been following politics as long as I can remember. But a lot of folks, and I have to remind myself, a lot of folks, a lot of people in this country, they don't follow. And so for her, a lot of folks who are tuning in for the first time, this is the first glimpse of Kamala Harris. And I think they did an amazing job.
And me, Mommy had great expectations for us, but she had even greater expectations of us.
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Democratic nominee for president.
anniversary, Dougie. To our President Joe Biden.
Right off the bat, I just want to say I had to witness history. End of the day, this was probably one of the most important moments for a lot of us in that room. Every single seat was taken. And I say that like generally, like every single seat was taken. Every single seat. And look at the sea of white. And I'll be honest, a lot of folks were capturing the moment. A lot of folks were taking out their phones, and you know, we were standing there for a solid like 5 minutes, standing ovation, screaming, hollering, and the energy like went through the roof. Like, some folks got emotional. I saw people crying, and I teared up, and I thought it was like, oh my gosh. And I know, like, you know, it's a rally. You're supposed to be energetic. You're supposed to be happy. But you felt that energy. I genuinely felt like it was the time of my life. You know? Like, it was, like, so hype. So, I just got pictures, you know? And everyone, like, I think once someone starts taking pictures, everyone pulls out their phones. And I know this seems a bit, like, disrespectful, but, like, I really want to capture the moment. And Joseph, he is judging me, but that's okay. I totally get it. I mean, everyone over here, their phones are out. And, like, people are going to look back at this and say where they were when Harris accepted the nomination for president for the Democratic Party. And all the folks told me, you know, my friends, my family, like, I'm feeling the biggest FOMO right now. And I'm like, yeah, I'm here. I can't believe it. This feels like a fever dream. This feels so wild that I'm here right now. So I had to get the picture. And I know it seems silly, but, like, I had to. And, you know, she did phenomenal. Like, she was so eloquent, so powerful. And, you know, it was just like, it was so moving. And, like, I took a picture of this. I didn't realize this at the time, but that's her niece, one of her nieces. And someone took an incredible picture of Harris and her niece. And it was very, like, it's iconic now. It's like DNC Harris picture. Like, where is it? Yeah, it's right here. So this picture was everywhere for a while. So yeah, that's her niece right there. So watching that, and it was magical. I don't know. I felt like I just felt those emotions, you know. I don't know what to say. I'm generally speechless when I try to recall and reflect. And, like, again, the room, white signs everywhere, people cheering, people, and the media is like, they're getting our reaction. Like, we're front and center of the media right now. And I thought her speech really was enough to introduce herself, to show her difference, and obviously she was gracious, kind. I will say, you know, she kind of did a cop-out with Israel and with Palestine, and we'll unconditionally support Israel for the right to defend ourselves, and then we will advocate for Palestinian statehood. And it's like, oh my gosh. That was the one moment I was like, But overall, I thought it was a great speech. I thought whoever wrote that speech knew what they were doing. And if it's an introduction to folks who didn't know who she was, I think a lot of folks now know who Vice President Kamala Harris is. So there you go. And obviously, you know, I took a lot of pictures. And, like, there's 22,000 people, you know? 22,000 people. Every single seat. Every single spot. And the flags are coming out. Patriotism is back in business. And I feel like it was just like that powerful, you know? Like, it felt like sanity had come back to America. Like, I was normal again. And, like, I think a lot of us have anxiety over the election. I think, you know, 6 weeks ago when Biden was the nominee, everyone was like, it's going to be a tough fight. And now momentum has shifted. Trump has peaked too early. People are excited. People are paying attention. And they raised like $80 million in a week. And, like, that just tells you how important this election is and how many people are really, really invested and directly impacted and were willing to give it all. So, like, it was just, like, surreal to being here. Again, like, all the cameras, all the media. And like I said, I thought it was a really good speech. I thought Harris spoke eloquently to the point where I thought, you know, she can do it. And I think that's important, is belief in the candidate. And I know, again, I know she can. I know that. But when you believe, when you feel that power, when you feel that emotion of belief, and I'm going to be real with you, I'm an atheist. I don't have faith. But for a moment, it felt like I had faith in something, you know? And I thought that was very powerful. Because you're sharing that moment. You're sharing that, like, occasion with everyone around you. And, yeah. So when she got up and the party started, it was, like, awesome. It was really awesome. And, you know, I'm waiting for the moment the balloons to drop. Like, that's the moment. That's the moment I want. Every single, like, convention. The balloons drop. Everyone's crying. Everyone's cheering. Let's get ready to go. GOTV, let's win this. And again, it's late August. So we only had like 76 days until Election Day at that point. So...
is so fucking incredible. Let's go! Let's go! We out here! Chicago 2024! PNC! Let's go! Let's go! Say it with me! Madam President!
As the balloons were dropping, as we were all celebrating and cheering, clapping, and watching the crowd come out, it really, really was powerful. Like I said, it just felt like change was in the wind. And I keep saying that. So I got some pictures to share. Again, you know, we're all out here, all the Colorado Democrats. We're capturing the moment. The balloons are dropping on everyone. Balloons are popping everywhere. And just the fact that we're all here right now, you know, enjoying the moment. Like I said, Jeremy, man, I appreciate you, dude. Ride or die, man. Ride or die with Jeremy. And, you know, they were just showing footage of all the watch parties. And, again, the whole family, like all the families, everyone is coming out, getting pictures. Balloons everywhere. There's, like, confetti going out everywhere. And it was just, like, a special moment. It felt like, what was it? New Year's Day. You know, when New Year's Day, like, New York City, and it's like, Happy New Year. It felt like that. Like, it was weirdly, like, optimistic. And I think that's the thing about this election is that we're all dreading our fears. We're all worried about what's going to happen. And at this moment, at this time, I recognize that there's a future. Like, you're looking forward for, like, you know, like a new year. You're looking forward to something that's new and it's going to be happening, and that's magical. The future is magical and should be special. And obviously this guy is pulling the sign off. They're already taking down everything, you know. Nothing stays. Everything has to go now. Yeah, just, you know, having the moment of our lives here. Taking a picture. So, I mean, it's awesome. It really is. Just reflecting, looking back, like, again, this is less than a week ago for me, but it already feels like I'm taking those moments where I'm trying to capture every, like, memory. I'm trying to remember every single second of the convention. And here's me holding my pledged delegate badge and everything, having a good time. And of course, they're doing the benediction at the end. I just feel so bad. Imagining you have to go after Harris to bless us one last time. But yeah, they're gonna bless us right now.
Be careful, Scott.
I'm gonna take a picture as a witness. Thank you. The problem is I might be able to catch it when it falls. Let's wait. What's that? Okay, my shoes are on. Yeah, it's really cold.
I thought it was pretty shocking that people were leaving. I couldn't leave. I stayed as long as I could. Just to enjoy the moment. And so, obviously I had to watch, you know, us taking down the sign. You know, I gotta get a picture with the sign here. Obviously our chair with the sign for Colorado. That's a souvenir to keep. DNC souvenir. So definitely keep that. I got a picture with it, you know, like I said. I'm having the time of my life. Representing. And there's so much stuff on the ground. I felt bad that people have to clean this up too. But for the moment, like, oh my god. I want to take the sign home. Shouts to Carrie. Oh my gosh. Carrie was like the trooper. She did so much work and she wasn't even a member of the delegation. Or, I mean, she is a member of the delegation, but she wasn't like a delegate or a staff member. She obviously... you know, was part of the Colorado Dems, and it was very engaged and very involved, and I really appreciate her. She did so much. At one point, delegates were not allowed into the convention center. And I get it, you know, like security risks, the fire marshal, it was that packed. That they oversold or overgave out tickets, and the fire marshal was like, there's too many people in this room. We can't let you in. And we had seats reserved. Let me be very clear. Our seats were reserved for only Colorado delegates. And Carrie... she ran out, she found the fire marshal, or she talked to someone, and she got those delegates in the seats. somehow. That's like perseverance. That's resilience. That's incredible. So I want to like say, Carrie, like you are a boss, for real. You're a boss. Like respect, and I appreciate hanging out with you and doing all the things. So, I took the phone. I finally it rang. It rang, and I'm like, I'm not gonna get arrested by Secret Service. No, and I put it back where I found it. So I had to. I just had curiosity got the better of me. So this is. I feel bad. This is tough. So Colin was really emotional, and I think it's because a lot of us we can be vulnerable. We can be proud of our emotions. I hugged the man. I told him it's gonna be okay. That and he told me there are tears of joy, tears of gratitude. And I say the word gratitude is because I was also crying. I'm so grateful to be here. I'm so grateful to have this moment, this opportunity that many people would love to have, and I'm privileged to have this opportunity right there and then. So we were both having a moment of reflection. We hugged it out. We said good, positive affirmations to each other, like it's gonna be okay. We're gonna win this. You're gonna win city council, bro. And so I just want to give him a shout out, and I know, it's hard to be vulnerable in public, and I feel like if you're a man, it's even harder because social norms, social expectations demand that you don't show emotion, and I think that's absurd. I feel you should absolutely show emotion. I show emotions. I cry openly, and I'm proud to admit that. I'm a crier, and I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to cry. So, Colin, dude, good for you, man. Good for you. Thanks for being here with me. Indira, of course, I had to capture a moment with her. First chair for the Colorado Dems, and we are both members of the Asian American community. So the fact that we got to witness this, the vice president take the nomination for president of the United States of America like that, I was like, we got to get a picture. This is our moment. This is something we should be proud of. Oh my gosh. We went down finally. After almost 25 minutes of just kind of hanging out, I was like, all right, it's time to go down there and get some pictures. So we're in front of the DNC, ground level, and there's a lot of people around. So it's kind of hard to find a spot, but I found a good spot. I'm holding my sign, holding my flag. I'm having a good time. I'm patriotic right now. And got a picture of my homeboys. Allende, Jeremy, dude, you guys, look at the swag. Look at this. This is the future. I'm not kidding when I say this. This is the future of our party. This is the future of our country. Young right now, but we're going to be wise, we're going to be old, and we're going to be, we're going to be doing our part. Like this, Three Musketeers. I didn't get a picture of us three together. I don't know why. I thought it was bad, but we're living life right now. We're doing our part by getting involved right now. So like I said, again, pitch 45, join your local party, get involved right now. Not tomorrow, right now. Find your next location, for real. I'm sorry, Jeremy. I was like, Jeremy, I want my jacket. This is the face of someone who's having their moment. Oh my god, Bridezilla. I think I would be the worst Bridezilla. I'm just being real with you right now. No, he's a good guy, and I appreciate him being nice of wearing my jacket. I was just trying to get the air out. We're all sweating. It's gross. It's fine. Look at me go with my jacket. Look at my tongue out. Just I don't know why I'm like this, guys, but the picture is worth a million words. Again, this guy right here, he's a Vietnamese American, the son of refugees, an elected official, person in family who graduated college. It's magical and a privilege to be here at this moment. And I get it. I've said privilege. I've said, a lot. I'm privileged to go to college. I have privilege. I know that. But I just want to recognize that I also have a lot of history. And my family has had a lot of generational trauma. And we're lucky to be here. If we were in Vietnam, we'd probably be political prisoners. Because we can't have that. So our democracy, the fact that our country, the fact that we are representing this community, this nation. And, I say this then, I'll say this now. I've never been more proud to be an American. Like, I love this country. I love this country so much. I'm literally wearing an American flag tie. That's how much I love it. I'm again, patriotic to a fault. Drove! Dude, there he is again, man. The best fit of the entire convention. My homeboy from Arizona himself. Dude, respect. You know, Mountain West States, we stick together. We're homeboys. Homeboys for life. And I am so honored to meet you, man. Like, for real. Like, again, I met this guy maybe a couple times, and I feel like I know him. That's how powerful it is to meet and go walk around. Meeting cool people, meeting folks, and just, like again, cool guy. Amazing fit. Best fit in the house. So, obviously, there's a lot of reporters, there's a lot of people, and people are just coming up to us, asking us for interviews, for quotes, for pictures, and, you know, we're about to go in that moment right now, but definitely had that moment. I was talking to a lot of reporters and people coming up to us and asking where we're from, what delegates we are, if you get a picture, etc. Would you be free to interview? So, if you stick around, they'll come to you. I'm telling you that right now.
Like you go up. You know? Welcome to the Democratic National Convention. History is in your hands. Let's win this.
Hold on, wait, now move to the left a little bit. Your left. Yeah. Got it, alright.
Gonna catch the whole thing.
As we're leaving the convention, it's like we're basically being dragged out. And I spent so long, I just kept going back, looking at the stage, and just remembering the moment. You know, I was trying to savor it multiple times. And people keep coming up to me and getting pictures and autographs, and I'm kidding, no. People just kept asking us, like, hey, can we, you know, can we get a quick picture, etc., etc., and I truly was just trying to enjoy the moment. And I got, like, really, like quiet. I'm, like, walking the stairs. I'm walking slow. I'm feeling like, oh, my gosh. I need to be, like, the last person out. And the security's like, leave. Go. Now. And so we're going. We're wandering. And as you saw, we found the stairs, the NC stairs, and those stairs were amazing. Like, I think the fact that each stair represents, like, a quote, like, I thought that was awesome. Like, oh my god, the visuals, man. The visuals were amazing. And also, I want to say, whoever thought about this is a genius. Putting the American flag inside the little loop thing, respect to you. That was, like, a genius. That's a pro gamer move, if I ever have to say. We're walking outside. I'm getting a picture in front of the United Center. At this point, like, everyone's, like, leaving. So, it's starting to die down. Feet picture for some reason. I don't know why. Here's my foot. There you go. Enjoy. On the shuttle with all my fellow young Dems. This is Ken. Ken's a cool guy. Oh, my gosh. Fellow Vietnamese American delegate. Huge shouts for y'all. It was kind of funny because another gentleman, he gave me this little support statehood for Puerto Rico. He's like, yeah, I'm also a young Democrat for the next 35 minutes. And I'm like, no way. You're turning 36? And like, yep, I'm turning 36. I'm aging out of the young Democrats in 30 minutes. So it's 11:30, 5:34, wherever. We're singing happy birthday to our friend in front of us. And I felt really bad because then I should have gone back and take a picture with him with the young Dems, but we didn't do that. But he gave me a sticker, and I absolutely support statehood for Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico should have a voice in our country. They should have senators. They should have electoral votes. Get Puerto Rico in the union right now. 51 states, baby. Let's go. Again, Kian, man, dude, respect. We're just having a good time, man. We're getting a picture. This is two Vietnamese men. our family members. We have family members again who are MAGA Republicans, who are die-hard Trumpsters. And here, right here, this gentleman right here and I, young Democrats, we're happy to be here. We love this country. This country is our home. So it's honorable. Wow. It is a privilege to be next to you, man. For real. So, come on you. Come on you. So, thank you so much, man. I appreciate the vibes. One of the confetti pieces got in the hotel. I was like, no way this guy here. So, I was like, I gotta get a picture of this. This guy somehow was on someone's foot and made it all the way to the Westin Hotel. And there's another feet pic right there. Leslie, love ya. Big fan. I love Leslie. She was like going hard as much as I was for cheering, having a good time. Like I love and respect Leslie for being here and representing our community as well. So I was hungry. Look at that, dude. This place was open till 2 a.m. DNC, $24 for a burger. $24. That's how expensive food is. And it's the only place that's like decent nearby. It's like literally maybe like 12:45, 1 o'clock. I'm hungry. I need my midnight snack. So as you can tell, I ate pretty bad the whole time. I ate this wacky burger, dude. This wacky burger and fries. So it was okay. You know, it's a 1 a.m. burger. Yeah, this is a face of a guy who doesn't drink at a bar. So again, I don't drink alcohol. That's not my thing. I usually get like a soda, you know, minimal. And even then, I usually just get water and a burger. That's me. But obviously, some friends came in. We're all not wearing our clothes. I'm wearing my Nuggets shirt because I love the Nuggets. You know, a lot of folks are there. They're replaying, you know, the DNC in the background. And it's pretty crowded. This is a crowd like at 1:45, 1:30 a.m. So it's a lot of folks. And again, we were literally there until they kicked us out at 2 a.m. So if they kicked us out at 2 a.m., got a picture of my homeboy right here. Who, you know, this guy was in front of me the whole time. I think Jameson or James or yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad with names. But we were all there having a good time, and that's a wrap. That is it. DNC 2024. So I'm gonna do next section is gonna be in the media, and I'm gonna do a section about how, you know, the next day of, and next day of starts at 3 a.m. sharp because I'm outside, by the way. So you know, I want to be very clear. But 2 a.m. That's it for this portion for the last day of the DNC convention, and what a thrill! What an incredible experience! What a momentous moment! What good vibes out there, my guy! And I just have to say, like, I can't believe I was there. It really was a lifetime experience, and I'm proud to been there. And yeah, an honor and a privilege. And you know, we have a saying in Colorado is "Go fight, win." So every time we have a party meeting, our chair says "Go fight, win." And we're going to go, and we're going to fight, and we're going to win all the things. Let's go. It's over. The convention was over. I'm wandering around, and it was kind of surreal. So right off the bat, I was just wandering around, looking around, and there and behold, Kennedy 24 bus. And it's so... I couldn't believe it. All the windows were open. Someone definitely was sleeping in there, and I didn't want to like bother them, but it's 3 a.m. Chicago downtown, and you see like this felt like a mirage just popped up in your dreams. The fact that I saw this bus, I was like, no way. And I got Kennedy 24 bus across America. Like I said, the windows were wide open, so I just couldn't believe they were here. Imagine an honest party, and look at this. Look at all the Kennedy swag. This person's following the DNC, and of course, Kennedy, like a couple days later, would endorse Trump. So it was just kind of like the death throes. And I think word got out, and I thought it was pretty wild and funny. I saw the sign: friends support friends, reach out, talk, connect. Aerith with Cloud. Cease the awkward. It was just surreal. Like I felt like I was just wandering around the streets in the middle of the night, and all like the pieces aligned for some reason, and it was so weird to see like a Final Fantasy VII remake posters hanging out. And of course, you know, I'm looking for my friend, trying to get my high five. So there's me just trying to get a high five right now. And then 3 in the morning. Woke up, was getting ready for you know, the adventure back home and saw some folks in the lobby. So this is again Joshua again. Joshua, you are the man, you are the legend, you're the myth, the famous guy. Obviously representing my Nuggets. So I gotta represent the Nuggies. Some Dems who are about to leave, Jasmine, Jeremy, Stephanie, and Polly. We're all hanging out in the lobby. You know, all our flights. A lot of folks were leaving that day, but a lot of folks also, like Jeremy said, they were going to stick around and stay for a couple days to actually enjoy Chicago. But I was like, I got to go home. I can't stay around. So we're all getting ready to go. And a lot of us were in the same flights as well. This person here is a Democrat from Kansas. And we bonded because we were talking about the Kansas City Chiefs and the fact that she is one of the few folks from Kansas City who despises the Chiefs. Like she hates the Chiefs because, and I talked about this before, the Chiefs are a racist mascot. They're literally culturally appropriating from Native American culture and people with their racist tomahawk chants, with the fact that their mascot is, by definition, a racist mascot. So we bonded that, and she's like, yeah, I'm a Broncos fan. And I'm like, yes, got him. So I appreciate her. We exchanged business cards as well, and I apologize for not remembering her name right now. But I do remember the story. Of course, this is me getting ready to go on my Lyft and Uber. Got my big bag and got my Tim Waltz ready to go. So it was bittersweet, getting ready to leave the hotel. So I got my candy that someone gave me. Again, the candy that says vote Democrats. I still got that right now. And obviously, I got to walk around with Tim. And then hotel, there's Pam, there's Jennifer, Colorado Dems. A lot of folks in this airport. And everywhere I went, there's people with their signs, with various memorabilia from the DNC convention. Everyone was leaving that Friday. So we were all getting ready to go, and it was very bittersweet, like I said, that folks were just gathering, getting ready to go. And of course, another picture here. All of us hanging out. We're all Dems. We're all, this is what the future looks like. This is who the people who are going to save this country. Like Democrats who are unifying, who gather around, who are excited to be there. And obviously, Eliza, we got Serena, and my apologies, name is spacing out right now, but we were here all from the Denver Metro, Denver Front Range, and yeah. And I know that's a bit pompous. We're going to save the country, but like everyone here is going to save the country. Like we're all going to go back to our communities. We're all going to talk to voters. We're all going to really be inspired and share our stories and keep that energy momentum going as we keep going in this election cycle. So that's what I meant to say. And when I sat down, homeboy had his Kamala sign. So we just met. He was on a layover Denver, and he was going to go back to California. And I was like, hey, can we get a picture real quick? So got a nice picture, and that's that. And of course, Tim, this is the very back seat, by the way. This is like the back of the back, because my section was like C, so because I checked in late. Oops. But sat down and hung out with a guy who was a Democrat. So really appreciate it. That is it. So this section is basically, I got back home. I was tired. I passed out for like 15 hours, I felt like. And yeah, like, oh my gosh. So we're going to do our last section, which is the media stuff now. So right off the bat, I got to talk about the media. Obviously, this was an historical event, and there was a lot of media. The media was everywhere. They were at the event center, at the convention center. They were at the hotel. Literally, the media was just everywhere. And I think this section, I mean, obviously, it doesn't really relate to the convention itself, but I'm proud of that. I'm happy that they were there. I'm happy that, they got a chance to really capture the moment. And for me, every time I got a chance to speak with them, I did. I took an opportunity because I feel like I want to give my voice, give my input, and also just really share the positive energy and the positive vibes I was feeling at the convention. Because I think being a young person, a person of color, not many opportunities get to arise for that. And so I waited and I talked to a lot of folks and all my friends that shared me all these articles. So I really appreciate my friends who basically gave me this platform to talk and to really share this moment. So a lot of folks at home saw me on TV and they took screenshots and pictures of us, and it was beautiful. Like, seeing folks send me videos and pictures like, there's me wearing my buns, hanging out with all my friends and all the delegates here. There's another one here as well, PBS News, and we're all cheering, chanting, and I'm just showing up because again the buns, and I will say, ever wearing white, you're wearing the buns, you stand out more. So that's media 101 right there. So good view. I definitely look like a doofus, but again, Susan gave that to me, so that's okay. I really was happy and proud to be in the moment. So CNN. I just couldn't believe it. All my friends at home showing pictures, and I was really literally having the time of my life. And that's when Joe Nagoo spoke. So when Congressman Nagoo spoke, all of us went crazy for him, and I guess we got panned in, and it was beautiful. So I really am honored to have been capturing the moment, and I was locked in the whole time. Then the articles started coming in. Elon News, no relation to Elon Musk. Let me be clear. Elon News is like a young progressive kind of media platform. It's mostly student journalists. So a lot of student journalists came up and talked to me, and I absolutely gave an interview because I think that as a young person, I want to talk to them, and I think that was an incredible experience, and I really appreciate the coverage. ENN, so Elon News Network. So thank you so much, and they're literally a network for like young people. So I think people should check them out more, and I really appreciate being featured in one of their articles. Another article I was also on. Okay, again CNN. So again, friends showing me pictures and stuff behind. I'm just behind Colin, just with my Constitution holding it up. So good times. USA Today. So there I am, wearing all my buttons. USA Today, Josh Morgan, and I got all my bling, all my medals, and he just asked to get a picture of this, and I was like, absolutely. So I think this really demonstrates. And again, I'm literally just walking by a reporter. Hey, can I get a picture with you real quick? Boom. Where are you from? My name is Kenny Wen, and Colorado, and that's it. Boom. That's it. So some of these media folks would just literally take pictures of you as you're walking by. Like I'm literally in the hallway, and I just got asked to be taken a picture of. So I'm not kidding about that. Again, I was telling you about this. Like walking around town, literally it's midnight, 12:19, and I'm random Kenny sighting outside of the convention center, and my friends, family, colleagues, everyone just sending me random messages. Like, I saw you on TV. So. There is no secret recipe. You just kind of walk around, wander, and if you're funny and cool and exciting, the camera will just turn to you, I guess, and folks will recognize you and they'll talk to you. So, yeah. I got featured in a couple articles. So BBC or CBC, which is the Canadian version of the BBC, and obviously got an interview as well as I'm walking around, and I really appreciate it. And there's Joshua. So again, he's everywhere, man. He's everywhere. I feel like me and him are like a tag team for the media because after this interview, I guess, we also got interviewed by Washington Post. So the Washington Post did a coverage on us. And again, there's my man in the very front. The vibes and styles of the Democratic National Convention. There's my man Josh. There's with my serious face right there. I'm super serious, elected official. And I want to say they gave us an amazing article. And this picture is like, that is my headshot. I don't care. That is my profile pic for the next 6 months. So I'm going to use this as my profile pic. So it's a great picture. It is a wonderful picture. Holy moly. Like, I can't describe how incredible this picture is. It's so good. It's so good. Chef's kisses. And another article as well, ABC News. So I got interviewed, and again, the mic, it just gravitates you. You're walking around, and they're like, hey, can I speak to you real quick? And you're a delegate, right? And it's like, yeah, I'm a delegate. And so people just come up to you, and they ask for questions, and I think that's, I could easily have said no. And I want to be very clear, like, I could have said no. But I wanted to speak to the media, and not everyone wants to do that, but if you do, be confident, make sure you're answering the questions, don't bullshit, make sure that, like, you're media trained, like Google how to speak to the media, make sure that you're talking to folks, and overall, like, be yourself, be authentic, and don't fake it, because I feel like people can sense BS, and they can recognize that, oh, you're just saying this because of X and Y. No, you have to really speak from the heart, and I think that's really important, is you speak from the heart, you speak from the places that you know are the issues that you recognize, and it'll just come out naturally. And so a lot of folks did interview me, and obviously, not everything, this is all stuff that my friends found for me. I'm sure there's more out there. I'm sure there's really bad stuff. I will say the only awkward interaction I had was some right-wing media. They were there, They got me cornered and interviewed me, and I didn't realize they're going to ask some really weird questions. They asked me, why is J.D. Vance weird? Are there border patrol? How many border patrol agents should there be in the border? And like they asked me a question about the ceasefire and why Vice President Harris hasn't like talking to the protesters or solved the Middle East crisis that's happening right now. And it was really like, oh my gosh, that's awkward. So be careful when folks are asking for your interview. Like make sure you ask them who they're from, and I guess make sure that you aren't getting trapped. And you can always say no. Like I don't want to answer this question. I feel like that's hard for a lot of folks. I'm always like a yes person. I'm always to please. But if you're uncomfortable and you don't feel like this is a good space and place, and maybe it's not the people you want to talk to, just be like, hey, I don't want to do this interview, and just walk away. So you can definitely do that. And yeah, no. So that's the media stuff. And this really is the closing video now. So again, I want to thank the folks who supported me on my GoFundMe, the folks who helped me get to become a delegate, the folks who voted for me to become a delegate, and obviously my friends, my family, everyone who really supported me. Because this was, again, an historic election, and it is going to be an historic election. We have to go fight. We have to go win. We have to make sure that it's an overwhelmingly victory for Harris and for Walz. And yeah, no, again, lifetime experience. Can't say enough good things about it. If you can, get involved with your local party. Get involved with your state party. Make sure you're engaged. Make sure you're active in your local elections as well. Because as someone who's a local person, like, you have to. Otherwise, it's, the people who have time and who have money, who have the narrative, and they have the mic. And I don't want that. I want a fair democracy. I want a transparent democracy, and I want you to get involved. So if you're watching this and you've made it this far and you're finished, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate this. Obviously, this took a while to make. Editing, getting everything together, all the files, and it was a lot of work, and I'm very proud of this video. So I appreciate your time, y'all, and thank you so much for staying tuned. So yeah, it's your boy, Kenny. See y'all. Peace.